We are live at Coletco for tonight's festivities. I am right on time. Welcome, Mike Massey. There's Mike. Okay. Whew. What a last half hour it is. Where's those cookies at? Welcome. Welcome to Coletco. The only person I hadn't said hi to is Laura, so I'll say hi to Laura now through the chat because she's already watching. She's in the back of the store. I'll say hello, Laura. Hope you're having a good day. I already said hi to Tony and Jill, and John has already left. So, and everybody else that was here, I hadn't got to see yet because they've already come, worked, and went home while I've been asleep. All right, let me go get. I need to go get that first box. Got to get you into my life. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down to Coletco. It doesn't matter much to me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. Here's that. All right. We can do that. I think Seth used up all of our first aid kit. And I'm not joking. Seth, we've blown through like 3 first aid kits because of Seth. So Laura, once again, this is Seth's fault. We've blown through 3, 4 first aid kits because of Seth. We will get that ordered ASAP. All right, let's meet this Mike. Unfortunately, I got to mute Rush. Rush has been muted. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down. 'Cause I'm going to ba-da-da, strawberry fields. Da-da-da. It doesn't matter much to me. John trying to box me in. Let me move all this stuff he brought me. He's a pro at boxing me in. He surrounds me with crates, which is not a bad thing, but it's kind of hard to move around. Whoops. An autographed John Mayall record literally just fell out of the sky. Heading out, Tony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all your help.
No problem.
That's Hatchet Tony. Tony's been taking care of shipping about anything that Ed usually does. Tony's been doing today, so shout out to Tony filling in for Ed. Okay, I think I'm getting more in line to prepare of what's going on here for tonight's activities. And the first thing I'm going to do is recite you the night before Christmas. And find this first crate that I brought back here. What have I done with it? What did I do with it? I've already lost our first crate. Oh, I laid it here. My bad. Psh, it's already here. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house was Seth snooping through the Band-Aids like a little mouse. Little Seth Hackett. My sister wants me to stop picking on Seth. Don't be mean to Seth. Little do you know how pure evil this guy really is. He's got little horns coming up out of his head. The rat. Little Seth Hackett. All right, let me go grab my other devices. Whoop, can't walk through there. Yeah, the store is definitely closed tomorrow. It looks like a bomb went off up here in a good way, not a bad way. But it is bad, but it's also good. So, yeah, definitely no store tomorrow. But if you are local and you want to come pick up, you can. Just call ahead. Tanner said call ahead. There'll be a sign on the door. They're still tagging the show. They're still tagging last night's show. We brought in help today, literally new people, and Tanner, and like they were all working on it simultaneously, I think, and they're still not done tagging Sunday night's sale. And they, we still got stuff we're piling on for tonight. So it's pretty wild what's happening. We'll be back open Friday. Yeah. So if you want to come tomorrow, I don't know. I'll get a final answer in the morning from Tanner. I'll definitely post something before it gets, when you wake up in the morning, you'll definitely see it. But I just don't think we're in any position to open this building tomorrow. It is a disaster up there. There is so much merchandise. Tony said even Otis was tagging. Yes. We've got, a couple people out this week because of the holiday. We sold half the store Sunday. We sold a ton last night. And, of course, they're still trying to ship everything promptly. So Tony's handling Ed's job, and also trying to help with shipping. So we've got our hands full, and I think because it's the holiday, there's no reason to open for customers to come in here and shop. There's nothing up there. I mean, it all sold. And it's just a couple racks of records and a few Funkos and a few other things. But honestly, about everything up there is sold. So we just better just close down until Friday. It's pretty amazing. Okay. Chocolate pie on Thursday. Hey, my brother's watching. Chocolate pie on Thursday, 4 o'clock. I know. That's another reason we're closed on Thursday. Of course, it's Thanksgiving, but I got to go eat some chocolate pie. Yeah, let me get this spammer off here before anything else gets posted. All right, I'm ready to get started if y'all are. Let me go ahead and remove a couple people. Hatchet Ed. A normal... Something about oxygen and defecating. Well, how about we just go ahead and ban you? Okay, you've been banned. Poof. Goodbye. All right. Okay. Yeah, we was just talking about that, Leslie. So we... he told me everything should be ready for local pickup by tomorrow, because they should have it tagged by, well, let me ask him right now. Hopefully he's still awake. They take turns sleeping to feed Finn. They wake up throughout the night and have to feed Finn, so I don't know. He goes to bed. Sometimes he's awake. Okay, so will locals be able to pick up tomorrow? I'll get an answer right now, because I'm sure a lot of people's going to be asking. Otherwise, our plan was to close. Well, if Ed normally would have been here, and he would have been probably at the store tomorrow, but because he's gone, that's another thing. It's like, well, who's going to really even be up there? Most everybody else is going to be in the back shipping and tagging and everything else, so... All right. We sell a lot through shipping, but we have a lot of locals, and we got to make sure everything's ready for them. We finally figured out that system. It took us a long time, but we finally got a system down for locals where they know when to come in, and we'll be open. And Mitchell, we're going to be giving those away to people who bought the box sets. So if you bought a box set with us, they sent us 4 promotional anthology inserts. And Tony, I'm going to leave those back there on Ed's desk. Whenever y'all start shipping anthologies, we're going to do a randomizer through random.com and just send them to random people. Okay, so if you pre-ordered a anthology box, we got some promotional stuff. Whatever I just did with them, I laid them somewhere. But yeah, we're going to give those away to people who bought the box set. I wish they would have sent us enough for everybody, but they only sent us about 5. Robert Plant. My Uncle John already said he wants me to take him up there to see Robert Plant. So obviously I'm going to be going too. I think that's in Knoxville, March 28th. I got to get him off my list. So March 28th, Robert Plant in Knoxville. I'll be there. So Paul will be doing the sale that night, unless it's a Sunday. What is March 28th? Is that a Sunday? Okay, this morning's video has a lot of claims because it wasn't a normal New Vinyl video. It was all this amazing stuff that Laura and Paul marked yesterday and New Vinyl. So I'm looking for Motorhead, Chris Poland, Lonnie Brooks, Water Parks, Death Angel, Motorhead, Drive-By Truckers, Both Halloween, Goblin Blade, Gravedigger, Neil Young, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Motorhead, Chris Poland, Stone Temple Pilots, Water Parks, Motion City, Venom, Death Angel, Goblin's Blade, STP, Horror Pops, Meteors, Whitechapel, and then a message from John Griffin. Okay, there's that. I think all Anthology 4s are back here behind me, David. I think they're back here behind me. Let me look right here. If they're not, then they'll be here this week. They'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, they've shipped. They've definitely shipped. They'll be here tomorrow. They'll be here tomorrow. Yep. Okay. All right, I'm ready. I'm going to probably go through that stack of 45s. That was leftovers from last night while we go ahead and start our auctions. Sorry for all the major delays. And I think I've took and updated everybody on everything that I can as far as questions. Other than that, everybody's like, let's start selling stuff, Chad. And I'm ready too. So here is, John brought me a whole box of children's Disney records, 45s. And we're going to start running them right now. Here is Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree, $10 start. We got a whole box over here we're going to run tonight. Okay? There's Winnie the Pooh. I'm about to read through these individually. That's a $10 start. Let me get to my bonus. Let me get to my bonus crate, which is should be right over here underneath me. As soon as I move this. Yep. All right. I'm going to be pulling other stuff back here, like autograph. Winnie the Pooh and autograph. There we go. Beatles box. Okay. So we got autograph sign and piece. An 84 US Indianapolis OG. Insert $15 start. Autograph sign and piece. 4 boxes left in front. I think Kiss Lights came in, possibly Beatles. Okay, let me go try to find that then, because that will be big news. So we can tag lots and take pre-orders tonight on the ones we've never shown. Let me walk up here and see if I can find those. Yep. Yep. All righty. Yep. Okay. Those aren't in Anthology 4. Those are more box sets. I know what those are, though. Those are where I ordered. I got excited about Anthology 4, so I got too excited about Anthology 4 from the Beatles. I ordered the pre-order from our distributor, and then I ordered 12 from the Beatles website. I got way too excited. I pre-ordered through our distributor, and I bought 2 for myself. And then I was so worried that it was going to be like not be able to get it. You could only order 3. I used my name, Seth's name, Tanner's name, and the store's name, and I bought 12 anthology boxes through the Beatles. That's what showed up today. So there's I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I guess they're for sale. I mean, I've paid kind of full retail for them. I guess I'll just put them away. I might have went overboard. So I think the Anthology 4, David, I'll go see. Those could be up there mixed in. There's a lot of boxes up there. But yeah, I got a little too excited. Okay, Halloween. This is called Rabbit Don't Come Easy. And Halloween is sold to Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. That's sold to you. Winnie the Pooh is at $10 with Tracy Miller. Tracy Miller on that. Oh, I'm keeping 2 of them. Yeah, I've already got 1 put away and 1 that I've already opened. So, oh, yeah. That's why I was late today. I started reading about it and listening to Anthology 4 again today. And I was literally, I lost like an hour. So the ones that I can sell are what, $374. Give me 1 second, Tracy, and I can let you know. But it's an incredible thing. I've lost so much time. I guess that's not lost time. That's time well spent listening to the Beatles. Tracy Miller has Pooh for $15. Autograph is at $15. This does have an insert with it. It's an 84 USOG. EX condition, $15 start. So yeah, I mean, I might sell some of the other extras I paid. I mean, unfortunately, the other ones I kind of have paid more than probably I should. I didn't get them wholesale, but I'll let you know, because I think the ones I bought on the website are numbered. I think that's why I went ahead and bought like 12 of them. They're numbered. So I'll see after tonight, okay? We'll have to unbox them. Jerry Lee Lewis Live, Austin City Limits, and this record is still available. I read through all the claims earlier, so this is this morning's flip video, which was really cool because I put the Paul and Laura stuff that was marked today in it. And, of course, every day we post a John crate. That's at 9 a.m. That's like a discount John crate every day at 9 a.m. plus other stuff. And then this was really cool because this is yesterday's new vinyl and the other stuff Paul and Laura There's 2 crates of new vinyl for tonight. We have Creedence Clearwater Revival at Royal Albert Hall. Creedence Clearwater Revival live at Royal Albert Hall. So this is sealed for $24.99. Winnie the Pooh has it for $12, or Tim Voldness has Winnie the Pooh for $12, and Cindy Yarborough has autograph for $20. Everything in this crate's available unless I say somebody's already bought it. Here's Whitechapel, A New Era of Corruption. Whitechapel is $89.99, and this is an OG record, Whitechapel, and that is sealed $89.99 for Whitechapel. Also, Motorhead on Parole. Motorhead on Parole is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. I'm pulling these out of the 6 a.m. claims. There's another Jerry Lee Lewis. That's Mean Old Man. Every time I read that, I hear the Beatles in my head. He's just a mean old man, Mean Mr. Mustard, $89.99. That's a 2010 OG. Joan Jett was a record store day numbered, sealed $49.99. Record store day numbered, $49.99 for Joan Jett. And she's also still available. Whitechapel. We sold Whitechapel. Who is this? This is Whitechapel. Yeah, Whitechapel is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. That is sold to you. David Doyle gets the CCR out of here, live at Royal Albert Hall. Thank you on that. Let's do a quick handful of singles. These are all $6.99. These are leftovers from last night. So if you see the leftovers, imagine what you missed. The Doors, Love Her Madly. We have Genesis Abacab. Genesis Abacab, that's actually a German press. Holland. We had Philip Bailey, Easy Lover with Phil Collins. These are all $6.99. John Cafferty, Tender Years. 2 copies of White Snake, Here I Go Again on My Own, in the picture sleeve. And Carly Simon, Coming Around Again, in the picture sleeve. These are all $6.99. Carly Simon, White Snake, John Cafferty, Easy Lover, Genesis in the picture sleeve, and The Doors, Don't You Love Her Madly. That's one of their best ones. And then over here, Stacy gets The Doors. ST gets Genesis. And let's keep going in this crate. We have Gene Vincent, The Bop Just Won't Stop. Gene Vincent is sealed, a mono reissue, $14.99. By the way, Autograph is still getting bids. It's now at $30. Travis is out. Winnie the Pooh is sold to Tracy Miller for $15, okay? We've sold one White Snake to Chris Gardner. Retro Class on Tender Years. And that's for John Cafferty. Thank you, Rodell. And let's move over Autograph and let's get some other stuff up for auction. But first, we got the Black Crowes Happiness Bastards. And the Black Crowes is sealed at $34.99. Leslie on JJ for Joan Jett. Danny Thomason is going to take the other White Snake. Thank you on that one. And then we have Death. Now, these Deaths, there's going to be 2 or 3 in this crate. These are not the relapse pressings. These are back on black. They're kind of more deluxe packaging. Gatefold jacket. 2007 is when this one was made. Clear with red splatter. So that's an earlier pressing, $49.99. And like I've been saying, it seems like they demand pretty good money. So that must be a little bit better mastering or something. I'm not really sure. I got the Wings 3 LP, but I bought one through our wholesale so I could get it cheaper, and it was black vinyl. The color vinyl was only sold through his website. Iron Butterfly Live 1967. Iron Butterfly Live 1967. This is sealed. It is an unofficial $19.99 for Iron Butterfly. Okay, and then let's put up another auction. But first, here's Jerry Lee Lewis. I don't think any of these got claimed, so any Jerry Lee Lewis you see is still available. This is actually a white label promo, and this is $22.99, numbered anthology. Let me get them back here. I need to check kind of my cost on them. I mean, it's kind of like a thing I bought. I bought them just in case we absolutely needed them, but also, you know, if I see a limited edition box set, whether we offer it or somebody else is offering it, I try to grab them up because, especially something from the Beatles or Alice in Chains, I've always done well buying extras because it seems like the demand is always there for them. So here in a minute, I'll check my cost on them, and if I can make something on them. Wow, look at that. This is on translucent, a Disney record on translucent brown vinyl. That's unusual for a kid's record to be on virgin vinyl. I don't think I've had this one before. It's nice. Robin Hood. Walt Disney Storybook and Record, but look how bizarre that is. It's on translucent brown vinyl, which is typically like high-grade virgin vinyl. That's going to sound amazing. It's going to sound like Robin Hood's in the building with you. $10 start on that. And over here, next thing is this. Robin Hood has a bid for 15. Autographs at 33, and it looks like everybody's done except Ziggy Chaos. James Gang passing through is VG Condition, $9.99. Motorhead Bastards. This was sold to Tony Riddle. Thank you, Tony Riddle. That's sold to you. And then we have Halloween, and Halloween is sold to Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. That's sold to you. Let's do another quick handful of 45s. Those didn't get sold. This next one, I didn't really know what it was last night. Seal Vein, S-Y-L-I-L. It's called Swallow, $6.99. Bill Baxter, Embracey Moy Idiot. Paul Revere, Just Like Me. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Sting, Be Still, My Beating Heart. And Into Temptation by Crowded House. Those are all $6.99. Also, Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. Avenged Sevenfold is on red vinyl, and Avenged Sevenfold is $29.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. Also, we have Motion City Soundtrack. Now, I'm pretty sure I saw a claim for this. This is $24.99. Motion City Soundtrack, $24. That is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchek. That is that. Tonight is 80s night for auctions. Yeah, 80s nights for auctions. Laura's already got a bunch of them up here. I have not sold a single thing from the hot picture. I've got a whole box. Look at all these. The Disney buyers, stand by. Look, this is a whole box of children's records John put together. All Disney and children's related, and I know y'all love those. We've already sold Winnie the Pooh. There's Robin Hood. We have a whole box full of them, so be ready. Let's go ahead and sell autograph. Plus, I got the bonus crate, and speaking of 80s, we can sell a lot of 80s rock. It looks like we got a lot of 80s pop, new wave, and stuff like that. Well, over here in my bonus crate, I can keep us busy with 80s rock, too. 80s rock and hair metal. Ziggy Chaos has that for $33. That's sold. Robin Hood 15, 17, 20. Calvin Ward got the Rick Springfield picture sleeve. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $6.99. And then Chaz Smith on Avenged Sevenfold, okay? That's sold to Chaz Smith, Avenged Sevenfold. Next in here was Ozzy. I can't believe no one got this because it's a much better price than if I had to order it new. Sealed, Memoirs of a Madman, $34.99. And Taylor Swift Speak Now. I think all the Taylor Swifts in here are still available. They're at great prices, much less than new retail. And this one's sealed, just $27.99. Are we done on Robin Hood? It's up to Michael Fairchild. That's at $20. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Duran Duran. This is their self-titled debut album. You may know them as Duran Duran. I may know them as Duran Duran. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Glenn has threw a flag. Glenn has threw a flag. Let me figure out what's going on here. Glenn has threw a flag. The flag has been thrown. And let's see what this challenge flag is for. And Glenn said, I had Avenged Sevenfold. Uh-oh. Let me go back up to the top. Was that from the video this morning? I'm trying to make sure I pull everything from the video this morning as closely as possible. Or are you saying you had it live here in the chat? Let me see what he's talking about here. We have autograph, Tender Years, Joan Jett, autograph out. How much for this? How much for that? This, Chaz Smith, Avenged Sevenfold. Flag, I had AS. Now, are you saying you had it in the chat? Because I don't see it. I'll have to scroll back up and look one more time. Next thing over here is Robin Hood's at 25. We have Zamarian Ozzy live in the chat. Okay, I'll go back up and look again. Hopefully you didn't get glitched. Let me go up here. Avenged Sevenfold. There's Genesis. Whitesnake, Tender Years. Rydell. How much is numbered? Anthology. Robin Hood. Robin Hood. RS. Chaz Smith. Avenged Sevenfold. And I don't see you anywhere before that, Glenn. Let me scroll way up here. I mean, I know it wasn't before this, but I'll show you. I think you might have got, unfortunately, the victim of a restream glitch. But yeah, you're nowhere to be seen on my chat here, other than your first comment that says flag. Yeah, that didn't come through at all. Just above the 80s comment. Okay. There's nothing. No, there's nothing here. No. I think on my master feed, you got glitched by the system, unfortunately. Now, what I can tell you is this album is still in print. if you want me to put you down on the waiting list, I might can get you one that's in print for a pretty close same price. I'm sorry that happens, but man, it's just a bizarre phenomenon. It's not just you. It happens. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. Who is Zamaron on Aussie? That it looks like I don't know whose handle. Is that Michael Rudolph? Is that Michael Rudolph? Because it's another YouTube handle that's been hidden by their... Michael, is that you? I think that's his profile picture. I'm having to remember profile pictures at this point. Okay, Robin Hood 25. I have completely lost my train of thought, and the train literally just came through the town. Okay, and then over here, Ozzy is sold to somebody, but I don't know who that is. Okay, next thing is Water Parks, and Water Parks is sold to Natasha Pickett. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you on that. Drive-by Truckers, I did see a claim by this. Charlie Sales, he gets that. Final call on Duran Duran. Nobody has bid. That's a $35 start. Japanese original pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. The last bid on Robin Hood was sold to Tracy Miller for $25. $25. That is sold to Tracy Miller for $25. There's that. And then Duran Duran, let's move that over here, and let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next one is going to be this, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Disneyland Storybook and Record. Nice. That one's actually black vinyl. Rudolph is a $10 start, okay? That's up for bid. Next in here was Thurston Moore. Psychic Thurston Moore is sealed, $19.99. Thurston Moore. Psychic, $19.99, and that is still available. Thurston Moore. Also, we had Rise Against, Ricochet. Rise Against is on orange vinyl, $24.99 for Rise Against. And then over here, we have All That Remains, The Fall of Ideals. All That Remains is $19.99. Glenn, about the best thing I can do for you, because I have to use my phone as the master feed. It's just what I have to go by, even though sometimes it embeds it up here or on your chat. I'll make a note and I'll let you know. I might, even if it's, because I know that album is still available in print, I might can get you one where we can match that price or get pretty dang close to it, okay? So make a note for Glenn on Twitch to look into Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, and then I'll let you know on that. So I apologize. Not your fault, and unfortunately not my fault. We'll blame technology. $6.99 on these singles. And then Homer and Jethro, Assault the Top Pops. I've got Crowded House, Now We're Getting Somewhere. Maybelline, Johnny Rivers. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. And Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel. All those singles are $6.99. Mike Massey gets Rise Against. That's sold to Mike Massey. Now, there's one more. There's Taylor Swift Folklore on gold vinyl, $24.99. Now, the rest of the crate was new sealed stuff that came in yesterday, like the 13.4 elevators. That's a mono half-speed master at $34.99. The 13.4 elevators, I've got 2 copies left. Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits. This last copy I have has a light ding on the cover, $33.99. That's all analog. All these singles are $6.99, including Go West, Elton John, Bobby Sherman, Johnny Rivers, Crowded House, and Homer and Jethro. Those are all $6.99. Over here, we have William Warner on ATR. All That Remains, that's sold to William Warner. Jason Fortnerack got Taylor Swift. And we have Rudolph. So right now, our current auction is Rudolph. That's the only one up for auction. These I'm about to go through individually, back in the back. That's leftovers from last night. Rudolph is a Disneyland Storybook and Record. Stacy has it for $26. Duran Duran is a no bid. Let's make that a buy it now for $35. Duran Duran, a buy it now for $35. That's their self-titled album, Girls on Film, Planet Earth. That is $35 on that. I'll start putting up some other stuff in just a second, including the hot picture. A little bit too early from anything in the hot picture, okay? Just a tad bit early from anything in the hot picture. But don't worry, I've got other stuff. And it looks like Kiss lights came in. Looks like Iron Maiden lights came in. And I think maybe even Led Zeppelin lights came in. But I do have more 80s here that wasn't necessarily in the hot picture. And we'll put up Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food, Burning Down the House, an OG, a strong VG copy, $15 start on that. All right, next thing in here was New Order. And New Order was $29.99. Who has been asking for this? Because I don't think I had you down, or if I did, it's a typo and I can't find you in my search. It's New Order Movement. Somebody's been asking for this, $29.99. Rudolph is at $26. Now it's at $28. We have an Out and Out. We got Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. And I think there was some claims for this. Yep, Clifford Umstead. So over here, we have Chess 75th Anniversary Series. Not Led Zeppelin, excuse me. It is Iron Maiden, Metallica, and Kiss, not Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelins aren't in yet. It's Iron Maiden, Metallica, Kiss, I think. So Howlin' Wolf, we got one sold to Clifford Umstead. I've got 2 extra copies here. 2 extra copies here. And also we have Pantera Live 101 proof. And Pantera is a double LP, $49.99 on Pantera. Fred Carnell on New Order. That's so to Fred Carnell. And then the best of Muddy Waters. The best of Muddy Waters. And Clifford Umstead also wanted one of these. That's so to Clifford Umstead. There's 1 extra copy. Chess Anniversary Series. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is $19.99. And then the new Neil Young is so to Clifford Umstead as well. All right, great crate there. I think it's worthy of us to read through those again. Rudolph is a final call to Stacy for $30. Brian Campbell, you're out. Talking Heads is at $15. Final call on that. And then next thing we're going to go, let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. And let's go ahead and do Dumbo. Walt Disney's Story of Dumbo. 24-page book and record, 33 1/3. Nice. These are typically trashed. I don't know how many we have to usually just discard because they're destroyed. These are unusually nice. $10 on that. Here's what's left in here quickly. Jerry Lee Lewis sealed. Austin City Limits, $24.99. Jerry Lee Lewis Mean Old Man, $89.99. Homer and Jethro sold to Danny Thomason for $4. $4 Danny Thomason. Also, we have Gene Vincent, The Bop Just Won't Drop, sealed $14.99. Rudolph, $32. Dumbo, $25. Black Crow's Happiness Bastards, $34.99. And we also have Death, Scream Bloody Gore, $49.99 on that one. And Iron Butterfly Live, $19.99. Talking Heads is $15, and that is sold to Rydell Martin. Thank you, Rydell. He was the only bidder on that. This is signed back here in the back by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. $475. It's Kiss My ASS. Signed on the vinyl. Signed on vinyl. Okay, let's go ahead and grab another LP then. Next LP we're going to put up. And without me accidentally grabbing a Kiss record, well, that was for tomorrow only. We have yesterday only. Helix, and this is Wild in the Streets, an 84 USOG EX edition, $15 start on that. Next is William Warner on Death, and that's sold to William Warner. Next thing, Talking Heads is already sold. Jerry Lee Lewis is EX $22.99 white label promo. James Gang was VG $9.99 and shrink wrap. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. Somebody bought this over on YouTube, but I don't know who that is. I think it's Michael Rudolph. Let me go back and show that. It was this username. He never did let me know. This was right here, Zamaron. But I think it's Michael Rudolph. I can't remember. This has already been claimed. I never did pull it. I think that's Michael Rudolph. Michael, are you still watching? They're hiding y'all's names now on YouTube. All I can see is your handle. So if your handle doesn't have some kind of clue to your name, then you might as well be invisible to me. So that's sold to him. Let's tag it for Michael. I'm pretty sure it's Michael. I hope it's Michael. When I see Michael later, I'll ask him again. He never did confirm that one. And then Steve Mason's next. Helix is at $15. Taylor Swift, Speak Now. Taylor Swift was sealed, $27.99. And then William was next on Ozzy, and then Steve Mason. We have Thurston Moore for $19.99, and then 13-4 Elevators, $34. Marshall Tucker, $33. Howlin' Wolf, $39. Pantera, $49. Muddy Waters, $39. And STP, $19.99. Rudolph is sold for $32 to Brian Campbell. The last bid on Dumbo was pretty much the first bid, $25, the high bid. Since then, all the other bids have been less. It's about to sell to Kelly for $25. I got another crate just like this. I still got to pull Chris Poland, Lonnie Brooks, Goblin Blade, Gravedigger, Still got to pull Stone Temple Pilots. That's sold to Leslie Wickline. I still got to pull Venom. I still got to pull STP to Sue Hallman. And then I still got to pull Horror Pops and Meteors. And that's all in the next crate. Okay? All that's still available. If you change your mind and want something there, let me know. If you just now noticed, they marked some incredible stuff. Guess what? John's marked 4 more crates. Laura's marking stuff and working on the rest of the auctions. We've got 2 crates of, quote, new vinyl. We're going to knock those out right after this next one. Auctions galore, including Children's 45s, Rolling Stones 45s, Prince 45s, Metal 45s, Reggae 45s, Frankenstein 45s, M&M 45s, McDonald's 45s, Oreos 45s, Wendy's 45s, and last but not least, we even got legitimately some Burger King 45s. Oh boy. No more tears, tears. No more tears, tears. No more tears. No more tears. Crack in the wind, light in the sky. Okay. Over here, Helix, 1820, and no one else bid on this, right? Soda Kelly Vloddercheck for $25. Okay. Next thing is Mickey's Christmas Carol, 24-page in book. Walt Disney's Mickey's Christmas Carol, $10 start on that. That's pretty cool. Walt Disney's Mickey's Christmas Carol, $10 start. Helix is at $23. First thing in here is Death, Individual Thought Patterns. 2007 clear with red splatter. Death is $49.99. Also, Miles Davis, You're Under Arrest, 180-gram reissue, sealed, $19.99. Let's go see what I missed when I walked away. Chad, you have any more Ace Frehley, 14 solo sealed? I have about 5 left, yes. Brian Connor says he's need 2 more. I'll make a note to pull those for you. I can do that. Make a note to pull the 2 for Brian Connors. We can do that. How about this one? Frosty the Snowman, 24-page storybook and record. This one's going to go up for a $10 start. We got Mickey and we got Frosty. Mickey already has bids for $25, $10, $25. Also in here was Etta James, a Waxwork 2014 mono remaster. Etta James, $24.99. The Rockettes, Start Over Again. The Rockettes, sealed, $27.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, She Still Comes Around to Love What's Left of Me, in shrink, $14.99. And then John Mayall was a sealed OG pressing from 71, $34.99. So Helix, we left off at Helix at $23, okay? And then over here, we have Mickey at $25. We got Frosty at $20, Mickey at $35, and a Wendy's Frosty for $23. Here's our next singles for $6.99. Nina Cherry, Kisses. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel. Bee Gees 1 in the picture sleeve. The Man with the Golden Arm. I sung that like the man with the golden gun. Elmer Bernstein, The Sports hit single, and Joshua, Nightmares for a Week. Those are all $6.99. That was Joshua, The Sports, Elmer Bernstein, The Man with the Golden Arm, Bee Gees, Peter Gabriel, Lionel Richie, and Nina Cherry. Those are all $6.99. We have BB and the Blue Shacks, Breaking Point. That is sealed for $14.99. Also, Death, Spiritual Healing, 2007 clear of red splatter. Once again, these deaths are not relapse. They are back on Black Label, $49.99. Requiem, Collapse into Chaos. That was sealed for $24.99. And Scarlet Riot, Invictica. Scarlet Riot is sealed, $24.99. Ivan Terrible 2239. Now, can you confirm who you are? Because that's another YouTube handle that I do not recognize. I will tag you for the Nina Cherry. Is that what you're trying to? Is that what you're trying to claim? I'll make sure. Let's update this. So here's our high bids. Mickey Mouse is at 35 of Kelly Vloddercheck. Frosty's at 23 with Aaron Andrus. Those are the high bids. Everybody else is out, and now Helix is at 27. The Meteors did get sold, and the Meteors was sold up here to Scott Dwallow, okay? That is sold to Scott Dwallow. And then Iron Butterfly Heavy. Iron Butterfly Heavy is still available. That's a sealed 2014 mono record store day, $24.99 on that. And then Deep Purple Machine Head. Deep Purple Machine Head is a sealed remaster, $29.99. Venom, Primeval, and Venom was officially sold to Mike MC. That's sold to Mike MC. And we have Horror Pops. And Horror Pops was also sold to Scott Dwallo. That is Ivan R. I had a feeling that's who that was. Ivan R. on Nina Cherry. Okay? So all those are still left. Ivan R. got Nina Cherry. Next is Gerald Whitworth offered $25 for Duran Duran. I'll do it for $28. Frosty is getting new bids, but it looks like we were done on Mickey. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. Okay? And then it looks like we might be done on Helix. Tom Kelly has it for $27. Also, Death Human, $49.99 for that. And we had the great Otis Redding Sing Soul Ballads. That's a remaster gatefold, $34.99. And then Black Crowes Amorica. Still got the Black Crowes, and this is still available sealed, $39.99. And then Death Angel, The Dream Calls for Blood, the 2013 sealed OG, $89.99. Sold to Cecil Grosskopf. Cecil Grosskopf got that. And we have Gravedigger. Gravedigger is sealed, $29.99. Gravedigger is sold to Brian Thurman. Thank you on that, Brian Thurman. That was sold to him. Okay, next thing over here is Frosty Out, Frosty Out. And David Doyle had this for $27, and that's sold to David Doyle for $27. And Helix over here is sold to Tom Kelly for $27. And Paul Brothers wants Otis, not Tanner's dog. He wants Otis Redding. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Next single is going to go up right now, and that one is the following. This is The Night Before Christmas. Nice. The Night Before Christmas, Storybook and Record, 1970. $10 start on that one. Disneyland Storybook and Record. Also, Taylor Swift Fearless. Taylor Swift Fearless is $22.99. We have Queens of the Stone Age Like Clockwork. That is sealed for $34.99. And The Who Live at the Oval. And that is sealed for $34.99. The Who live at the Oval. Okay, let's go back over here. And the first thing I have, the next Storybook and Record, is going to go up right now. And that is Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2. That is also going to go up for a $10 start. Flag on OG Gravedigger, claimed live in the video. The first person on Gravedigger was Brian Thurman, and Sean Drew, and you were second. I have it sorted by recent first, and he is showing a slight advantage. He is showing a slight advantage. You look. I've got them sorted by recent first, so the oldest comments are at the bottom, and that means right up here. He was first, and then you were second. He was first. Christmas is at 10. Christmas 25. Christmas 27, and then we have Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, and this is still available, $29.99. Also, The Clash London Calling. The Clash is sealed, $34.99. Aaron Jones, Child of the State, $19.99. And then Diamond Distance and Liquid Fury. Sonny Vincent, Primitive 69-76, $24.99. Lonnie Brooks was sold to James Chilcott. That's sold to Lonnie Brooks. Chris Poland was sold to Richard Davis. That's sold to Richard Davis. Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. Motorhead, the Ace of Spades, is officially sold to nobody. I think this is the only Motorhead that didn't get claimed. Let me look one more time. This is the only Motorhead that did not get claimed. Ace of Spades, sealed, $34.99. Goblin Blade was also sold, and Goblin Blade was sold to Brian Thurman. And then over here we have Slaughter and the Dogs, Vicious, sealed, $29.99. Septagon was sealed for $14.99, and the Animals Retrospective sealed, $39.99. Okay, let's put up another LP. Let's go ahead and do something from the ad. Let me clarify what happened with the post today, because there's going to be a lot of people highly curious on what's going on. So my phone may be blurry, but first let me purge the video from today. So everybody got everything from the video except Sean Drew, and you were second on Gravedigger. Danny, you were next on Motorhead Bastards. Danny, you were next on Motorhead Parole. Danny, you were next on Chris Poland. Kelly Vlodarchek, you were next on Water Parks. Scott Dwallo next on Death Angel. Scott Dwallo next on Goblin's Blade. And everybody else got what they wanted. I gave you a thumbs thumbs up, okay? If you're ever curious on who's going to get what, you hit the newest comment. You can sort by newest comment, and if you scroll to the bottom, I'll work my way up, and then at some point you can figure out who's going to get what, okay? So today I made an unveiling of the newest collection we bought. Paul sent me hot pictures yesterday. So there's 2 posts up right now. Here's the first one, which has all these incredible records. None of these are for sale tonight unless they're in this picture in the most recent post. So you can go to CollectCo on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and it says auction preview. Those are the only ones being sold tonight. Those right there. Those are all new ones from the collection. Anything else that was in that first post is going to be tomorrow or Friday or Saturday. Okay, so all these here that says auction preview, that's for tonight, Tuesday, 11/25. Anything else that you spy with your little eye, those are not ready for tonight. They're coming in a future show. And they'll only sell if you see them in a preview that says right here, the date and the night we're going to sell them. If it ever says new collection, that just lets you know, hey, we just bought an incredible collection of records, which if y'all don't know by now, we do that on about a weekly basis. And I encourage everybody to watch every night because you're probably going to see stuff you didn't even know we had. It's almost impossible at this rate to photograph all the new stuff that comes in on a weekly basis here. So be sure you pay attention on the hot pictures. And we got a lot of incredible stuff to auction between now and the end of the year. And I think there's more on the way. Night Before Christmas is at $30. Winnie the Pooh's at $10. David Dole has Night Before Christmas. Tracy Miller has Pooh. And then here's our next LP auction. Billy Squier, In Shrink, Don't Say No. This is a 1981 U.S. Winchester OG. This album is only in print through Intervention Records, which is like an audiophile press. Great album. Hop Sticker, The Stroke, My Kind of Lover, $15 start on Billy Squier, okay? That is the first auction right here from the hot picture, this one right here. This is the first one that's went up for sale. If you just got on, you literally are tuned in right now to the beginning of the show. What I've been doing for about the last hour is recapping this morning's 6 a.m. video and auctioning 45s. And a few other bonus records. If you just hopped on, you have not literally missed anything that hadn't already been shown except for some new 45s and a couple other things. Now, there was a couple claims. Let me go back to the video I was working out of. Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records, because if you don't catch all the sales, sometimes at 6 and 9 o'clock, you can catch a big chunk of leftovers like this, okay? Next thing over here is this. Let's go back up to the top. We have, first thing, we had Edwin Riviera on Septagon. That is sold to Edwin Riviera. Is Ace of Spades the A and B single? Danny's asking about Motorhead. Motorhead, Ace of Spades is Ace of Spades and Dirty Love and Ace of Spades instrumental. A limited edition red vinyl EP of the Ace of Spades 40th anniversary. Red vinyl, $34.99. Okay? Gerald Whitworth gets Duran Duran. Gerald Whitworth gets Duran Duran for $28, okay? Duran Duran for $28. So, let me figure out what's going on. I've seen about 2 or 3 other questions, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything. First thing was a question about Exhibit and Redman. That's not tonight. All the rap and hip-hop will be sold together on one night. You're probably looking at Friday night or Saturday night. Okay, Night Before Christmas was 30. Pooh 11, Pooh 12, Billy Squier 15, Billy Squier 15, Billy Squier 15, Billy Squier 20, Billy Squier 25. Did I miss new vinyl? No. Billy Squier 16. Chad, did you see my message? No. If you message or email Facebook or YouTube, you're talking to Tony or Ed, they will get back with you soon. Okay, they will get back with you soon. If you're ever messaging CollectCo, you're messaging to this week Tony, or most of the time, of course, Ed, and he will help you with any problems you have. Give them 24 to 48 hours. Give them a day. This week's maybe give them 2 days because of the holiday. You might have to give them 3 days, but they should reply to you tomorrow. Tomorrow's a normal business day here. Billy Squier 25. Billy Squier 25. What's the Elvis 45? That's not Elvis, but I'm about to show it. Gerald Whitworth got Duran Duran for 28. Billy Squier 30. Aaron Worley wants Aaron Jones. That's here out of the crate. I have not read through these a second time. Billy Squire 35, Billy Squire 18, Billy Squire 40. Okay, so that means Nightmare Before Christmas is sold. This is sold to David Doyle for $30. That means Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2 is at 15 with Tracy Miller. If you're not Tracy, you don't have this for 15. And then over here, we have Billy Squire, The Stroke, $40 with Calvin Ward. Did I claim this morning get me the Chris Poland record? No. Danny, you were second on all of your claims. You were second on Motorhead, and second on Chris Poland. Okay, and Sean was second on Gravedigger. Kelly second on Water Park. Scott next on Death Angel, and Scott next on Goblin's Blade. Everybody else got what they wanted. Okay, Dwayne Worley claimed Aaron Jones. Yes. Okay. All righty. Here we go. I think we're ready. All done? Billy Squire still getting bids. These definitely are worthy of just a quick read-through. If you need a price, let me know. We had Death, Individual Thought Pattern, Miles Davis, Etta James, The Rockettes, Jerry Lee Lewis, John Mayall was a sealed OG, BB and the Blue Shacks. We have Death Angel, Requiem. We got Scarlet Riot, Iron Butterfly, Deep Purple, Death, Black Crows, Taylor Swift, Queens of the Stone Age, The Who live at the Oval, Nick Cave, The Clash, Diamond Distance, Slaughter and the Dogs, Motorhead, and the Animals. Okay? All right. Next over here is this, and we're good to go, okay? Let's go over here. That was not me that asked, but I know. And, oh, that was Richard Davis. Oh, that was Richard Davis. Yes, Richard, you got that. Sorry, y'all both claimed it. Yeah, it was Richard Davis. Richard Davis got it. Okay, my bad. It was Richard Davis that got it. Yes, Richard, you got it. Sorry. Y'all both were the ones who claimed it, so I got messed up. But yeah, Richard, you did get it. Danny was second. Okay, I got Steve Martin Brothers for $6.99. Love Theme from St. Elmo's Fire. Foreigner, I Don't Want to Live Without You. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Radio Jack and Jill. James Brown, Don't Be a Dropout. Donna Summer, Love is in Control. And Merle Haggard, Daddy Frank the Guitar Man. $6.99. Okay? $6.99. Next thing is Billy Squires at $47. And Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2. And that is still getting bids, it looks like. But it is on its final call. No, it was out. We were done on that one, right? Yeah, this sold to Tracy Miller for $15. Okay, I think we're finally ready for our first full crate. Billy Squire, if you just tuned in, Billy Squire is the first record from the Hot Picture. You've got on at a perfect time if somebody just got on. That is the first record from the Hot Picture. And a lot of people said, hip, hip, and parade. I have fed my dog. I've put my wife to bed. My gerbil has been petted. And now I'm ready to tune in for Chad, lock in, and give my all. Otherwise, I'm going to wake up in the morning and be like, dang, why didn't I get on the feed earlier and start bidding on stuff? Why did I wait and give Roscoe attention and walk him? I could have just let him pee all over the carpet. I would have cleaned it up yesterday. Next thing, what is on Kim Carnes? Mistaken Identity and Jamaica Sunday Morning, $6.99. Here we go. Johnny Griffin. John Griffin wants Bobby Sherman for $5. Sold for $5. Okay. Let me catch my breath. Here we go. Next Disney record is going up right now. This is, without a doubt, right now, our next Disney single, Peter and the Wolf. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Billy Squire is at $51 with Calvin Ward. Next thing is the following. Let's look up Judas Priest pre-order. Let's knock this out. Judas Priest is $29.99. This comes out Friday. It is a new 35th anniversary remaster black vinyl, $29.99. Mark Morris was first on the pre-order. So to Mark Morris, also Scott Markheim and Paul Conway. There's 2 more sold. Peter and Wolf. Peter and the Wolf is the Disney record, $10 start on that. Billy Squire. The last bit on Billy Squire, Jim B put SB55. I'm assuming that's for Billy Squire, and you got dyslexic on the syllables. And we have another auction going to go up right now. Let me go ahead and pull this out before Laura puts anything in there. We have Pet Shop Boys, Introspective. Pet Shop Boys is an 88 USOG with the original inner sleeve. It does have a bend up here in the corner, a little bit of a crease that runs up here. $20 start on that, okay? Next on the Judas Priest pre-order was Brian Studdard and Ken Crooker. Brian Studdard and Ken Crooker, Jim Sedal and Stephen Reeves. Jim Sedal and Stephen Reeves. Also Bob Riger and Scott Corcoran. Bob Riger and Scott Corcoran. Scott Dwallow and Kevin Voitosh. Scott Dwallow and Kevin Voitosh. Terry Gearhart and Edwin Riviera. Terry Gearhart and Edwin Riviera. Chris Smith and Melanie Clausen. All right, Chris Smith and Melanie Clausen. Judas Priest, I have 5 copies left. 35th anniversary, remastered black vinyl. The first claim over here was Steve Mason. He wants a copy. We have 4 copies left if anybody live wants a Judas Priest. The pre-order was Mark Morris, Scott Markheim, Paul Conway, Brian Studdard, Ken Crooker, Jim Sedal, Stephen Reeves, Bob Riger, Scott Corcoran, Scott Dwallow, Kevin Voitoch, Terry Gearhart, Edwin Riviera, Chris Smith, and Melanie Clausen. Sean Druin says he also wants one. There's one sold to Sean Druin. Now there's 3 copies left. Did Peter and the Wolf get a bid? This is the first one that did not get a bid. Peter and the Wolf is sold to Michael Fairchild for $10. There we go. Pet Shop Boys is a $20 bid with Joe DeGaldo. Make sure if you're bidding, you put what the title is or some kind of identification, and then your numerical, a number, and that first bid is with Joe DeGaldo at $20. And then Billy Squire is sold. Calvin never did say out. I've got to give Calvin one more chance on that one. Jim B 1001, that's a different Jim B, $55. Here's our next singles. These are $6.99. We have David Gates from Bread, Goodbye Girl. Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. We have Andy Gibb, Our Love, Don't Throw It Away. Radio Jack and Jill. Lisa and Colt Jam, Head to Toe. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. And Sting, Russians. Those are all $6.99. So Pet Shop now has boys for $25, $25, $25, $25, $25, $25, $25, and now Billy Squire has a bid for $55. Our next auction is, oh my gosh, it's The Hobbit. Holy guacamole. This is The Hobbit, storybook and record, a $10 star. That's now up for bid. Next thing is Tony Freeman on DG. That was for one of these singles, $6.99. DG was for David Gates from Bread, sold to Tony Freeman, and then Rydell wants Lisa, and Colt Jam, sold. And then over here, next thing in this, I have 2 copies of Clutch, and this is their self-titled album, $59.99. This officially calls for me to make a journey up front to get my laptop. And a bottle of water before I have a mild stroke. Let me go over here and get my laptop. Why am I saying it like that? I don't really know. Just something that happens. Anytime I try to say the word laptop, it comes out strange. I've had to practice it since I was a kid. I used to look in the mirror and I'd be like, okay, Chad, you can do this. Say it. Laptop. All right. Where's those waters at? Or as Clark Griswold said, where's the Tylenol? All righty. All right. Laptop. You okay in there, Jill? Okay, Jill's doing good. She's probably like, what is wrong with my brother? All right, Clutch. The waiting list for this is Hessen Session. Oh, Hessen Session, you was on a waiting list for Clutch. This is sold to Hesson Session, 1995 self-titled, remastered 2LP, 4-side etching, and autographed. This has an autographed insert signed by the full band, $59.99. Let's put this right over here, and let's put this, our first full crate. Holy moly. Did you hear my knees pop when I set that down? Golly, that's the pains of getting an old man. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm now like you. Dwayne Worley on clutch. That's so to Dwayne Worley. Now, let me scroll back up and see what else happened. There was 3 busy auctions. Billy Squire got a new bid for 55. We sold David Gates. We sold Lisa and Colt Jam. Hobbit 15. Pet Shop Boys 27. Hobbit 10. Hobbit 15. Hobbit 15. Hobbit 15. Hobbit 30. Pet Shop Boys 30. Hobbit 15. Hobbit 20. Retro Class Entertainment also wants a radio. That's sold to Rydell Martin. Thank you on that. Hobbit 21, Pet Shop Boys 35. And then Hobbit 19, Hobbit 22, Hobbit 23, Hobbit 20, Pet Shop Boys 33, Hobbit 25, Dwayne Worley got clutch, Hobbit 26, Hobbit 28, and then Fred Cardinale. Fred Cardinale, let's tag him on a waiting list for clutch, self-titled. That's this one right here. Clutch, self-titled deluxe, Fred Cardinale waiting list. Calvin, your $55 bid on Billy Squire did not move the auction. He already had it for $55. James Bullock did. So Calvin, you just tied him. Okay? Calvin, you just tied him. So that did not move the auction, by the way. So you're still tied on that. And then over here, Fred Cardinale on the wait list for clutch. Calvin Ward wants a taste of honey from the $6.99 pile. That's so to Calvin Ward. What about the Hobbit? The last bid was William Warner at $28. And the last bid on Pet Shop Boys was Amenities 1. Can you let me know who you are over on YouTube, Amenities, because I don't recognize your handle because they've changed it on YouTube. So $33 on Pet Shop Boys. Next is a restock of Yes, Big Generator, orange vinyl. Love will find a way. Yes, $29.99, orange vinyl. And we have Sugar Hill Gang Zoetrope picture disc. I only got one. $46.99. This was Sugar Hill Gang. Sugar Hill Gang. And the wait list for this was Troy Robinson. Troy, these finally came back in. I got you down, sir, on a Zoetrope picture disc, okay? Now Travis has Pet Shop Boys for $35. Pet Shop Boys for $35. And now Pet Shop Boys is at $40. And now, so he's a new buyer. Whoever YouTube is, Amenities, that's a new buyer, okay? So we have Pet Shop Boys now at $40. Billy Squire's at $62. And The Hobbit is at $37 of Charles Cressel. Next is this. This is new for Friday. The Rockin' Roots of Led Zeppelin. What a cool cover. The Rockin' Roots of Led Zeppelin. I think y'all familiar with the series they've been doing. This is $34.99. You get Page and Plant, Aerosmith with Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones 2 tracks, Page and Plant, The Black Crowes and Jimmy Page, and the Black Crowes and Jimmy Page. I've got 6 copies. There was no pre-order for this. $34.99. The Rockin' Roots of Led Zeppelin. I've got 6 in stock. $34.99. And I've got 2. This is also new. This comes out Friday. Remastered and expanded. Sun Ra and his orchestra, Supersonic Jazz. His 1957 debut album, remastered on 2 LPs, tracks of alternate versions and studio takes on the second LP. So the second LP has alternate versions and studio takes. Sun Ra and his orchestra expanded. So you get the actual album remastered and then another disc of bonus tracks for Sun Ra. That comes out Friday. Okay, now a lot of activity. Billy Squire got up to 57 and then 60 and then 62. And then Pet Shop Boys 40. Hobbit was at 37. Japanese buy it nows, I'll go through them in a second. Pet Shop Boys 45. George Jones on Zeppelin. So did George Jones. Chris Gardner on Zeppelin. So did Chris Gardner. Hobbit Details. An original Disney single. VG++++. Nice book. Travis Woods on Led Zeppelin. Bill Samus on Led Zeppelin. Next is Susie Q on Led Zeppelin. Robert Warner on Sun Ra. The Rockin' Roots is done with Rockin' Bear Records. Pet Shop Boys 45. Dwayne Worley on Zeppelin. Fred Cardinale on Sun Ra. Judas Priest sold to John Miller. Timeout. Billy Squire. The last bid that came in for BS was Calvin at 62. James Bullock's out. Sold to Calvin for $62. Charles Cressel gets the Hobbit. This is sold to Charles Cressel for $37. Pet Shop Boys is at $50 with Travis Woods. Let's move this over. Next Disney single. Next Disney single is Nobody Cares About Me with Big Bird, Sesame Street. Not a Disney record, a Sesame Street record. $10 start. Next in this crate is Buck Cherry, Black Butterfly. These are already all sold. So these were some new releases for Friday. I had my sales rep run me a spreadsheet because Record Store Day is this Friday. So when you're trying to look through new releases, there's all this stuff that I can't order because it's Record Store Day. And it's really hard for me to find stuff that I can get that's not a Record Store Day title. That's how I found Sun Ra, that's how I found Led Zeppelin, and that's how I found Buck Cherry. So I actually already posted Buck Cherry. This is called Buck Cherry Black Butterfly. It's a deluxe edition with 3 bonus tracks, or maybe 6 bonus tracks. 6 bonus tracks. It's a 2 LP yellow vinyl. So what I did, I saw that there was going to be plenty in stock. I went ahead and posted a pre-order, and we sold 5 copies. Chad Snyder, Rick Hall, and Scott Smith. I still got Brent Robley and Brad Waits, and I went ahead and ordered 3 more. So tomorrow or Friday, we'll have the rest of the pre-order and 2 or 3 more copies if anybody wants to go ahead and get one right now. Buck Cherry, that's new for Friday. That's an album that's been out of print, and that album was originally released in 2008. It's been out of print on vinyl. Pet Shop Boys is with Amenities 1 at $52. Amenities 1 at $52. Travis is out. Sesame Street's at $10. Now 15, now 20. We have a request for Samantha Fox. I got Traveling Wilburys, George Michael. I got Duran Duran, David Bowie. I've got Madonna, Orchestra Movies in the Dark. Duran Duran, Flock of Seagulls. The Specials, Tears for Fears. The Clash, Oingo Boingo. George Clinton, Parliament Funkadelic. Psychedelic Furs, Outfield. Queen. The Sugar Cubes. Prince. Joan Jett. Pet Shop Boys. Duran Duran. Cyndi Lauper. X, XTC, Madonna, Crowded House, The Cult, Tears for Fears, The Smithereens, Weird Al Yankovic, Kate Bush, Rush, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Midnight Oil, Yellow Magic, The Jam, Bootsy's Rubber Band, Talking Heads, Samantha Fox, George Michael, all the bonus stuff and all the unadvertised bonus stuff and all the Disney 45s. Wow. Samantha Fox, Love House. Samantha Fox is an 88 USOG VG condition, a $5 start. Okay, up at the top. Y'all heard a lot, right? Those will be sold between now and 11 o'clock. Hopefully sooner the better. We'll try to get them up as soon as possible. We're going to have 1 or 2 LPs in the back. That's a very big batch of highly desirable stuff that we normally don't have. 80s at its best. Incredible lineup of auctions, plus all the bonus stuff, plus all these children's records, and Chad needs a drink of water. Big Star is not advertised for tonight. No Big Star auction. That was not advertised for tonight. Okay, here we go. I have refilled my body. So Sesame Street was at 30 with now 35. Susie Q has that for $35. Samantha Fox is at 7. I'm about to give first-time buyers instructions right now because I think we have one. This is sold to Amenities over on YouTube. Amenities 1, $52. Here's some instructions. $52 on Pet Shop Boys. If you're a first-time buyer on YouTube, you don't have to register until you buy something. So if you're new, you can start bidding right away. You don't have to be registered. But we immediately need you to register if you are a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer, if you're on YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video, the paragraph that's the description of the video. Please fill out that form as soon as possible, preferably right now. If we have anybody new, I'm going to go over here to our email. Whenever you fill out that form, it auto-generates us an email of your information. We do $8 in limited shipping. That started Sunday night with our in-store sale. Last night, tonight, tomorrow, and then no-show Thursday because of Thanksgiving. Friday and Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. So if you buy 20 more records this week, it's all going to ship for $8. If you only buy 145, it's going to be $8 shipping. If you buy one Funko, $8. If you buy 3,000 CDs, like some people do, $8 shipping. Sesame Street is sold for $35, and that is sold to Susie Q. That is done, and Samantha Fox is at $11. Okay, the only thing left in here is Yes Big Generator on orange vinyl for $29 and Judas Priest 35th Anniversary Remastered Black Vinyl, $29.99. We got a wait list going for Buck Cherry. We got a wait list going for Zeppelin and Sun Ra, but I'll show those at the end of the crate. This is a new pressing of Stone Roses. That's a little bit cheaper than normal. They've embossed the cover. It's only $29.99. Great song, I Want to Be Adored, $29.99. I saw Metallica in Dallas. I think it was, no, one of the shows I seen them in, when Robert and Kurt came out and did their little instrumental thing. They played the Stone Roses, I Want to Be Adored, $29.99. If you're on Facebook and you're a first-time buyer, you can send us a DM. So if you're on Facebook, you can just send us a DM. We actually prefer that. That way we can contact you easily through chat. It's a lot easier than email, Facebook DM. This is new from Gojira. This comes out Friday. It's a new limited edition pressing on bone and gray splatter. Gojira Fortitude. That's new for Friday. That's a new pressing, a new SKU, $33.99. Their bass player. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. I remember seeing that in the news. I forgot all about that. Stone Roses, I Want to Be Adored. Okay, so we got Samantha Fox 8, Samantha Fox 8, Samantha Fox 10, Samantha Fox 11, Samantha Fox 11, info on Samantha Fox. Steve Little wants Judas Priest. ST over on YouTube gets a Stone Roses. And then Steve Little also wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. Don't forget to let me show those tonight, okay? And then we have Scott Smith on Stone Roses, and let's get a waiting list going. First person on the wait list is Jim Davis. Jim Davis, first on waiting list, okay? Samantha Fox 12. Here we go. Samantha Fox is called Love House. It's an 88 USOG VG condition, 12-inch single. 12-inch single, VG condition. It's at $13 with Chris Gardner. Jim Berg wants one of the new Gorgiras. Samantha Fox is at $13. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is the following. I have our next Disney record going up. This is Little Hiawatha. I don't know if I've seen that one before. $10 start on that one. 24-page book and record. All right, let's go down the lineup of all these incredible 80s records tonight. I'm going to go after a couple that I don't recognize. I'm going to do some of those first. I do not think I've ever seen this before. George Clinton, Parliament and Funkadelic, The Mothership Connection, live from Houston. Never had this before. Original video soundtrack. This is new to me. An 86 US original sealed, unopened, Clinton, Parliament, Funkadelic, live in Houston, $25 start. Little Hiawatha, kind of a deeper cut Disney record there, $10 start on that. LA Guns, The Hollywood Years, live and loaded, blue marble vinyl. LA Guns is $34, and also restocked Yes, 90125. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Rhino Reserve, cut from the original analog tape, $36.99 on Yes. Boy, y'all about obliterated that crate. Let me show y'all some stuff you can get on waiting list for. The first thing you get on a wait list for is the Stone Roses at $29.99. Stone Roses at $29.99, self-titled. And then we have a wait list going for Buck Cherry Black Butterfly, their 2008 album, Yellow Vinyl Deluxe, $39.99 for the waiting list for Buck Cherry. And then here's some new stuff. That was new for Friday. This is also new for Friday. Sun Ra and his orchestra, Supersonic Jazz, his 1957 album. Now, I don't know if y'all realize this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a real OG copy of this is like couple $1,000s in high grade. So this is a very expensive record on the Saturn label. Yeah, I think that's one of his records that's like a couple $1,000s if you got a really nice one. Sun Ra and his orchestra, that's a new deluxe expanded remastered. We have a wait list going for that. And then this is really cool. This is called The Rockin' Roots of Led Zeppelin. This is $34.99. This is an unofficial series that they're putting out. But, man, my distributor that typically don't do unofficial live recordings have been selling these. They're like the main distributor. So it's a radio transmission compilation with Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, Aerosmith, Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones, the Black Crowes and Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. $34.99. $34.99. Ha-ah-wah-tha. Hawatha. Ha'atha. Exactly. Little ha-ah-wath. Wow, that's a tough one for me. Let's go back up top and see what's going up. First thing we had was Samantha Fox was at 14, then 15. The Disney record opened at 15. George Clinton, or Parliament Funkadelic, whatever y'all call it, P-Funk, 25, 25, 25. Nick Bargeron on L.A. Guns. Funkadelic 25. Amenities just got registered. David Doyle wants Yes, 90125. P-Funk 30. Disney 20. Samantha Fox 16. Funkadelic 35. Disney 25. Disney 27. Sun Ra is $34.99. Remastered, expanded, $34.99. All right, not much left in there. Yes, Gojira. Yes, and Judas Priest. Judas Priest is a new anniversary. Comes out Friday, 29. We got a restock of Big Generator of Yes on orange vinyl. Gojira is new for Friday. A new pressing, limited edition brown and gray splatter. And Yes, 90125. That was new recently from Rocktober. All analog there. All right, and so we got 3 pretty busy auctions. Don't forget, I'm trying to knock out this stack of singles back here. These are all $6.99. Genesis, Invisible Touch. Debbie Gibson, Staying Together. Peter Rabbit by DJ and the Runaways. Kim Carnes, Draw the Cards. Sting, Be Still My Beating Heart. Debbie Gibson, We Could Be Together. And let's pause at Van Halen, Finish What You Started from OU812. All right, there's that. P-Funk 40, P-Funk 45, and the Disney singles at 27. Tracy Miller, You're Out. Okay? All those singles are $6.99. I have another crate of new vinyl. I have 4 crates from John. Laura's marking some stuff right now. I think she's making her selections. She's pulling over here from the new collection, which is going to be very similar stuff as of last night. At some point tonight, when it gets a little bit more slower, I'll have to tag all the lights. I think if y'all saw me tag the lights last night or Saturday night, whenever I tagged the Kiss lights, whenever you see me tag the Kiss lights, it basically stops the show. So I'm not going to do that till much, much later, like nearly at the end of the show. And I don't think there's any leftovers, because I don't really have anything to sell. So instead of stopping the show to tag more Kiss lights and the Iron Maiden lights and Metallica, I'm literally going to do that like at the end of the show, because it would be a screeching halt. Okay, it'd be, and it'd be like a train crash, because it's a very complex thing for me to try to do live. But I'll do that at the end. I will do it live here, okay? New buyer registered, new buyer registered, new buyer registered. The word is out. Collectco has acquired another incredible collection. Everybody wants a piece of the action. Everybody wants a piece of the action. Everybody's making my chest hurt even more. We have Disney at $27, P-Funk 40, P-Funk 45. Mike Massey got Van Halen, Samantha Fox 20. Chris Gardner next on Van Halen, P-Funk 50. Calvin Ward third on Van Halen. Is that Sting, Every Breath You Take? No. That was a Police song, but no, that's not what that was. And then Samantha Fox, the last bid was $20, Stanley Richmond. P-Funk is at $60, and the Disney record here was between 2 people, and the most recent high bidder is Susie Q at $27. I'm going to make sure Tracy Miller's out. Joe DeGaldo wants Genesis, Invisible Touch. What is next in here? I've got 3 copies of new for Friday, Molly Hatchet. They don't put out a lot, especially something vintage and original, a live concert, a triple LP blue vinyl. A triple LP blue vinyl. This is official too. Molly Hatchet, 1980, live at the Royal Oak Theater, and that's a triple LP. There's already a pre-order for this. I've already got more on the way. So these are literally already spoken for, but don't worry, there's more on the way. This is Molly Hatchet, 3LP, $39.99. This is Molly Hatchet. We got George Jones, Jamie McCord, and Clifford Umstead. I've still got to get one for Darren Wallace and Tyler Ewbury. So by the time I ordered these, y'all had already started making claims, and then the rest are on their way. So if anybody else wants one, I've already got 5 more ordered, so there'll be 2 more tagged. There should be 3 extras, okay? This is officially sold to Susie Breedlove for $27. There's that. The P-Funk records at $75 with JH. And then over here, Samantha Fox. And this is a Soda Stanley Richmond for $20, okay? Over here, the crab chips I'd eat are Utz. I think that's what they're called. Yeah, UTZ. UTZ, Utz. Yes. Okay, over here. Next thing is Calvin wants on the Molly Hatchet. That's essentially just a waiting list. Next auction over here. Josie's on a vacation far away. An 85 U.S. Pittman OG copy of The Outfield Play Deep. A fantastic album. Fantastic. Say It Isn't So. I Don't Need Her is my favorite song on the album. I Don't Need Her. That's a good one. Outfield, $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up another Disney record. Boy, do we got the collection over here. We're chipping away one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Here and there. And what is the next one? Ooh, Smokey the Bear. That's a cool one. Smokey the Bear, 24-page record. That's going to go up for a $10 start. I think we're done on P-Funk. JH has that for $75. Next is Simply Red. This is new from, I didn't know this was music on vinyl. Recollections, $49.99. I saw this and the price, I was like, and I didn't realize it was music on vinyl, so that's much more understandable. $49.99, Simply Red Recollections. Limited edition, crystal clear and black marble vinyl. 40 new recordings of classic songs celebrating 40 years of Simply Red. $49.99. Now, Troy Robinson was on a special request. But Troy, yours is coming from a different distributor. So I saw they ordered that for Troy, and I was like, okay, I didn't know this was coming out. $49.99. I've got 2 of them, Simply Red. Perfect for 80s night. Let's go ahead and sell the P-Funk record. Now, JH on YouTube, can you confirm who you are? If you're new or if you're a regular, all I can see is your handle, so you're kind of invisible to me. You do get P-Funk for $75, okay? Next over here, I have not priced out the Beatles box sets yet. That will definitely have to be later, at least an hour, maybe 2 hours. Calvin on Molly Hatchet, Outfield 25, Outfield 25, Smokey 30, Outfield 30, Smokey 15, Outfield 35, Smokey 20, Smokey 25, Outfield 40, Outfield 40, Outfield 40, Smokey 30, Smokey 35, and The Roots. This is new for Friday. The Roots, $39.99, and this is called Come Alive 2, live at Blue Note, New York City. The Roots, $39.99. Next auction is Queen, A Kind of a Magic. We don't get a lot of OGs of this, just because I think when it was released, more so later 80s, 1986, an 86 club copy, EX++ near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. It's got a little something right there on the jacket. I love the artwork on this one. Very cool. Queen, Kind of a Magic, $35 start on that. $35 start. That's now up for bid, and that's JH on YouTube, Joe Harris. Okay, JH on YouTube, you got it. There's The Roots. That's sold to Rydell. Thank you, Retro Class Entertainment. This is new for Friday. Madonna, the Silver Collection, Bedtime Stories pressed on silver vinyl. I think she's doing a new deal. She's pressing some of her out-of-print albums and later stuff on silver vinyl. Madonna Bedtime Stories, that's new for Friday, $33.99. Okay, so here's the update. 3 very busy auctions, and the first one is Outfield at $40. There's about 3 people at $40. Now Stephen Reeves has it for $45. That's for Outfield. Charlie Marks just bid $40 on Queen, and the Disney record is Smokey the Bear. Dwayne Caldwell has that for $37. Here is all the no bids from last night. These are all no bids from last night. Let's do Japanese first. Okay? And these are all the no bids from last night. Here they are. Alabama, the close you get, a white label promo with Dixieland Delight, $35. Loudness. Loudness is Shadows of War, $35. The Pretenders 2, $35. Stones Undercover, $35. Foreigner Double Vision, $35. And another Alabama white label promo, 40-hour week. Those are all Japanese pressings, $35 each. Right now, that's my only Japanese inventory except for a new batch of Japanese singles that came in today that hadn't even been unboxed. Those are all $35. Here's two non-Japanese no bids. Kiss Creatures of the Night, $45, and 82 OG VG++ EX in shrink, and Van Halen OU812 OG Near Mint minus $40. Those are all buy it nows. Those were no bids from yesterday. Some of those were put up at like 1 a.m., so they were shown very, very late. Outfield 45, Queen 42. The current Disney is Smokey the Bear, and the high bid is $37. Queen 42. Outfield 45, Queen 45. Tom Kelly first on Loudness. Loudness sold for $35 to Tom Kelly. He was first on that one. We have an offer on the Stones for $25. Sorry, information on Outfield. Give me 1 second. Jerry Conklin next on Loudness. We have an offer on the Stones. Queen 47, Queen 50. Kevin J. Reitz gets Foreigner. Double Vision. That's sold to Kevin J. Reitz. $35 on Foreigner. Van Halen is sold to Retro Class Entertainment for $40. Stephen Reeves was second. Queen has a new bid for $55. Dennis Daly next on Van Halen. The Rolling Stones is sold to John Durden for $25. Okay. Three people on the Van Halen buy it now. Can y'all believe that went up last night without a bid? That's because right now there is 288 people watching, and when I put that up for bid last night, there was about 90 people watching. Simply Red is the 2LP edition. I went ahead and did the 2LP edition because it was a little cheaper. I've got 2 left. Okay, Outfield, big auction back here, out of print. The last time it was in press, 2 different times. Music on Vinyl has pressed this. They did a purple vinyl, and then I think they did a yellow or blue. But they're their last person. It's no longer available. The Outfield has nothing in print, unfortunately. This is an 85 OG copy with the original under sleeve. This is a true OG retail copy. And the Outfield, the most recent bid, was the following. Amenities 1 has it for $45, but you tied Stephen Reeves. Stephen Reeves' bid came in first, so Stephen still has it for $45. Queen is also OG. It's at $77, and nobody else bid on Smokey the Bear. I've already said that once. I've said it twice, and now it's Dwayne Caldwell's for $37, okay? Moving on. Sepultura. There was a waiting list for this. Roots. Roots is remastered over 2 LPs with bonus tracks with rare and unreleased demos. Sepultura is $56.99. And the waiting list for Sepultura, I'm not even going to try to type that in my spreadsheet with one hand. I'm just going to look for it manually. Sepultura is Jake Gold. That's J-O-U-L-D, Jake Gold. And that's sold to him, okay? Thank you. There's 1 extra copy of Sepultura. And we got 2 extra copies. Oh, this is new. Oasis. Familiar to Millions, Wembley 2000, 3 LP, $69.99. That's official and new. 3 LP Oasis, live at Wembley. That's new for Friday, $69.99. D-Kong gets Creatures for $45. That's sold and that's sold. Okay, Outfield has a new bid for $47. Queen has a new bid for $82. Outfield has a new bid for $50. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is our next Disney record. I'm looking. I'm going to go to the front. There's so many options in here. Happy Birthday. This is like just a regular single. 4 complete songs. Disney. 4 complete songs. 1972. And I guess it's just a top loader here. Happy Birthday. Holidays. Happy Birthday to You. And Unbirthday song. It's all birthday stuff. I don't think I've seen that, though. $7 start on the Disney single, okay? All right, there's that. Here we have, the next thing is also new, and there was already a pre-order up for this. This had been out of print for a while, The Darkness One-Way Ticket to Hell. So let me pull up and show you everybody that's already got one. This is just like Molly Hatchet and Buck Cherry. This is new stuff that I knew was coming out. I went ahead and posted a quick pre-order. I went ahead and posted a quick pre-order, and we sold 3, and I've got 3 more on the way. So if you want one, these could be here as soon as tomorrow or Friday. David Polkey, James Davidson, and Autumn Betts. All 3 of these are already sold, okay? Birthday has a bid for 20. Queen has a bid for 110, and the outfield is at $52. Still bidding on those. Next thing we have is Guy Clark. This is on green vinyl, I think. I know it's colored. I think it's green that matches that. New for Friday, Austin City Limits, Guy Clark, $39.99. Also new for Friday. And this is also new for Friday. I never did get around to posting this one. Badfinger. Badfinger is live at Cambridge Performance Center, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1974. Classic Badfinger. There is no longer anybody in that band that is still alive. They've all passed away. Badfinger, $38.99. They open up with Day After Day. They play No Matter What. Come and get it. Badfinger. It's on colored vinyl, too. It's like red splatter. Badfinger, $38.99. That is official. Okay, outfield's at $55. Queen's at $120, and Birthday is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $20. What was the price on Oasis? $69.99. $69.99. We are not getting Eric Carr. Eric Carr is a Record Store Day release. That is a RSD exclusive. We do not do Record Store Day here. So anything. So about the newest, there are, 500 new records coming out this Friday. The only ones I can get that are worth ordering, I think, I have shown in this crate and the last crate. Everything else is Record Store Day, and you'll have to go to Record Store Day somewhere and get those, unfortunately. Can't get them from Coleco. This is an older Smokey the Bear. This is a 78 RPM. It is vinyl, I think. Might be styrene. Either way, it's a 78 RPM Smokey the Bear, and this one's even older. 1960, $10 start on Smokey the Bear. That plays, you can still put it on your turntable if you can play 78 RPM. And then we had a restock of Slayer. This is Christ Illusion. Slayer, we had a waiting list for this, 34. We went from Smokey the Bear to Slayer, just like that. And let me show you who was on a waiting list for Slayer. I think at least 1, maybe 2 people, possibly 3. Waiting list for Slayer, if I can spell it out, is the following. Slayer South of Heaven? Nope. Paul Richards, just 1 person. Paul Richards, I have at least 3, 4 extra copies. $34.99, okay? All right, and then we got more air fresheners. I got 3 Dark Side of the Moon air fresheners. 3 Dark Side of the Moon air fresheners, $7.99. $7.99. They smell like cherries. Okay, wow. Outfield is still getting bids. I think we're done on Queen. It's at 120. Alicia, it's up to you. Smokey has a bid for 15. Smokey has a bid for 15. Danny wants a Slayer. Brent needs 2 Dark Side air fresheners. Sold and sold. I've got 1 left. And we have a question on Badfinger, a question on Badfinger. Badfinger is new for Friday. Live, Cambridge Performance Center, 1974, 2 LP red splatter, $38.99. Badfinger, $38.99. I've got 3 in stock. Outfield is going to be up to Stephen Reeves. The high bid right now is Amenities 1 at $62. And she's done on Queen. We're about to sell it. We need all new auctions. Here comes some more singles. We still hadn't finished recapping this stack back here. $6.99. Peter Cetera, Glory of Love, The Karate Kid Part 2. Gloria Estefan, Rhythm Is Gonna Get You. Sugarloaf, Green Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady. Everyone's a Winner by Hot Chocolate. Don't You Want Me Baby, The Human League. And Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl. Paula Abdul, those are all $6.99. All right. Badfinger is sold. Badfinger is sold to Jackie Reynolds. There's 2 copies left. Let's start back over on this crate again. Smokey the Bear is sold for $15 to Dwayne Caldwell. That is sold. If anybody wants any of those singles back there, they're available for $6.99 each. The outfield is officially sold. Amenities, $62. That is sold to Amenities 1. And Amenities, just so you know, since you're new and you've already won a couple of auctions, if you maybe win a couple more, I may go ahead and ask for early payment, okay? Just because you're new, nothing against you. I want you to buy as much as you want to, but just because you're new and you've won a couple auctions, sometimes we might go ahead and ask for early payment, okay? Charles Cressel, I'm going to let you know on Queen, and if you say pass, this is going to a final call quickly. You have the high bid for $120. Who asked about it? Charles Cressel, you already have it. It's sold to you for $120. I thought somebody else was asking. This is sold to you for $120. This was OG 86 Club EX++ near mint minus. It's sold to Charles Cressel for $120. You leaving, Jill? Thank you. Have a good year. Next thing over here is X-Wing got Paula Abdul. That's sold to X-Wing. Let's put that right here, actually. And then next is Aaron Andrus on Human League. And then Todd Doris wants a Badfinger out of here. Badfinger Live, that is on Red Splatter. That's so to Todd Doris. Kiss lights are in. We're going to tag those at the end of the show. Not anytime soon. It's going to have to be at the end of the show. Scott Smith also on Badfinger. We're now officially sold out of Badfingers. I'll go over the waiting list in just a second. And then over here, we got Hot Chocolate, Sugarloaf, Gloria Estefan, and Peter Cetera. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. New auctions. This is 80s night galore. Disney 45s John has surprised me with, and we just got a lot of cool stuff. Let's pull something from the high-end tab. When Paul found this, he was like, well, he said, we might not have let anybody know we have this until we got to make sure Laura doesn't need it. This is a sealed copy, and Laura made a note on the back. Laura's favorite Kate Bush album. This is Kate Bush, The Dreaming, a sealed gold stamp promo copy, unopened, a $50 start. A $50 start on Kate Bush, sealed gold stamp promo copy. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Madonna, You Can Dance. This is 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club, a full album. And this is a $25 start. I say that because she has so many 12-inch singles. 6 tracks, I should say. It's in partial shrink wrap. $25 start on that. Okay? Boom and boom. And then here's what's left in here. We have Simply Red Recollections. Limited edition, crystal clear, new for Friday, Simply Red, $49.99. The Roots. We've sold one left. The Roots come alive. Live at Blue Note, $39.99. One left. Madonna, speaking of her, silver vinyl, $33.99. Let's go ahead right now and put up our next Disney record. We have this one right here. We have Happy Man and His Happy Man and His Dump Truck. $10 start, Disneyland 24-page book and record. Next thing over here is Sepultura Roots, $56.99. Oasis, new for Friday, live in Wembley, July 2000, $69.99. Guy Clark, Austin, Texas, $39.99. And Slayer, Christ Illusion, special edition, $34.99. Kate Bush has one bid for $50, going once, going twice. Madonna's a $25 start, no bid yet. The Happy Man in His Dump Truck is a $10 start. Chad needs more water. Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36.99, new and sealed. 13.4 elevators is a mono half-speed master at $34.99. I did not show this last night on Kiss Night. Don't ask me why I didn't. I meant to and I forgot. I have Kiss My ASS signed by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. $475. The correct lineup of Kiss for this release, or era of this release: Stanley, Simmons, Kulick, and Singer, signed on the red vinyl, $475. Full letter from JSA. Metallica's $29, Silverchair's $54, and Led Zeppelin's $33. Okay? Jerry Stone, I saw your question. I forgot to answer you. I did not order Bob Dylan. Are you sure that's not a Record Store Day release? If not, I will order it for you. I don't think I ordered that because I didn't think I seen it available. All right? I'm going to go ahead and sell Kate Bush early because our very own Craig Sweden bid, and I think it's time for Craig's record of the week, and a great one. Thank you, Craig. We're going to go ahead and end this. For those that don't know, Craig Sweden, you see in the chat that shares all the track listings. He's an unpaid volunteer all the way out in California. He found us several years ago. I hope that he loves watching our shows because he watches them every night, and he puts in a lot of free, unpaid time helping me with track listings. And Craig, I'm going to send that record to you for free. Happy Thanksgiving, Craig. Enjoy it. Happy Thanksgiving, Craig. We got way too much stuff to sell. These only got one bid, so they're sold. Susie gets the Disney record for 10, and Madonna is sold to Samantha Harrison for 25. Now, we've already took a big chunk out of the children's records over here, but there's a lot more to do. And we're going to go ahead and go to our first crate of Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. I'm going to do a quick deal on these Alabama records. I had 2 unclaimed Japanese over here. Let's do 2 for 40. Alabama promos. You got to buy both, 2 for 40 if anybody wants those, okay? Thanks, Craig, as always, for your help, okay? All right, Record Store Day, Black Friday. Yeah, Jerry, I think that is Record Store Day. I think you're right on that. That's Record Store Day. That's why I didn't order. I went through and ordered everything that I could that comes out that's not Record Store Day. That's what you just seen in most of those 2 crates. So the rest of this week, like this morning, I stayed up way too late. One reason I was later today, I had to sleep about an extra hour. I was still up at like 11 a.m. and I set my alarm typically for 4. So didn't get a lot of sleep because I was trying to order vinyl. So when I show up here and somebody asked how many crates of new vinyl we have, I can actually say we have 3 crates or 2 crates. Otherwise, the stuff just don't magically appear. It takes, but you can ask Laura, ordering vinyl is probably going to be the second most time-consuming thing that I do. So I have to stay up really late sometimes, even if I'm ordering restocks, to make sure we can have new vinyl for a show every night. You've got to order it every day so the orders come in every day. And we've got it down to, we've got to get it down to a system, and we have, fortunately. So tomorrow there should be quite a bit or a little bit, and then hopefully Friday, because of the way the deliveries are stacked, we'll get a lot. Tim Holloway gets both Alabamas 20 and 20. All right, we're ready for all kinds of new auctions. Here we go. Here we go. We sold those, I will look into the Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. National Skyline Record Store Day, Free Willing is Record Store Day, Black Friday. Okay, I'll look into that. I might have missed that, so let's make a note. If you want me to go ahead and try to get you one, I will definitely look into that. I text Tanner. I said, will locals be able to pick up tomorrow? He said, no, wait, yes. All right, so if you're local, the store is pretty much going to be closed tomorrow unless you're local and picking up an order. It's literally under construction right now where we sold Sunday night, and there's stuff everywhere. So that is the deal for tomorrow. If you must or need to pick up your order, we should have it prepared and ready for you. Now, the stuff you bought Sunday obviously is not ready, but if you bought something from last week, it's ready, of course. But if you bought something Sunday night, obviously it's not ready for pickup. That's a new invoice. So, but if you bought something last week and it's on your invoice that went out yesterday and you want to come by and get it, there'll be a sign on the door, phone numbers to call. If you don't knock and no one comes up and answers, it will be Tanner, Tony, somebody with a T. All right, here we go. I'm touching my toes. SpongeBob, I still got you on a waiting list, Ryan. They were back ordered. I think I've got you right here. Sponge. Ron Eaton, you're on the waiting list. No more did come in. Okay? All right. All right, that was the only 2 crates of brand new sealed vinyl. However, listen to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many did I count last night? Counting our total new vinyl, which even includes stuff I keep over here separate that Laura ordered, just so I know where it is. There is 26 crates of new vinyl. So Black Friday is going to be a heck of a sale. And if we need to tonight, I may go ahead and get into some stuff. I don't really have it ready yet, but we are stocked more now than we have been in a long time on new vinyl. So over here, Black Friday sale is definitely going to be the only thing that I never have on sale is new vinyl. That's what we're going to be doing for Black Friday here at Coletco. I've got it stocked. I've got it condensed. And if it's something that hadn't been shown in the last week, or two maybe. Anything goes, and we got to sell it all, hopefully. So that's going to be our Black Friday sale. I'll be here, and we'll be selling the heck. Plus, I'm going to try to do as much as we can Friday because I'll be Saturday in Knoxville at the game. Paul's hosting the sale. So tomorrow on Friday is the only other 2 nights I'm going to be here. We got a lot to sell. Everybody reset? I'm reset. I think I've answered all the questions. Here we go. Weird Al Yankovic, Dare to be Stupid. A bizarre catalog in more ways than one, but it's not in print. Very desirable records. 85 sealed, OG pressing, a $50 start. It's never been open. Buy it now, best offer. Just a small handful of check condition. Triumph, just a game. VG condition, $9.99. Triumph, just a game. VG, $9.99. Jeff Beck, wired. Jeff Beck is VG Plus, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, partial shrink wrap. Gypsy Hold Me Hop sticker, VG Plus, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Let's do something from the kids' crate. And we got Mr. Rogers, Won't You Be My Neighbor, 45 RPM, Mr. Rogers, $10 start. Also coming out of the new auction crate tonight, quote, the 80s bin is Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. But unfortunately, it's a low-grade record. It's an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG, VG minus, $5 start, Midnight Oil. $5 start on that, okay? There we have it. And let's try to show the rest of these 45s back here. These are $6.99. Rick D's Bigfoot promo. Fats Domino So Long. Rick Ocasek from the Cars, Emotion in Motion. Bruce Willis, Respect Yourself. The Rolling Stones, Rockin' a Hard Place. And the Drifters, Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having some fun. Those are all $6.99. Here's the bid history. Weird Al 50, Weird Al 60, Weird Al 75, Weird Al 80. And can you order Pump Up the Volume soundtrack on neon green vinyl? I will divert that to Laura right quick. Weird Al 95, we have not sold the specials. Mr. Rogers 10, Mr. Rogers 10, Mr. Rogers 12, Mr. Rogers 15, Mr. Rogers 25, Mr. Rogers 20, Weird Al 100, Weird Al 125, Weird Al 120, Mr. Rogers 15, Tim Graham on Rick D's, and that is sold to Tim Graham, Rick D's. And then over here, we have not sold the specials. Mr. Rogers 23, Weird Al 130, Weird Al 150, Mr. Rogers 16. Midnight Oil is a $5 start. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus, okay? It is VG minus. First thing I have is Genesis, self-titled, $9.99. He forgot to write the grade. We'll say VG just to be conservative. Genesis is VG, $9.99. Looks like a quick glance, VG to me. That's what we'll write just to make sure. You might be surprised. It might be even better. Nazareth is 2XS, VG $12.99. And Whitney Houston by Whitney Houston is VG $12.99. Okay? And first thing is... I don't know where we're at. There's been so many beards and we're out. Okay. Pump Up the Volume is not available on vinyl from our distributor. Not available on vinyl. There you go, Lewis. Not available. Weird Al's at 150. It's up to Charlie Marks. He's back in at 155. Mr. Rogers is at $23. I'm about to sell Midnight Oil for $5 if nobody bids. Okay. And we're good to go. MG Genesis $5.99. My magic number is $6.99 if I'm going to discount something in here probably for $9.99. Sometimes I might counter at $8. Depends on what it is. I don't do a lot of dollar bumps too often, but $6.99 I buy that. We have No Jacket Required, Phil Collins. Studio VG Plus $9.99. And Pat Benatar VG Plus $9.99. Fred Rogers is at $25 with me. Mr. Rogers is at $25 of Kelly Vlodarchek. So she bid $25, and then there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bids that was less. 6 bids that was less. So y'all are all out. Kelly has it for 25. Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust is a VG minus copy, $5 start. Also over here, we have Willie Nelson Stardust, VG plus $9.99. And Molly Hatchet, Frank Fazetta artwork, VG plus $14.99 on Molly Hatchet. So MG $6.99 will buy the Genesis. That's sold to you for $6.99. And Phil Collins is sold to MG Sanchez for $6.99. Okay, here's some more singles for $6.99. Elton John, Empty Garden, Hey Hey Johnny, Roger Water, Sunset Strip, White Label Promo, Dwayne Eddy, 330 Blues, these are all $6.99, Like a Rock, Promo, Bob Seger, Go West, Don't Look Down, and Radioactive, The Firm, Paul Rogers, Jimmy Page, $6.99. There is a ton of pre-orders for January. I've got to start working on them, and I'm sure Laura chip away at a few here and there, but I'm going to sit down and create a master list because a lot of the big holiday push stuff came out October, November. There's some stuff big coming out in December, but they really start making another big push after the holiday, the labels, because the labels kind of slow down. You know, it's really hard for them to get stuff out and scheduled during the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. So after first year, the labels make a new big push with new releases in January, and that's always good. It's fantastic, and there's a lot of great stuff coming out. I keep getting solicitation emails every day. New stuff, music on vinyl, this, that. It's incredible. Okay, so first thing was Rogers got a new bid for 30. We sold Phil, we sold Genesis. Over here, Molly Hatchet's at 10 with Mega Blast. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $10. How much was Pat Benatar? That was Crimes of Passion. VG Plus, $9.99. Shakedown got Roger Waters for $6.99. Retro Class got Elton John for $6.99. Nick Bargeron got Bob Seger for $6.99. And then over here we have The Firm, Go West, and Dwayne Eddy. Okay? Midnight Oil, wow, a no bid for $5. We wasted a lot of time. We could have put 20 more things up for that. There it is, though. Mr. Rogers is, I think, pending to Mega Blast. Kelly Vlodarchik has it for 30. We're about to sell it. And then Weird Al's between two people. Aaron Andrus and Charlie Marks. Charlie, you're out. Aaron Andrus is 175. Charlie's out. He's out. He's done. 175 and 30 on that. Chaz Smith on Pat Benatar. That is sold to Chaz Smith. And the next thing I have is Bananarama, Deep Sea Skiving. That is VG Plus $14.99. And the Doors, this is VG Plus $39.99. Finally, an older label. $39.99. A gold Electra label. I've seen reissues for about the last month of that one. And then Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, VG Plus, $17.99. Okay? And let me mute my laptop over here because my email chime just went off, and that's going to get annoying. And let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Rush, oh boy, A Show of Hands. Great live album from Rush. We don't get the OG too often because it came out in 1989. Rush is an 89 USOG, $50 start. Mr. Rogers is officially sold, and that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $30. That's done. Weird Al is sold in Weird Al, and that is sold to Aaron Andrus for $175. That's sold. Let's move over Rush, $50 start. The Doors is sold for $30 to Nick Bargeron. Rush already has a bid for $50. And then let's show a few more singles here. The Genesis, I Can't Dance. Kim Wilde, Say You Really Want Me. Alice in Wonderland had some writing in it, okay? So it's a check condition record and book, but it is a Disney one, $6.99. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth. And Sting, If You Love Somebody, Set Them Free. Those are all $6.99. Next auction. Next thing I have in here is going to be, let's pull something from the auction crate. Let's do another Pet Shop Boys. Pet Shop Boys, please. Pet Shop Boys is an 86 U.S. Allied OG EX condition West End Girls. $25 start on that. Rush 50, Rush 52. Kelly Vlodarchik on Alice, okay? That left Sting, Rick Springfield, Kim Wilde, and Genesis. And then left in here was Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors. VG Plus $9.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. This one looks different. This has got to be, it's a single pocket jacket. Is this a foreign press? VG Plus $9.99. That's essentially the best of Jefferson Airplane. They call it The Worst. Waden and Willie. VG Plus $17.99, and the cars. I love this one with the hop sticker. Tonight She Comes, VG $14.99. So first thing is a bid just got placed on Kate Bush. Ivan R., you're pretty far behind. That has already sold to Craig, one bid $50. Rush is at 50, 52, 53. Pet Shop Boys 25, and Steve Mason on the cars. All right, that's sold to Steve Mason. Let's jump over here. I got to really start flipping through these records. I want to get a good look at here. Now, I'm going to pick out, of course, all the ones that I think I want to auction, like this one right here. Oh, boy, I just found two good ones. All right, here is Superman. Light Up the Tree, Mr. President. Superman, VG Plus on this one. A little bit of a paper pull there. But look at that. Don't see that one as often. Light Up the Tree, Mr. President. Superman flying in front of the White House there. 1978, $10 start. $10 start on Superman, okay? Anybody else on this check condition crate? These are new check condition records. Buy it now or best offer. Waylon and Willie is VG Plus $17.99. We also have Triumph Just a Game, VG $9.99, non-gatefold jacket. Jeff Beck is a gold stamp promo wired, VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac also VG Plus $14.99 with shrink and hop though. VG $12.99 for Nazareth. Whitney Houston's VG $12.99. Wheelan Elson's VG Plus $9.99. Bananarama's VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac is VG Plus $17.99. And then the last two records were Ted Nugent VG Plus $9 and Jefferson Airplane VG Plus $9. Are we done on Rush? It was up to one person, Calvin Ward. Mitch T has it for $53. Pet Shop Boys is now at 30 with amenities, which means that Austin Latham, you're out, and Superman Peter Pan record is a $10 start. Okay? Superman, $10 start. All righty, and let's go through another crate. Right into another one. Mark Veiss on Fleetwood Mac. This is sold to Mark Fleece right here. Mirage, you got it? And done. Swapping crates. I've almost filled up another one over here. Should be a busy night, especially when we got auctions like this. Everybody take it in. We actually have a night where there's going to be very little metal. That's going to make some people very happy. That's going to make some people very sad. But take it in. Let's enjoy the moment. We have a night where there's mostly non-metal titles. Some people's going to be mad. Some people's going to be happy. Some people's going to be really happy. Some people's going to be really sad. Take in the moment. Let's go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Nice selection here. Really nice selection here. Here we go. Superman has a bid for 10. Pet Shop Boys at 35. Unfortunately, I lost Calvin. Unfortunately, I lost Calvin on Rush, so that's a final call on that. Chad's going to touch his toes right quick. Oh. How about missing persons? Hadn't seen that, Matt. Still don't know what happened with that. I did not get to talk to Ed. I'm going to make a note over here. So if somebody got a missing persons EP on their invoice, it was not supposed to go to you. It's supposed to go to Matt Nichols. So he was a victim of a mistag and a missing record. The missing persons is missing. He was victim of a mistagged missing persons EP. Somebody got it on their invoice. Somebody paid for it. It may have already been shipped, but it was supposed to go to Matt Nichols, and it's MIA. I know we sold it. I know I put it in the sold crate. Either I said the wrong name or they wrote down the wrong name. But somebody got it on their invoice, somebody paid for it, and it's possibly might have even got shipped out today. But if you got a missing persons on your invoice, we've tried to do a manual search. We've tried to do a physical search, and we have not found it. So it's either lost, mistagged, already shipped to somebody else, or I thought I sold it and I put it in a different crate and it's somewhere over here behind me. So if you had a missing persons EP, it was supposed to go to Matt Nichols. So when people reach out to us and like, hey, I really wanted this record. I thought I got it. I know I got it. It wasn't on my invoice. And I'm like, oh no, that means I probably said the wrong name, or somebody wrote down the wrong name, or it got keyed in wrong. So it happens when you're doing thousands of individual transactions manually by hand. So if you know you got that, it belongs to Matt Nichols. I'd love to refund you your money and send it to Matt Nichols. But Matt, the next one pops up, I'll set it aside, okay? All right, Rush. I lost Calvin Ward. Let's go ahead and sell this then. New auctions coming up. Mitch T has this for $53. That's sold. Superman is sold to Vladarchek for $10. And Pet Shop Boys is at $37. Before we get started with this new crate, I need to go ahead and do two things. New auctions and a new empty crate. All right. Over here. But see, usually what happens, so a lot of people get their invoice, they open it, and they click pay. Or their credit card's on file. A lot of people that have their credit card on file with us, and they say, whenever my invoice is due, just charge my card and mail me my records. So that means they're probably not proofing their invoice. And sometimes they've opened up their box and it's like, hey, I got a record I didn't even buy. So make sure you proof your invoice, because it's not like we're purposely throwing records on your invoice. It's probably something that got mistagged and it's somebody else's and they really want it. Okay, so make sure you proof your invoice. Just don't click pay, okay? Just don't click pay. Because I'd rather us not ship the wrong record to somebody than have to pay to ship it back or pay to ship it to them. Ask a customer to have to go to the post office for us. I mean, if I had to do that, it would never get shipped back. Could you imagine if I didn't have people working for me and somebody relied on me to take something to the post office? It would never happen. I'd say, well, I can get it done next month maybe. And I hate having to ask people to return stuff. You got to go to the post office. Who wants to do that? We have the specials. This is a 1980s U.S. Carrollton reissue. The exact year is unknown. They use this label for the reissue. It's super clean, though. The specials is a $25 start, okay? Here we go. Next thing over here is this. Pet Shop Boys was at $37. Next thing was Pet Shop Boys was at $40. Pet Shop Boys, $42. And we have Culture Club, Waking Up with a House on Fire. Now, this is the EX Plus Near Mint Minus crate. So these records have been cleaned. They're really nice. They're EX Plus or better. $24.99. Waylon. I've always been crazy. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. We got the Moody Blues, one of my favorites, In Search of the Lost Chord. This is a reissue. It is a single pocket jacket and shrink, though. Really nice vinyl, just $14.99. Next auction. This is a 45 RPM, 1961 Huckleberry Hound, Hokey Wolf and Dingaling. Wow, 1961 Huckleberry Hound. That is probably on the Golden Record. It is on Golden Records label, yes, VG Plus. Sometimes they're actually yellow vinyl, but that is vinyl, black vinyl, a 45 RPM, $10 start on that. $10 start on Huckleberry Hound. Blues Brothers, made in America. Blues Brothers is $24.99. Pet Shop Boys is at $45. Specials is an 80s reissue, EX Plus or better. This is the Specials. It's an 80s Carrollton reissue, super clean. Excuse me, super clean means near mint minus. We have Urban Cowboy soundtrack, a sealed original, $29.99. These are new vintage records, EX Plus or better, buy it now, best offer, yes. Urban Cowboy, Blues Brothers, Moody Blues, Waylon, and Culture Club. Don't hesitate to make offers. We got Bananarama, True Confessions, Near Mint, in shrink, with hype, original inner sleeve, $26.99, and that has their big song, Venus, on it. Also, Lisa and Cult Jam, Everything Will Be Fine, 12-inch single sealed, $14.99. Kathy Mattea, Untasted Honey, $14.99, and Conway Twitty, 20 #1 hits. Oh, Conway, $16.99. So I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on the specials. 293 people on right now. The only person who wants to bid on this is John Durden. So it's about to sell for $25. Pet Shop Boys is at $46. Todd Doris on Urban Cowboy, sold. Sieg on Bananarama, sold, and nobody wants to bid on Huckleberry Hound. Final call on that for $10. Journey Escape is $19.99, and Greg Ken continued, $14.99, and then Bad Company. This one doesn't come through as much. Dangerous Age. Dangerous Age is $24.99. The Specials has a new bid for $26. Also, we have some 50s, I think, here. These are $6.99. The Casual, So Tough. We have Fats Domino, When I See You, Little Richard, Heebie Jeebies, Piano Smith, Don't You Just Know It, Fats Domino, Don't Blame It on Me, Little Richard, Lucille, Bill Doggett, High Heels. We've almost recapped the first half of the leftover singles. Over here, we got Bill Doggett, Little Richard, Fast Domino, Piano Huey Smith, Huey Piano Smith, Little Richard, Fast Domino, and the Casuals. Those are all $6.99. So back up the top. Pet Shop Boys was at 46. Craig Thomas did bid 26 on the specials. Pet Shop Boys is at 50. And then over here, we have offers on Bad Company for 18, offers on Bad Company for 20, and a claim on Bad Company for 24. Jay Nutra, Bad Company's yours, but it will be $24.99. If he passes, it will be Brian Stearns for $24.99. If he's passing, then it's going to go to Mark Weiss. Josh Tanner, first on Journey. That's so to Josh Tanner. The specials has another bid for 26. I think that just tied Craig Thomas. And then Calvin Ward wants Lucille, which is the Little Richard single, $6.99. That is sold to him. Pet Shop Boys 51. Jay Nutra says he'll take Bad Company at sticker price. Nobody bid on Huckleberry Hound. It's a $10 bite now for Huckleberry Hound. We have Fabulous Thunderbirds. Are You Tough Enough? $19.99. The specials is at $27. Pet Shop Boys is at $51. All right, let me flip through these. Harold and the Purple Crayon. Why does this look familiar? This looks very familiar. Harold and the Purple Crayon. I don't know where I've seen this before, but that looks very familiar. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, nice. Led Zeppelin and RCA Music Club edition. Let's figure out exactly what we have. It's a clean copy, $44.99. RCA Music Club. It's an Indianapolis press. I see the capital I. Very nice. It's a clean copy. That's about all I can tell you. It's not an OG club. It's about a mid-70s club. $44.99. Also, we have Waylon and Jesse, leather and lace, $24.99. And we have Jefferson Starship, red octopus, $14.99. And Pete Townsend, White City, Pete Townsend, $14.99. Are we done on Pet Shop Boys? High bid's 55. The specials is now at 29. The specials is now at 29. Harold and the Purple Crayon. A recent movie, there was a cartoon, Classic Kids Book and Cartoon, they made a movie. Maybe that's what it is. Well, this is a 1960 single, 1955. Wow, Columbia Records, 1955. $10 start on that. Also, Van Halen 2, no condition notes, $44.99. That is a really nice looking copy with the original on her sleeve. These are all buy it now best offy. Jefferson Starship sold to ST. Amenities, you've been outbid on Pet Shop Boys. Amenities is right back in at 57. The specials is up to John Durden. Craig Thomas has it for 29. We also have Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache, Shrink and Hype, $24.99. And we have John Fogerty, the Zombie, $19.99 for John Fogerty. And Enigma, Me Culpa Part 2, interesting, from 1990, $39.99. The specials has a new bid for 30. Pet Shop Boys 57. And the last few singles I have over here for the first stack of recaps is Joe Turner, Love Roller Coaster, Joe Turner, Teenage Letter, Bo Brummel's Laugh Laugh, White Lion, When Children's Cry, and the Bebop's Gonna Find Me a Baby. It only took me 2 hours to recap that first half of Leftovers. Doing it slowly but surely. Van Halen has no condition notes. EX Plus Nearment Minus, $44.99. Over here, Pete Townsend is sold to Sean Miller. Pet Shop Boys 58. Harold is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. Harold and the Purple Crayon. Next thing is Calvin Ward on White Line. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Thank you. There's our two no-bid singles. I'm going to leave those on top in case somebody claims them later. Craig is out on specials. Let's go ahead and sell that to John Durden for 30. Fred Cardinale on Enigma. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Charlie Marks was second. Okay? Pet Shop Boys still getting bids. Next auction is Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears is an 83 US Hot Pod OG original sleeve EX. And the note from Laura says, this is the one with Mad World, a certified banger. EX edition. We don't get this one as often as the songs from Big Chair. This is their 83 press. This is the 83 press. $30 start on that one. Yeah, that's the Brown Warner label on Van Halen. Brown Warner label. Yes, 13.4 elevators is a half-speed mono, $34.99. Chappie wants Harold and the Purple Crayon for $10. $10, so to Chappie. Pet Shop Boys was between two people. Amenities is out. That is a final call to Austin Latham for $58. Enigma's already sold. JJKL 5 is $34.99. We have nice Scorpions in the bin at $29.99. Love at First Sting for the Scorpions, $29.99. So some of these kids' records I'll do later for buy it nows, okay? I'm skipping over a lot that are probably like $6.99ers. I'm trying to pull out the biggest iconic. You get what I'm saying? I'm not having yeah. Okay, so here is Walt Disney's original Chipmunks, Chip and Dale. That is an early golden records. That should play at a 78 RPM, and that's 1959. The original Chipmunks, Chip and Dale, 1959 golden record, 78 RPM, $10 start on that. So Pet Shop Boys is officially sold to Austin Latham for $58. Done. Next thing was Jay Nutra gets Scorpions for $25. John Durden, if you're passing on Van Halen, Bob Riger wants it. Let's go ahead and tag it for Bob Riger. And then Tears for Fears, The Hurting. And then over here we have Chipmunks, and that's a $10 start, okay? Next thing over here, this is buy it now best offer. Tears for Fears 30. Sean Miller was going to pay full price on Scorpions. I just shot myself in the foot. And Tony Freeman says Aristocats. I'm looking through here. I don't think I do. The other box he has, I think is, I'm about to get to it. We might have some fresh ones. I'm trying to figure out what this is. I got some with Floyd Robinson, Huey the Hamster. Yeah, I'm going through them right now one at a time. I'm about to do some of the Gremlins. I got some of the Gremlins in here. And yeah, and then when I go through them all, we'll do the rest buy it nows. If I pulled out everything that I think is worthy of an auction, when I get to the back, we'll do the rest for buy it nows, okay, throughout the night. All right, Tears for Fears has new bid. Huckleberry is still a buy it now. You can bid on that for $10. Yep. Or you can buy that for $10. 13 for Elevators is sold to Richard Yeager. I'll have one more copy if anybody wants one. I've got one more copy if anybody wants one. Okay, moving on. Boston, $29.99. This is on the second label. Really nice copy. I saw a T1. That's Terre Haute. We have Tom Petty Long After Dark. That's $34.99. And I'm going to go ahead and pull something out of the bonus crate. Let's mix it up with a little 80s rock. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. An 82 USOG, VG++. Judas Priest is a $20 start. Tears for Fears is at $36. Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance, $9.99. I made an offer on Enigma. Let me see who was first on it. Enigma. Oh, Craig Weatherford was first. My bad. So Craig, let me know. It will be sticker price if you want it. It would be $39.99. Let me pull this back out and correct this. Craig, I missed you there. He threw a flag and he won. It will be $39.99. And then Fred claimed it, and then Charlie Marks. So it will be yours, but it will be full price, okay? We sold Scorpions. Then somebody offered more. I shot myself in the foot. Don't forget that. We sold Van Halen, Tears for Fears, Tears for Fears, Tears for Fears. And then we have 13th floor. Shane Langdode also wants one, okay? And then Metal Guy Guerrera. He asked earlier, and he's asking again. It was $34.99. Now we're sold out. Jerry, if you want one, let me know. It will have to be a waiting list. That was right here. I just sold my last copy. Kiss is $36.99, 13 floors. This is sold. We just sold one, and then the other one goes to Shane Langdode, and then Judas Priest 25, Steve Mason on Spyro Gyra, and then over here, Bad Company, it sold to the first person. Jay Nutra got it. The first person, okay? I said I'd take it a while back. That never did come through, or I missed it. This is sold to Chappie. Chappie got Huckleberry Hound for $10. And Craig Weatherford does get Enigma. Sorry, Fred Cardinale. He was first. Tag that for Craig Weatherford, full price. Nobody bid on the Chipmunks. Walt Disney's original Chipmunks, 1959, yellow vinyl, 78 RPM Chipmunks, $10. Enigma's already sold. There was about 5 people. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero wants on the wait list for 13 for Elevators. That's okay. I've got to order more anyway. I need to go ahead and order like 10 of them before they go back out of stock. So they did a repressing here in the States. These used to be an import, and they used to be like $44.99. So now they're about $10 cheaper, no import fees. And, of course, if you want an original, you can spend upwards of hundreds of dollars. Possibly 500 plus for a nice copy. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay, Judas Priest 30. Waiting list for 13 for elevators. Aaron Andrus gets the Chipmunks for $10. Now, Tears for Fears at 37, and now Judas Priest is at 32. Metal Guy Guerrero says, I'll go ahead and take the Kiss right now before I miss out on that. I have one more, I think, if anybody wants that. Next thing in here is Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. In Shrink, $19.99. Yaz, you and me both. Yaz is $19.99. We have the Moody Blues. Boy, this feels like a nice copy. $14.99 on the Threshold of a Dream. Gatefold jacket, it's just a incredibly thick. It's got a book with it. Okay. That's why I was like, man, what's the extra weight? Nice. A complete OG pressing with book on the Threshold of a Dream. The Moody Blues. All right. Judas Priest, Tears for Fears, maybe checking out. Fred Carnell has that. $37. Let's read the details on that one more time. The high bid is Fred Carnell at $37. This is an 83 US Hot Pog OG, original under sleeve EX. The note from Laura, this is the one with Mad World certified banger. $37. Judas Priest, OG 82 US, VG++ with the inner sleeve with lyrics, $38. Kiss was $36.99, Metal Guy Guerrero. All right, let's go ahead and put up one more here. This is the Gremlins. Gizmo and the Gremlins, storybook number 2. The Gremlins is a $10 start. This crate is new stuff, EX Plus or better. Buy it now or best offer. Sticks, Paradise Theater. Looks like a really nice copy. Sometimes we get them minty fresh. Sometimes it looks like somebody beat it up with a hammer because they played it so much. Sticks is $19.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. In Shrink, $14.99. Who was next on Judas Priest? Jay Nutra. It's up to you on Judas Priest. Hooters, Nervous Night. Hooters is $14. Jay Nutra backing on Priest at $40. Heart self-titled is $19.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Just Like a Woman. How does it feel? Tears for Fears, $37. Amenity said he bid $37 first. You are absolutely right. Fred, you have done nothing but tied him. I'm glad he said something. Tears for Fears is at a stalemate. Fred, you're out. Amenities had it first at $37. Fred Carnell, you're in fact out on that. You'll have to bid more than $37. Slow Train Coming. Dylan in Shrink, $34.99. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. Billy Joe, you may be right. I may be crazy. $14.99. And then we have Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. That is $24.99. Tears for Fears, Amenities, $37. Fred Carnell, Fred Carnell, Fred Carnell, Fred Carnell, you're out. Judas Priest over here. The last bid was Jay Nutra at $40. Everybody else is out. Fred says he's out. This is sold to Amenities. You got it then for $37. Thank you. That is sold to you for $37. Let's put that away. Judas Priest is up to one person. That is now up to Josh Tanner on the Judas Priest. Now Gremlins is at 11. Billy Joe, Steve Mason, it's yours, but it will be full price. You can say sold or pass because Travis also wants it at full price. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Jerry Rock for $17. Okay, next auction is The Clash, and this is Cut the Crap. You're lucky. Somebody just requested it. What happened to that? Okay, yeah, it's just requested, and it was the next record in the bin. Cut the Crap, The Clash. An 85 USOG with the original inner sleeve. It is in Shrink. The Shrink, well, not really. The Shrink is missing all through here. The back is shrink wrapped. The front is 20% shrink wrapped, and that's now up for bid. But the important part, the vinyl is nice, okay? Next thing over here is this. We have Billy Joel is sold to Steve Mason, a sticker, and then Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire in shrink wrap. The best of Johnny Cash. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Gremlins is tied. No, actually, the first person who bid was Jerry Rock. Somebody just put Gremlins, which does not count as a bid. One more time, if you're bidding, you got to put a word and a number. Just a word does not count as a number. No words equal value unless you're literally typing out the bid. That would be kind of weird, like you put Gremlins and then spell out 11. So make sure if you want to bid, you put a numerical. A numerical. You know what I mean. It's a final call for $11, and that's with Jerry Rock, okay? Judas Priest is at 46, and the starting bid on the Clash was $25, I think. The starting bid on the Clash was $190 million. No, this is $25, okay? Gremlins has a new bid for 14. Okay? New bid for 14. Clash has a bid for 25. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody else decides, you know what, Chad, I'm feeling a little frisky tonight, go ahead and load me up, man. I'll go ahead and take everything that's in there, even all the duplicates. I'll go hot diggity dog, and I'll see the whole crate. I'll clap 3 times and scream like a monkey. Okay, here's the next Disney record, The Rescuers, 24-page book and record, back to that original series we were doing, $10 start on that, okay? So first thing over here, Johnny Cash. Somebody heard me sing Ring of Fire, and they're like, man, he's got a good voice. And they're talking about me, not Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is $19.99, David Jennings. Okay, and then over here, I'll take Tunnel of Love and Paradise Theater for 15 each. So to Mike Pierce whenever I get to those. We got Culture Club, Waking Up with a House on Fire. Waylon, I've Always Been Crazy. Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Blues Brothers, Made in America. Lisa, I can't believe there's a Blues Brothers record left. Wow. Kathy Mattea, Conway Twitty, Greg Kihn, Fabulous Thunderbird. I can't believe there's a Led Zeppelin record left. Wow. Waylon and Jesse, Another Culture Club. John Fogerty, J.J. Cale, Boston still available. Wow. Tom Petty still left. Wow. Tunnel of Love, sold to Mike Pierce for $15. We got Yaz, You and Me Both. Moody Blues is still left. Wow. Sticks is sold to Mike Pierce for $15. We got Pat Benatar. We got Hooters. We got Hart. We got Dylan, we got more Dylan, and we have Bruce Springsteen. What was asked about over here? The price that was asked about was Johnny Cash. What did I do with that? I must have put it back in the crate. Okay, it's back here. This is sold to David Jennings, okay? Details, where was Judas Priest pressed? Information, anything you can tell me. And then over here, Blues Brothers price. Hold on a second. Let me go back down in order. Gremlins had a bid for 14. The Clash got a bid for 25. We sold Mike Pierce his 2 records. Judas Priest got a new bid for 50. David Jennings got Johnny Cash. Details on Judas Priest. Bundle. Blues Brothers price. Price on Tom Petty. Blues Brothers is right over here. Blues Brothers is $24.99, Made in America. Tom Petty is $34.99. That one was right here. That was Long After Dark. So who was the first bidder on the Gremlins? That was that was Jerry Rock. Jerry, let me know if you want backing on the Gremlins. He's out. This is sold to Mr. Curtis, 73. Mr. Curtis, have you bought from us before? If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I bought from you before. The Clash has a new bid for 28, now 30. Judas Priest, we got to go over the details on this. This is a 1982 USOG. There is no pressing plant in the Matrix. There's no pressing plant. This is not to be identified. It has the original inner sleeve and the merch insert. It's in VG++ EX condition. VG++ EX condition. It's at $50. The Clash is at $30. It's up to Sean Miller. We have BB sold to MG Sanchez for $19. Now, bundle, this isn't a good crate to bundle. Is it a good crate to bundle? Yes, but these are brand new sticker price records. So this isn't going to be like half off price and then I get them down to like $3 a piece. So, I mean, Aaron, if you want these, I'll do 20% off everything in here. I'll add them up and we'll do 20% off. But these are literally brand new. So the bundle deals I usually do on leftovers on half off. That's when literally they've been discounted half off and no one still has claimed them. And then I bundle them really cheap. These are brand new. But if you want a straight price discount, it would be 20% off. So like the $10 records would be $8, etc. If you want me to do that, I can add them up a lot faster, just shoop, and I can give you a price. If not, I'm going to go right into another crate. Judas Priest has a new bid for $52. Nobody bid on the Rescuers, Storybook and Record. That's some songs from the film, $10 on that. And then over here, The Clash. The last bid on The Clash was an 85 USOG, no pressing plant given. No pressing plant given. Original under sleeve, cut the crap. We have not sold Rocky Horror Picture Show. Let's go right into another crate. Don't forget, I have a whole Prince collection. We started selling it last night. We sold, what, 20, 30 Prince records. We'll try to knock out the rest later tonight, here, now, whenever. Let's go ahead and go to another crate over here. Got 2 more crates of new vintage stuff, and this one looks pretty dang solid as well. And then Laura's working on marking stuff too. That will be a super expeditious, excalidocious crate. Here we go. Don't you want me, baby? All right. Here we go. Oh. Judas Priest still getting bids. All right. I need to replace. We need to find a record for a replacement back there, don't we? I am standing on a road and somebody gave me. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99. Let's see if we can get that glare off of it. $29.99 for Stone Temple Pilots. Okay. Everything in here is new, vintage, buy it now, best offer. Clash is officially sold, and that is sold to Sean Miller for $33. And I moved one record, and the whole system fell apart. There we go. Now my crate's falling over. Okay. Yeah. If you let these records fall back and slam in the back of the crate, it shakes the whole table, because that's like a 50-pound weight. You got 50 records slamming to the back of the crate. That's like a lot of force. That's a lot of something. Newtons being smashed to the back of the crate. Shakes the whole table. Priest is between 2 people. All right, all these 80s records. Let me read y'all still what's in here. Okay, here we go. We have Traveling Wilburys, George Michael, Duran Duran, David Bowie, Madonna, OMD, Duran Duran, Flock of Seagulls. Let's do that one. Also, Oingo Boingo, Fur, Sugar Cubes, Prince, Joan Jett, Duran Duran, Cyndi Lauper, X, XTC, Crowded House, Cult, Tears for Fears, Smithereens, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Yellow Magic, the Jam, Bootsies, Talking Heads, and then all the stuff in the bonus crate. We have a Flock of Seagulls, an 82 USOG, original under sleeve. It does have a little bit of a corner bend up here, but that's nice. A $30 start on Flock of Seagulls. $30 start. Reelin' and Rockin' Records. Okay, Mr. Curtis is Reelin' and Rockin' Records. That's who that is. Reelin' and Rockin' Records, okay? That is who Mr. Curtis is, okay? I can't see your normal handle, so that's the problem there. Josh Tanner, it's up to you on Judas Priest, okay? Jay Neutra has it for $60. I've been waiting for your word. First thing in here is Soul's Greatest Hits. This is a CBS official 2LP compilation. Really good stuff here. First track is Dance to the Music by Sly. Second is I Put a Spell on You, Screaming Jay Hawkins. So a 2LP great soul compilation, $24.99. We have the Human League Dare. The Human League is also $24.99. Yuletide Disco, nice. Pickwick, $9.99. Starbuck, Moonlight, Feels Right. With the hype sticker, that is unopened, $24.99. And Leonard Skinner, one more From the Road, $34.99, okay? Next thing is the Jam. That's a request. So we had a request for, oh boy, we had a request for Crowded House, a request for the Cult, a request for the Jam. Judas Priest has a new bid for $70. And how much was for Boston? Boston in the last crate was $29.99, Brett Hamilton, $29.99. Laura has delivered a Laura crate. We'll do that one next. Soul is sold to Donna for $18. Thank you on that. Let's see what else we got over here in the Disney stuff. We have another Sesame Street record here. This is the Little Red Hen. The Little Red Hen, storybook and record from Disney, $10 start on that. Also in here, we have John Fogerty, Center Field. Put Me In, Coach, $19.99. Jay Neutra, you're out on Judas Priest. He says he's done. This is sold for $70 to Josh Tanner. Thank you, Josh. That's so to you. Let's put that away. Flock of Seagulls just has one bid, right? It doesn't have a bid at all. No one has bid on the Flock of Seagulls according to my feed. So here we go. We have Flock of Seagulls. Flock of Seagulls was a $30 start, no bid. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Chad just got the 80s out of his system. What condition was the Gremlins? John said all these were VG plus or better. Oh yeah, that was really clean. That's more like EX plus or better. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to put up any trash Disney records unless one just slipped through the crack. All the Disney stuff's better grade. Most of these we get, we'll open it up and it looks like a kid was eating donuts and pancakes in the floor of his bedroom one Saturday morning listening to Little Red Hen, and then he took it outside and used it for a Frisbee, then brought it back in and dumped it in some like acetic acid, and then tried to play it again, then broke it in half. That's usually how Disney records were handled. Kids used them for shovels outside and everything, whatever they could use them for. So that's why they're typically not in the best of condition. Stephen Reeves on John Fogerty, he says, put me in, coach. This is all EX plus or better. Yep, EX plus or better. How about sounds to make you shiver? That is $24.99. $24.99. Very cool. Look at the back of the cover. Wow. $24.99. Also, Soul. There's another one. This one's a single LP. Soul is $14.99. Soul is $14.99. And Warrior Scandal, $24.99. All right, so let's get into some of those requests now. Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is OG. A 75 OG. The vinyl is VG. The cover does have some damage. It looks like it had been wet at one point, so a very heavy check condition cover. The front doesn't look too bad. You can see a little bit of that stain over here. The vinyl's VG, $10 start. I got Flock for $30. Flock is a final call to Steve Mason for $30. Yes, it is. And Little Hen is a $10 bite now if anybody wants that one. Next is ST on Sounds. Next T on Sounds. ST on Sounds, and ST on Soul. He gets Sounds and Soul. Those are sold and sold. Rocky has a bid for $10. And Rush, Moving Pictures. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. You know the rest of it. OG, Bob Lugwood Mastering, Clean, Moving Pictures, $34.99. My uncle has a country place that no one knows about. Steve Mason on Flock for $30. Man, Red Barchetta. Holy moly. Red Barchetta's on there. Can you believe it? We got Culture Club Kissing to Be Clever, $24.99. Alan Parsons, $19.99. And The Police in Yada Mandata. Don't stand. Don't stand. Don't stand so close to Seth. Stay away from him. Goodness gracious. Next thing you know, he'll be writing you a prescription or filling one of the two. Next thing is this. We have going up for auction right now another storybook and record for something about a taxi. What was that? What is this one right here? Seven Little Postmen, Newman. Oh man, Seven Little Postmen, Newman. This is going to go up for a $10 start, Disney book and record. Also, we have going up for auction right now. Let's go ahead and put up Prince. This looks interesting. Prince is an 81 US Allied OG. No poster. It originally came with a poster. No poster. EX++, $30 start on Prince, okay? Next thing over here, we have Sound sold, Soul sold, Rocky 10, Rocky 10. How much for Boston? Which title? It's Boston, by Boston, second label, 70s press, no condition notes, $29.99. Rocky 15. Debbie Wilson wants the Little Hen. That's sold to Chappie, Debbie Wilson. Chappie also still got the Rescuers if you want that one for 10. That's the only no bids. Will Chad be going to Rush next year? Yes, the one the day before Thanksgiving in Atlanta. That's the one on my calendar. Rush is 35 to amenities. He's going to go ahead and straight by that. I know you're new tonight, so just to save you some time and hassle, if you want something out of the crate, you only have to put the price if you're making an offer. If you want to straight claim it like you just did, all you got to do is put Rush, okay? That means you're buying it at sticker price. Wayne Bartow put AP 15 because he's making an offer for $15, and that means I'm taking it. Rush pressing plant. I've already sold it to you, but I can't answer that question. PR in parentheses, Presswell. PR is in parentheses, Master Disc RL, as in Robert Ludwig. I think it's a Presswell if it's PR in parentheses. Okay, next thing over here is this. Rocky 15, Rocky 16, Rocky 17. So Little Postman, hold on a minute. Okay, so we sold Little Hen. Next thing we sold out, the cue the dial-up music. Okay, so Rocky's at 17 with Jay Beach. Prince is a $35 start, no bid, and the Little Postman here, final call for $10, okay? That just blew my brain. We have Michael Jackson Thriller. No co-produced by Michael Jackson. Definitely an earlier press, $34.99. Next thing over here is Triumph Thunder 7. Triumph is $19.99. Triumph Thunder 7. And Bruce Springsteen, nice copy in shrink, born in the United States of America. Original inner sleeve, $19.99. Is Let's Work on the Prince. Also over here, we got Robin Travel Live. Whoa! Hate it when the records fall over. It shakes the whole table. Prince or Robin Trower's $19.99 and George Thorogood, bad, $19.99. Little Postman or $10. That's available. Rocky's at $20. Track listing on Prince. Controversy. Sexuality. Do Me Baby. Boy, he was kind of dirty, wasn't he? Private Joy. Ronnie Talk to Russia. Let's Work. Annie Christian and Jack You Off. Holy moly. Prince was kind of dirty, wasn't he? That is, sorry for any kids that just tuned into that. They'll have to get bleeped. Me reading that track listing on PGTV would be like, beep, beep, beep. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, $19.99. And Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance, $9.99. Rockies at $20. Josh Tanner on Triumph. That's over here to Josh Tanner. Triumph Thunder 7 sold. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $22. No, that's Rocky Horror Picture Show, $22. Mark Vise on Robin Trower Live. That's a classic. We're about to make Prince a buy it now. No one else has bid. Here's another Disney record. Walt Disney's It's a Small World with the song. Book and record, $10 start on Disney. Next thing over here is I've already sold one Gremlins. Here's another one, just like we sold. How much was it? $14? There's another chance on the same Gremlins. Gizmo and the Gremlins, Storybook 2, $14 if anybody wants that, okay? And then we have Translator, Evening of the Harvest. Translator's $19.99. I've not really listened to too much Prince. Of course, I know his probably top 5, top 10 songs, but I've never dived down into the Prince discography. So, no, when Doug worked here, he would be very mad at me all the time when I've told him I didn't listen to Prince, because that was like Doug's #1. I'd be like, sorry, I've never really listened to Prince. I know, I know about the top. I mean, he's got so many hits. I know those, but I don't know that last song on there. We have Q Feel, Dancing in Heaven. Q Feel's $9.99. Joe Sontag on the other Gremlins for $14. That's sold to him. Nobody bid on Prince, so this is a $35 buy it now. This is a 30, well, I said 35. We'll say 30, okay? $30 on Prince if anybody wants it. I don't even have a place to put buy it nows right now. $30 on that. Okay, Wayne Bartow wants to buy Spyro Gyra, but he says, please send it to Sully. We have a gift record. We have Spyro Gyra being sold to Wayne Bartow. He wants to pay for it, but he says, please send it to Sully. Okay, please send it to Sully. Q for $10. Craig, what was Q10? That was Q Feel, right? Yep, that's sold to you for $9.99. And then Donna gets Prince for $30, then Wayne Davis, then Christopher Yoakum. That was a no bid, so it's sold to Donna for $30. Nobody bid on It's a Small World. It's a $10 buy it now. And Rocky Horror Picture Show, the last bid was Jay Beach at $25. Steve Mason, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Next auction. Let's try to find one of those next requests. And somebody's wanting to see Boston from the last crate. I promise it's coming. But first of all, here is the Jam, the gift. The Jam is a 1982 USOG VG original sleeve, $15 start. $15 start. X-Wing 81 on Crowded House. Was that an auction request? Yeah, okay, coming up in just a second. Randy Travis, Storms of Life, $29.99 for Randy Travis, and Three Dog Night Harmony, $14.99. Speaking of Prince, let me get over here to this crate of singles I have to auction. Take a look at this. We did all the non-pitcher sleeves last night, or I should say most of them. We still have a stack of leftovers. But here's the rest of the Prince collection. All pitcher sleeves. Wow, look at that. So John opened up a whole box, and it was almost full of Prince. These are all Prince pitcher sleeves. We're about to start putting them up along with some of these other Disney 45s coming up momentarily, okay? I think it's time we go ahead and knock maybe at least one out right now. And let me see what I got in here. I'm kind of flipping through them for the first time. Look at the Prince collection, folks. Look, laugh, and cry with me. Here is Prince 1999 in the pitcher sleeve. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Rocky Horror Picture Show is OG. Yes, it is OG. It's a 75 US OG. This is with water damage, VG condition, $10 start. Chad, you got the one look I was looking from last week. Yeah, that's still in the box over here of stuff I've got to pull for you for sure. I've got to find that and pull it for you still. I know where those are. I located them last night. Just didn't have the time to sit down and pull all those out, but I know where they're at. Okay, and then this over here is sold to Brett Hamilton for $29.99 to be exact. Rocky Horror Picture Show is the last bid. I don't even know. About every time I look up, there's another question on it. Jay Beach has it for $25. Prince was sold. Jam has a bid for $15 and then $20. Rocky Horror Picture Show just got another question. The Jam's at $25. And then Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is at the end of the line. Some people just hopped on. This has already been up. This is already at... It's been up for about 15 minutes probably. Jay Beach has had this for 25 minutes for 4. He's had this for 25 minutes for 5 minutes for $25. Okay, so let me reset Rocky Horror Picture Show. Rocky Horror Picture Show is OG. It looks like about 50 new people just entered the chat, according to my view counter. I don't know what just happened, but a lot of people just entered the chat. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Facebook must have said, hey, let's finally go ahead and push this into people's feeds so they'll watch Chad tonight. This is OG, a 75 US OG VG condition. It does have cover damage. The most recent high bid just came in with Steve Mason at $26. The Jam is also OG, and it is a final call to Cyclone Doug for $25. Now it just got a bid for $26. Okay? Now we have a bid for $27 on Rocky. Now the Jam's at $26, and Prince is a $10 start. $19.99 in the picture sleeve. That is the high bid on Prince. Okay? That's where we're at. I think I got everybody under control. Sometimes I have to wrangle y'all up like a bunch of wild cattle. First thing is this. Triumph Thunder 7. We just had one earlier in the crate. Here's a sealed copy. $24.99. John Philip Sosa conducts his own marches. Folks, I hear this every Saturday up at Neyland Stadium. The Stars and Stripes Forever. This is $9.99. There it is. The Stars and Stripes Forever. They mentioned that. The pride of the Southland Band, John Philip Sosa. Cool cover. Kind of looks like Sgt. Pepper's, doesn't he? $9.99. All right, nice. Cool stuff there. Calvin Ward on the sealed Triumph. Now Rocky's at 30. Now the Jam's at 30. We have Black Oak, Arkansas Street Party, sealed for $24.99. We have Billy Joel and Innocent Man, $14.99. And George Harrison, Somewhere in England. That is sealed for $29.99. Sosa, that is sold to Ron Eaton for $7. Dun, 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 dun. I can hear it in my head. I can't vocalize that too well. That's tough. Culture Club, Shrink and Hop, $24.99. And we have Gone Tropo by George Harrison. Hadn't seen that in a while, $24.99. Nobody bid on Prince, $10 buy it now. Rocky is out. Final call to Jay Beach for $30. The Jam's at $31. That means somebody's out. I got Jared Inc. at $31. I think Cyclone Doug. That means you're out. Next auction. Here's the other Gremlins. This is storybook number 1. The Gift of the Mogwai. Gremlins is a $10 start. Okay? $10 start on that. Next thing over here is Prince is at $10. Sold to Lonnie Jolly. And then over here, Sousa. John David Sousa. Boy, I don't think that's how the PA announcer says it up in Knoxville. Denise, you need to write him an email. George Harrison, 33 and a third, $24.99. I'm almost positive he says Sosa every Saturday in front of about 110,000 people. Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle, Here in My Car, $39.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, $19.99. Okay, Gremlins has a bid for 10. Rocky Out. This is sold to J Beach 12078 for $30. 12078, $30 on that. All right, The Jam, and this is out with Cyclone Doug. Sold to Jared Inc. for $31. Gremlins has one bid for 10, final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is Oingo Boingo, 80s night on the auction. Holy moly. We have a 1980 US Indianapolis OG Super Clean 4-track Oingo Boingo, $25 start. Oingo Boingo, $25 start on that. Gremlins has a bid for 10, and I'll take the horror soundtrack in the bin, $10. That has already been claimed. Somebody's already bought that. Somebody has already bought that. Okay? Yeah. So you got to think, we here from Tennessee, we say things a lot differently than a lot of other people. Lord's probably like, I don't.
They were actually like, wherever I visited, they were like, why don't you sound like you're from Tennessee? I'm like, I don't know, I've lived here my whole life.
Yeah, Laura doesn't get the Southern accent. She sounds much, much more proper than me. Yeah, she does it. Laura's born and raised in Tennessee just like me. We got much different accents. Okay. Well, I don't know what, you'd have to study the linguistics of, I don't know. Anyway, over here, next thing is, wow, the Gremlins is sold to Tim Voldness for $10. That's sold. Oingo Boingo just got put down. Before I have a natural disaster here, I'm going to go ahead and move all the 45s we've already sold tonight in here to the sold pile. I've got OMD in my hand, and for those that aren't familiar with common 80s pop and rock band abbreviations, OMD stands for Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark. OMD. They leave out the IT. It should be OMITD. This is an 85 US Indianapolis EX++, $20 start. All right, there we go. And we're good to go here. All right, Vern Gotson. Okay, I gotta go park my car. Hold on a second, I gotta go park my car outside. Next auction, the likes of which you've never seen before. Honestly, don't even know what I'm about to do. All right, let's do some quick buy nows, just a quick timeout on all these storybooking records. These are going to not be put up for auction. I'm just going to go ahead and sell these for $6.99. Okay? $6.99. The Little Fat Policeman. Wow. The Little Fat Policeman. $6.99. David and Goliath. The Saggy Baggy Elephant. Golly. Little Boy with a Big Horn. What in the world? Chicken Little. What kind of Disney records have we got into? Thumbelina and Rumpelstiltskin. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Rumpelstiltskin, Thumbelina, Chicken Little, The Little Boy with a Big Horn, The Saggy Baggy Elephant, David and Goliath, and The Little Fat Policeman. Are these some kind of spoof records? What is going on here? $6.99. He is playing a tuba. Okay, let's make sure that wasn't some kind of like a bunch of spoofs. $6.99, okay? That'd be like that cartoon that looks like, what was that cartoon? It looks like little furry animals, but then they all die at the end. Happy Tree Friends. I knew Laura could tell, yeah. Oh my gosh. Spoiler alert. It looks like a kid's cartoon till the very end, and then it's like you'll be scarred for life. I've never watched it, but I know what it is. I've like, I don't want to watch this. I know what it is. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. Okay, Oingo Boingo. So over here, we got two O's, by the way. Oingo Boingo does not have a bid. $25 start. OMD has a bid for $20. I don't have the Beatles priced yet. It's Oingo Boingo, the 12-inch. It's the 12-inch version. It's in shrink with the IRS sticker, a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis OG clean copy. It is clean, and so is OMD. Okay, and then over here, Tim Voldness wants Chick, and that was Chicken Little. That sold to Tim Voldness for $6.99. And then Denise wants the tuba record, Little Boy with a Big Horn. That sold for $6.99. And then Tim Voldness wants David and Goliath for $6.99. And then Oingo is near mint. Melanie Jennings wants the Little Fat Policeman. And then over here, Debbie Wilson was next. Okay, so I still got the Saggy Baggy Elephant, Thumbelina, and Rumpelstiltskin. Those are all $6.99, okay? Yeah, Oingo Boingo is an 1980 U.S. Indianapolis. It is OG, the 12-inch version, 4-track EP, in loose shrink, $25 start. There's one bid. OMD has one bid for $25. We're about to go through a Laura crate, but right now I'm just going to read you what's left in here. And if you need a question, if you have any questions, let me know, because this is the recap. Tim Voldness says he'll take the last three, okay? And then Susie wants the next. Susie, those are all gone. Now, if anybody wants the no bids, I'll go ahead and reduce these to $6.99. It's a Small World, 7 Little Postmen, and the Rescuers. I'll go ahead and do those for $6.99, okay? There you go. So now those are buy it nows for $6.99, $3 cheaper. Human League Dare, if you need a price, let me know. Yuletide Disco, Starbuck, Moonlight Feels Right, Leonard Skinner, One More from the Road, Warrior Scandal, Culture Club, Kissing to Be Clever, The Police, Zenyatta Mandata, Michael Jackson Thriller, OG too, First Press, Born in USA, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, Translator, Evening of the Harvest, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. So OMD has a new bid for $21, and Oingo Boingo has a new bid for $30. Robin wants It's a Small World for $6.99. That leaves the Rescuer and 7 Little Postmen. I got a lot more coming up, okay? I've got Randy Travis Storms of Life. It was $29.99. Three Dog Night Harmony, Black Oak, Arkansas Street Party. Also Billy Joe Innocent Man, George Harrison Somewhere in England, Culture Club, George Harrison again, Gary Newman still available, $29.99 on that one, and Bruce Springsteen. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, was $19.99. What happened to you, Billy? Yeah, it's in shrink, near mint minus $19.99. Human League Dare was $24.99. So OMD 21, OMD 22. That means Oingo Boingo's at 30. Who was the first bidder on that? Chris Gardner. Chris, you are out on Oingo Boingo. All right. Let's see here. I'm trying to auction the Disney stuff. That's big characters, okay? We just did a buy now on all the story records. I've got a couple in here that are still very much auction worthy, and here's my next pull. And this is When You Wish Upon a Star, Disneyland, Walt Disney's Pinocchio. This is pretty early, and it's in really good looking shape too. It is a 45 RPM, Walt Disney's Pinocchio, vinyl, and plays at 45, $10 start on that. Okay, and if anybody wants anything else, we're about to go through a straight price crate that Laura has marked. It's coming up right now, and then we got a whole new slew of auctions because it looks like these are on the tail end. Okay, all right, let me take a peek in what she's marked. Holy moly here. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, yeah, that's going to get a lot of claims. And that. Nice. What's that marked for? Great price. What's that marked for? Great price. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a knockout. Well, as JR would say, this is going to be a slobber knocker. Okay, this is going to be a slobber knocker. We have not sold the Colt, but we have sold Weird Al. All right, we're done on Oingo. Oingo is sold to Victor Guerra for $30. Their catalog is interesting. So they come into print every once in a while, but they'll only make 500 on colored vinyl. Like they'll make 500 on colored vinyl, and then they'll discontinue them. And then a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years later, they'll make some more. But I think right now, if you pull up Oingo Boingo, there's only like one to order, maybe. Maybe. I hadn't looked at it in a long time. OMD's at 25. Jared Ink's out. And Pinocchio has one bid for 10. All right, straight price right here. First come, first serve. Let's find the Cult. C-U-L-T. And there's Crowded House. Somebody asked for that too. On deck. The Cult. An 85 US specialty. Full album, of course. VG. A $20 start. Crowded House is about to go up because these are about done. I've got it right here, I promise. On deck. First, a perfect circle. Eat the Elephant. Maynard. Sealed. $24.99. MoFi. Unopened. Bill Evans. Jim Hall Undercurrent. $29.99. Unopened. Sealed MoFi. Pinocchio. Sold to Susie for $10. Done. OMD. Oh my, this is done. This is sold to Samuel Kopich for $25. The Cult. 20, 20, 21, 20. Bill Evans. Sold to Eric Van Leuven. Next, Crowded House. Up right here. An 86 US Allied OG. Original or sleeve. EX edition. $25 on Crowded House. Hey now, don't dream it's over. They come, they come. I wish I could sing like that, dude. Okay, Colt has a bid for 25 and Sully on Bill Evans. Now, here's what I can do on Bill Evans. What do I have my new ones priced for? I just got a restock of that in from MoFi. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find those. Because the new ones I have are just like $5 more. I'd be willing to reduce them to get them sold if I don't know where they are. I might, if anybody else wants a Bill Evans, I think mine are marked 34. I wouldn't mind. I would go ahead and sell them for 29. I've got that same record in stock, I think, because I just got more direct from MoFi distribution. I think they're 34 retail. So, which is a great price for something like that. So if anybody else wants one, I think I've got 2 or 3 around here. I can't find them right now. I've got new vinyl stacked up 8 foot tall. So if you want me to find you one, Sully, I bet I can, okay? Or did you get the one in the crate? No, Eric Van Leuven did. I can find you one if you want me to, okay? And I will reduce the price. And I may have one more left. Okay, Crowded House, and then Scott Dwallow on Perfect Circle. All right, there's done. Let's check our singles up here. I do have 2 C's, so please make sure you spell these out. We got Colt and Crowded House. I got Colt and Crowded House, okay? The Colt is at 30 with Scott Arnold. I know he's bidding on the Colt. And Crowded House is tied at 25. X-Wing and Austin bid simultaneously. X-Wing has the slight advantage. Allison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane, $27.99 for Krauss. Led Zeppelin, sealed, $24.99. Give you an idea how a pre-owned sealed copy. Over here in the corner, I've got this one at $33.99. So good price on that. Zeppelin, sealed, $24.99. Also have Violent Nature, Imperial, no, I Prevail. Yeah, I Prevail. It's red and black splatter, $24.99. Whoops, my charger is loose. We never did rewire it over here since we had our sale, and there's too much slack. Let me do this. Okay, there we go. All right, sorry. Cold out. Sully does want another Bill Evans. Make a note. I'll find it for him. Scott Dwallow and Allison Krauss. Colt 35, Crowded 27. Crowded 30, Crowded 31. And then over here, what was I about to do? Oh, another Disney record. Here is a nicer. Actually, no, let's do this. This is, we had one earlier, check condition. The only thing wrong with this one is Robbie wrote his name on the cover, so his friend wouldn't steal it. This is Alice in Wonderland, $10 start. Okay? Alice in Wonderland, $10 start. Crowded House 31, 35, 36. I need to talk about the Colt again. The Colt is an 85 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, and it's in VG condition. And the Colt, the last bid on this was Scott Arnold, 35. It's OG VG. And then Alice has a bid for 10, and Crowded House is at 36, now 38. I prevail, so did Tony Riddle. Boy, y'all are breaking my heart. The only thing left is Led Zeppelin. Next is Chrome Reverse. They Want to Fight. Chrome Reverse is a 2016 French copy, $14.99. The Highwaymen, live at Nassau Coliseum. Live in 1990. Johnny, Waylon, Chris, and Willie, $22.99 on that. And Muddy Waters, Hoochie Coochie Man, live at the Rising Sun Celebrity Jazz Club. Muddy Waters is sealed, a Record Store Day exclusive, $19.99. Don't forget, Metal Night is moved to tomorrow, Wednesday night Metal Night. We're going to have straight price records, and just like we normally do, tonight is kind of anything goes, but a lot of 80s. A lot of 80s. Over here, Zeppelin, ST, sold to ST, Zeppelin. Highwayman, sold to Travis Woods. Muddy Waters, sold to George Scher. I think we're done on the Colt. I hadn't seen another bid since Scott Arnold bid $35. I've already said it once. That was the second time. That means about to sell. And no one else has bid on Crowded House since Austin bid 40. Susie got Alice for $10. And we have Fallout Boy from Under the Cork Tree, $22.99. We just had these new this week. This one's pre-owned but nice, $22.99. And Smash the 80s. That's a great comp. This is $27.99. It's a 2LP, great 80s comp, perfect for 80s night. And the Rolling Stones, that's their newest album, Hackney Diamonds. Amazon exclusive vinyl. Green was the Amazon exclusive. The Rolling Stones, $29.99. All right, Scott Arnold, you get the Colt then for $35. Time for new auctions. Crowded House is officially sold to Austin Latham for $40. Thank y'all for those who said out. I greatly appreciate it. We're in a great straight price crate here. Holy moly. And let's put up another Tears for Fears. This is their biggest and most popular, and it happens to be OG, and it happens to be nice. It's in shrink, a little bit of wear and tear on the shrink. Those are actually breathe holes, but up here is what I'm talking about. It's EX, a $30 start. Victor, your bid on the Colt just came in late. I had lost you. I was waiting for you to bid or say out, but Scott had it for almost 4 minutes, and I didn't hear back from you, so you just missed it. You just missed it. He was trying to get it. All right, Traveling Wilburys, George Michael, Duran Duran, David Bowie, Madonna, Duran Duran, Furs, Sugar Cubes, Joan Jett, Duran Duran, Cyndi Lauper, X. Let's do X. X is See How We Are, an 87 U.S. Specialty, original or sleeve, $25 start. Victor, you threw a flag, but your bid came in very late. So Scott bid $35 up here at $21.32. Yeah, and that was 4 minutes later when your bid popped up, and I had definitely already said sold. So yeah, you were 4 minutes. It took 4 minutes. So either you hesitate a little bit too long, or you got a bad draw of the lag. All right, a couple more records out of here. Slipknot, that's on yellow vinyl, $19.99 for Slipknot. And Tyler Childers on red smoke color vinyl. Boy, I haven't seen one of those in a while. $19.99, red smoke color vinyl. I remember for a while we could get those from distribution. We sold a bunch of those, $19.99. And we have Depeche Mode, London Dungeon. Depeche Mode is sealed, $29.99. Scott Arnold on Slipknot. Mike Pierce on Tyler Childers. What are the Duran Duran titles? I'm about to put one up right now. As soon as Tears for Fears doesn't get a bid for 30, or if X doesn't get a bid for 20, the Duran Durans that's in here are Arena. We have Rio. We have Notorious. And I'm also about to put up something from the bonus crate. Don't forget about all the 80s hard rock and 80s hair metal I have over here to run too. Here's our next few buy it nows. I'm going to throw down, oh, this is a cool one. That's probably worthy of an auction. Anything Archie's is worthy of an auction. And then here's a couple more to auction here too, okay? Here's our next couple Disney auctions. But first, here is the Fox and the Hound. That's a $10 start. The Fox and the Hound. That's a $10 start. And the Archie's is a cardboard cutout record. $7 start on that. That actually plays. See that little laminate on there? That's actually grooves. And this looks like a piece of cardboard. It literally will play the Archie's. And there's 4 songs on there. They have somehow manufactured a piece of cardboard with characters on cardboard, and that's a $7 start. Okay, Scott Arnold, yes, Slipknot was $19.99. Okay, Tears for Fears does have a bid, and the cereal box record has a bid with Debbie for $7. Next thing over here is the following. These are new straight price records. Parliament Chocolate City. Parliament is sealed, $24.99. Steve Mason on X for $20. Yes, I think that's what I said. Actually, it is supposed to be a $25 start. I think I just said 20 though. So I'll have to take 20. I meant to say, I think I did say 25 and I didn't look, but that's okay. X has a bid for 20. It's supposed to be 25 and go up. But right now, it barely got a bid for 20, so I'm assuming nobody watching right now has any interest in that X record. Fox and the Hound is a $10 start. Archie's has bids for 7 and 7. Gregory gets Parliament. That is sold. Next over here is ABBA Gold, Greatest Hits. A 2 LP, $27.99 for ABBA. We have Hermano, Only a Suggestion. Stoner Rock. I didn't yell that as loud as I was supposed to. $22.99, my bad. Get ready for a scream the next time I do that. Chevelle, their newest album, Bright as Blasphemy, sealed, red and clear, black and white splatter. I know that's a weird description, isn't it? Ruby and clear color, in color with white and black splatter. Holy moly, $24.99, okay? No one's been on Fox and the Hound, final call. We're tied on Tears for Fears, so 2 people bid 30. Mark Veese bid 30 and Austin Latham, you bid 30. So Austin, you're out. Now X has bids for 20, 22, 23. Y'all are almost at the minimum bid. Almost. And the Archie's is tied at 7. Christina bid 7, but Debbie Wilson bid first. Robert Warner got Hermano. Well, he said, I better buy that before Chad screams Stoner Rock again. And then Motion City Soundtrack, The Same Old Wasted Wonderful World. That is on Teal Wave vinyl, $29.99. And Greta Van Fleet from The Fires. That is sealed 24. So, Christina, you're out on the Archies. Tim Voldis about to get the Fox and the Hounds. Austin Latham, you're out on Tears for Fears. And Preston Rose, you're out on X. Austin back in on Tears for Fears at 32. Promise, Pork Soda. Promise is $34.99. My name is Mud. Awesome bass line. Parliament. Mercury, You and Me. Mercury Records, You and Me, a Universal Music Company, Mercury Records, copyright 1975, copyright 2019, UMG Recordings, Netherlands. Okay? Debbie Wilson, you get the Archies for 7. Tim Voldis, you get Fox and the Hound for 10. X is sold, even though it didn't even get to the minimum bid, to Steve Mason for $23. That's sad. And then over here, we got Bill Withers, sealed MoFi, for just $29.99. Nice. This one has Use Me and Lean On Me. Also, we got AC/DC, the Iron Man 2 soundtrack, $49.99. So, a great AC/DC compilation, $49.99. Over here, Tears for Fears, the last bid was $32. Now, Mark Veese, you're out on Tears for Fears. Austin Latham has it for $32. Okay, I'm trying to get another stack of Disney Buy It Nows ready. There's 1, 2, 3. And then here is number 4, number 5, and number 6. But that one's going to be an auction, and that one possibly an auction. Here is the little engine that could. Disney Storybook and Record, $10 start. Okay. Also here is Led Zeppelin 2. That is sealed for $24.99. And True Power, I Prevail with slip mat, another I Prevail, $19.99. And I know there's some other people waiting for some auctions, but I'm going to pull something from the bonus crate. Loudness, Lightning Strikes. Loudness is an 86 US club, near mint minus, $20 start on Loudness. Disney has a bid for 10. Coheed and Cambria. That is $32.99, a 2017. Note from Laura. Laura loves Coheed, a 3-heart rating. That's up there. Heaven's Cry, Wheels of Impermanence. That is a prog metal album for $9.99. X-Wing on I Prevail. That's sold to X-Wing 81. AC/DC's $49.99, which is not a bad price because if these are new now, I think I got to price them $5 or $10 more than that. It's essentially an AC/DC hits. Back in Black, Thunderstruck, TNT, Let There Be Rock. That's a good one. And then over here, Steve Riley on Coheed, and that's sold. And next is Tears for Fears. I lost Mark Weiss. I think he's done. I hope so. I haven't heard back from him. And then Loudness is now up for bid, and Disney Final Call. Never mind. Mark Weiss just bid $39. He came in on the hair of his chinny chin chin. Motion City Soundtrack, Panic Stations. Red, White, and Swirl, $24.99. And Funkadelic, Let's Take It to the Stage. Funkadelic is a 2004, $24.99, okay? And one more here, Super Joint Ritual. This is a lethal dose. Super Joint Ritual, $24.99. It took me a while to figure out Super Joint was talking about cannabis, the devil's lettuce, marijuana. I've been selling those, and I was like, Super Joint Ritual. Didn't even hit to me. Oh, they're talking about the wacky tobacco. Okay, next thing over here is Tears for Fears, $39. New bid. Gregory on F for Funkadelic. So did Gregory. F for Funkadelic. Which I Prevail you just posted. It's already sold. Already sold. Disney has a new bid for 11. Susie, you've been outbid. Super Joint Ritual is sold to Scott Dwallow. Bob Riger second. Disney 12, Disney 13. Disney 14. Denise threw 2 question marks out. Loudness has a bid for 20. Disney have a bid for 15. Disney has another bid for 15. Tears for Fears. Mark Weiss is out. This is sold then. Austin Latham for $40. Shout. Okay, so Loudness over here. Mark Stanley has thrown a flag. We have an 86 US club. Lightning Strikes, near mint minus, $20 start. Mark Stanley threw a flag. Oh, his S. Mark Stanley gets the Super Joint Ritual. He was in fact first. He won the challenge. Mark Stanley, then Scott Dwallow. Mark Stanley, then Scott Dwallow. This goes to Mark Stanley instead of Scott Dwallow. Disney has a bid with 15. Susie, you're out. John Howard, you were 5th on Super Joint Ritual. Okay. Anthology numbered price yet. Going to bed. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Scott, don't worry. I'm not going to sell out of them. I've got like 12 of them. I don't see me selling 12 Beatles box sets tonight. So I'll make sure you get one worst case scenario, okay? I've got to unbox them, make sure I have them, look them up, check cost. It's something I can't do right now. Disney 16, Loudness 20, and then Natasha on Motion City Soundtrack. That's sold to Natasha. Let's put up another auction. Yeah, Steve Mason. What did I just call you? I don't even know. All right, these are $6.99. The Pokey Little Puppy, Jingle Bells, The Taxi That Hurried, and the Tawny Scrawny Line, $6.99. Cyndi Lauper was a request. We can do that if I can find it. Oh, I got Bootsy's in here. We got Traveling Duran. We need to chip away at the Durans. We got more of that than anybody. What was Cyndi Lauper? Girls Just Want to Have Fun. A top copy. The Second Hand Unwinds. Time After Time. Shrink. Hop. Inner sleeve. Top copy. $30 start. $30 start over there, okay? We got Tim Voldness, Disney 16, Disney 16, Disney 17, Disney 17. We got L23 for Loudness. Loudness new bid. Cindy a $30 start. Loudness 22. Disney 19. Tim Voldness on Taxi. Tim Voldness on Taxi. Debbie on Puppy. Robin next on Puppy. Disney 20. That leaves the Tawny, Scrawny Line, and Jingle Bells. $6.99 each on those. How much, Chad? Just $6.99. That's insane. I know. I can't believe more people hadn't been buying them. We have Ramstein, Rise, Rise, $39.99 sealed. Soundgarden A-Sides is sealed, $29.99. And Taylor Swift Lover, just $19.99 with a note from Laura. Laura loves Taylor Swift. Oh, man. Cruel Summer on this one. Now, that's my go-to Taylor song, $19.99. That's my go-to Taylor song right there. Loudness, where are we at? Disney's at 22. Cyndi Lauper's at 40. Loudness, Victor Guerra, you're out. Steve McGee has it for 23. Alan Hagen, you're also out. $23 on Loudness. Alan's back in at 24. Disney's at 23. Tim Voldness is out. And then over here, Cyndi Lauper is at 40. The only bid for Mark Weiss. Final call. Joe Barrios says, give me Taylor Swift. It's yours. All right. Loudness is at 25. I can picture you pillow fighting with Seth that soon. Oh, gosh. Maybe a sledgehammer fight. Okay, let's read through this again. I can also see Seth cruising around his Camaro singing Cruel Summer. With his windows down, his aviators on, thinking he's Tom Cruise. The dude thinks he's Tom Cruise, okay? He's far, far from it. Loudness, 25. Cyndi Lauper, 40. And Susie gets Disney for 23. Okay? All right, let's read through this again. Lothel, I think about everything in here came from your collection. Yes. Always a shout out to anybody that ever needs or wants to sell their collection for giving us the first call. Always make sure you message Paul at Collectco. We'll come by your records. We'll travel anywhere within reason if you have a reasonable collection. What does that mean? That means we can't drive halfway across the country for 100 records. However, we will drive halfway across the country for 3,000 records if they're really, really good titles. We will come get them. Okay? If we know you got good records, we'll come buy them. Okay? Now, like I said, Paul's been to Arizona a bunch. He drove out there by himself for about a 7-day buying trip about a year ago. I think about Arizona is as far west as he's been. We hadn't made it truly to California yet. We've turned down a lot of collections because we couldn't make preliminary deals. We had a guy in Seattle with about 10,000 in his basement that looked like a once-in-a-lifetime deal, but the numbers just didn't make sense. So, and I don't think he ever did sell them, so that means he was too high. Okay, over here, Loudness. Loudness is at 25, and that's with Steve McGee. And everybody else is out. I think it's up to Victor Guerra. He's out, and this is sold. All right, so board's cleared. We're ready for new auctions. Mark Weiss, you get Cyndi Lauper for 40. Loudness over here is sold to Steve McGee for $25. And we're about to show what's in here again. Susie Breedlove wants Jingle Bells. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. That left the Tawny Scrawn Line to Rescuers and Seven Little Postmen. That's the only 3 Disney records left right now. Okay, here we go. New auctions going up right now. This is the Traveling Wilburys. This is Jeff Lynne. This is Bob Dylan. This is Tom Petty, Roy Orbison, George Harrison. And this is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG EX edition. A $30 start. $30 start. There it is. All right, $30 start on Traveling Wilburys. Let's get that out of the sleeve, show the inner sleeve. What a lineup there. What a lineup. Imagine being in the room with those guys. So, yes, Soundgarden is still available, and Bill Withers is sealed. Let's go ahead and pull those right now. Bill Withers is sealed MoFi, $29.99. That's about $15 below list price. And Soundgarden is sealed, $29.99. That is $16 below list price. That is on sale new vinyl right there. That is exactly a prime example of on sale new vinyl. Most everything in here, if I say sealed, it is on sale compared to original list price, 100%, without a doubt. All right, here is this. There is that. Here's you, here's me. Here's you, here's me. Okay. Rocky Horror Picture Show is done. Travis gets Soundgarden. Aaron Andrus was second. Bill Withers is $29.99. $29.99 on Bill Withers. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. Unfortunately, a low-grade copy. VG minus condition. An 87 US Club. It does have the original inner sleeve. VG minus, GNR, $20 start. Traveling Wilburys has a bid for $30. Next, quick recap. Great stuff in here. Chrome reverse. They Want to Fight. Sealed, $14.99. Fallout Boy from Under the Cork Tree, $22.99. Smash the 80s, $27.99. Great 2 LP compilation. The Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds, Amazon exclusive, sealed green vinyl, $29.99. Depeche Mode, London Dungeon, 1993, sealed, $29.99. Traveling Wilburys has one bid final call. Guns N' Roses has one bid final call. Next is Tootle, another Disney Little Golden Book and Record, another book about a train. That's old Tootle there. $10 start. X-Wing, let me know for sure if you want Bill Withers. If not, Sully does. Great price on sealed MoFi. Like I said, that's $14.99, less than what we'd have to list it for here. Okay. And next thing is ABBA, a 2 LP. That's called ABBA Gold, $27.99 on that in shrink wrap. Chevelle, that's their newest album, Bright as Blasphemy, sealed, $24.99. Motion City Soundtrack, The Same Old Wasted Wonderful World, that is sealed for $29.99. And Greta Van Fleet from The Fires, that's still available, sealed, $24.99. GNR has a new bid for $21 with Josie Sinkbell. Christina's about to get the Traveling Wilburys for $30, though. That's been up for a while. Primus Pork Soda, sealed 2 LP, $34.99. Led Zeppelin 2 is sealed for $24.99. Heaven's Cry, Wheels of Impermanence. And that's a prog metal album, just $9.99. Heaven's Cry. AC/DC, Iron Man 2, sealed, $49.99. Amanda Davis on Greta Van Fleet, sold. And we have Rammstein, Rise, Rise. That's also about $10 below list, $49.99. Okay, I lost X-Wing for a second. So Sully, right now, this is going to be sold to you for $29.99. You do get the Bill Withers. Jackie Reynolds on Heaven's Cry. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Natasha on Motor City Soundtrack. MCS, that's sold to Natasha. Led Zeppelin in the background. That is $33.99. That's a Jimmy Page 180 gram remaster. Christina gets the Traveling Wilburys for $30. Sold for $30. Let's put that away. Susie gets this for $10. Tootle. That's sold to Susie. And over here, GNR. GNR has a new bid for $23. It is OG. Well, second cover, but it is available. All right, boy, we've took a chunk out of the kids' records. We've sold half the box, and I think everything that's left is going to be a buy it now, except for this last one. I think everything in here I'm good doing buy it nows with, except maybe this last one here. Mary Poppins, Disneyland record, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, the rest I'll start showing for the rest of the night at Buy It Now. Okay, next over here, Led Zeppelin. I'll take AC/DC and Nice. That's sold to Gregory, and GNR is at $24. Next, advertised hot post auction is George Michael, and this is called Faith, an 87 US Carrollton OG. This is the Vlado mastering, preferred mix on this or cut, gold stamp. There is no white label promo of this album. It does have the insert. It's VG++EX, a $25 start. Everybody buckle up. We usually have all-out war for these. I mean, we usually have all-out war for these George Michael albums. I'm about to go through another crate of vintage. Buy it now or best offer. I can't believe it's already 10 minutes till 10, but we've already went through both recap crates from 6 a.m. We've been through both crates of new vinyl. We've been through 3 John crates already. We've been through a Laura crate, and we're about to go through the other John crate. And we got plenty of stuff to auction. If we happen to run out of, quote, new stuff, what we start doing then is recapping other old stock new vinyl, discount vintage crates until we're done with all of our auctions. And then we got plenty more 45s for part 2 tonight. I don't think I'm going to go as late as I did last night, but if everybody's up and everybody's still buying, I usually get talked into it. And last night I was here at almost 2:30 a.m. selling again. I couldn't believe it. It was 2:30 a.m. I was still on here selling again. We sold stacks and stacks and stacks of 45s. I got to pull up the count and see how many we're at through this year. We might can hit a goal and set a record that would be even hard to beat next year, but I set my standards high. I don't know how many individual 45s we've sold, not counting bundles. If you include bundles, it would be insane. We have sold a lot of 45s here. I don't even know. I never thought we'd reach these kind of numbers we've had, but we found some good stuff. We've sold a lot just tonight. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. New crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. George Michael has bids for 25, 25, 30. The last bid on GNR is 24. So it opened at 20. We got a bid for 20. Sean Sam, 20 Josie Sinkbell, 21 Josie Sinkbell, 23 Alan Hagen, 23 Sean Sam. Josie said she's done. Alan Hagen bid 24. Now it looks like it's up to one person. Alan Hagen has it for 24. Alan says he's out. You have it for $24 though. Unless somebody else has bid, you might see these G bids. They're bidding on George Michael. Alan, you in fact still have it for $24, GNR. George Michael just hit 32. Nobody bid on Mary Poppins. She's 10 bucks. Okay. Next auction is Prince. You got the look. Prince is going to go up in the picture sleeve here. You got the look, a $10 start. Boom. Next auction. Boom, boom, boom. And if somebody did outbid Allen, I didn't see it. There it is, Sean Sam. It must be him, $25. Okay? Must be him. There we go. All right. The Cars Panorama. The Cars is $24.99. Vision Quest soundtrack, $19.99. Journey, Dio, Don Henley, John Waite, Sammy Hagar, $19.99 for Vision Quest. Wham! Make It Big. Speaking of George Michael, Wake Me Up Before You Go. Careless Whisper, $34.99. Prince 10, Prince 11, Prince Tell, George Michael, $36. So it looks like the GNR is going to be that $25 bid. Nice. Molly Hatchet beating the odds. Frank Frazetta, $19.99. If you want to own this original painting, it's up for bid right now. It's currently owned by Kurt Hammett. This is original Frank Frazetta painting on the cover here. The original is up for auction right now. Starting bid, $15 million. Heritage Auctions, owned by Kurt Hammett. It ends in 15 days. It's probably going to bring, I bet, 20 plus million, possibly a lot more. Molly Hatchet beating the odds. Or you can own the cover on the album here for a lot cheaper, $19.99. That's now up for auction. Over here, Prince 10, Prince 10, Prince 11, Prince 12. Kevin Walker on Vision Quest. So to Kevin Walker. Next thing, Molly Hatchet, so to Mike Pierce. Chad, isn't Prince the one I claimed correct? It probably is, but this isn't the same one. This is a different one. This is a whole different batch of Prince stuff, Donna. It probably is, but it's somewhere. This is not the same one. Calvin next on Molly Hatchet. George Michael 37. And then over here, GNR is sold for $25. And this is sold to Sean Sam for $25. Probably one of the cheaper copies of GNR we're going to sell. So, Donna, what I'm trying to say, I think that's the one you claimed. It hadn't been pulled, though, but this is a completely different batch of Prince records. Completely different from the other ones that you saw the other night. Prince is at $12 right now with Chris Gardner. Going once, going twice. The last bid on George Michael was Joe Barrios at $37. Next auction is Duran Duran Arena. Duran Duran is sealed. An 84 USOG copy sealed, a $35 start. Next is Duran Duran in the Crate, Rio, a UK copy. Nice. That was weird timing. $29.99. That's a UK copy. So we still got Wham, Duran Duran, and the Cars. More 80s. Here is the Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, $14.99. That's a top loader. The Moody Blues, $14.99. And Journey Frontiers. Journey is $19.99. Nona Hendrix, I Sweat, Going Through the Motions. Nona Hendrix is $9.99. We got Debbie Harry, Rock Bird. That is in shrink, $24.99. And we have Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is $19.99. Okay, George Michael 40, George Michael 41. Brett, you're out on George Michael. Brett's also placed a bid on Duran Duran for 40. And we have Prince, you got the look. Prince is sold to Kevin Gardner for $12. Next over here, he also said 40 on Rio. You know what? I'm going to take less than that. Rio is only $29.99, so I'm going to save you $10, Brett. That's sold to you for $29.99, and we still got one to auction. But, Brett, you are about bid on George Michael. You got to bid more than 41. Over here, we have Paul Young, The Secret of Association. Shrink and Hype, $24.99. Debbie Harry is sold to Victor Guerra for $20. We got Heart Magazine. Heart is $26.99. Chris Gardner said Chris, not Kevin. What just happened? Chris, not Kevin. Chris Gardner got Prince for $12, not Kevin. Yes, I think I said the wrong name there. Don't shoot me, I'm only the piano man. Next thing over here is another Prince. Prince is When Doves Cry. $10 start. When Doves Cry and 17 days. Nice in the picture sleeve, $10 start. Brett, it's up to you on George Michael. The high bid's $41. You have the high bid on Arena for $40. Debbie Harry Cuckoo, another Debbie Harry, $19.99. JJ Cale, number 8, $34.99. Feels like a foreign pressing. It is $34.99, made in England, $34.99. Prince has a bid with Chris Gardner for $13. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. Bruce is $19.99. The Days of Future Past, Moody Blues, a sealed early 80s pressing, $24.99. Laura has sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow night. Tomorrow's metal night. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. We have Technical Series Professional Test Record, $19.99. Victor gets Debbie Harry for $15. George Michael has a new bid for $45. Joe Barrios, you've been outbid. Brett Hamilton's going to get Duran Duran Arena for $40. Moody Blues is sold for $18 to Topographic. As soon as I said that, Mike Owen was going to pay full price. I pulled that one way too fast. I just shot myself in the foot over $7. I just shot myself in the foot over $7. Mike Owen, but you're lucky. Not only is he passing, that means you get it, and that means you get it for cheaper. Sometimes I pull these too fast. Man, y'all should see my feet. How many times I've shot myself in the foot. It's bad. It's really bad. George Michael, 46. I've shot myself in the foot enough. I could have bought a new Ferrari. We got Brent Robley on J.J. Cale for $28. That is sold for $28. And then over here, Todd Doris on Journey. Journey is sold to Todd Doris. Brent, you got J.J. Cale for $28. Prince is sold to Chris Gardner for $13. Brett Hamilton, you're out on George Michael. Joe Barrios has bid $46. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Smithereens Green Thoughts. The Smithereens is an 88 U.S. specialty OG, a $35 start. Next is the Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. Nice, $24.99. Nice, $24.99. And we have Kansas. It's the point of no return. How long? Noise Works with Hop Sticker, $19.99. Did I get Rio for $29.99? You did. You, in fact, did, but you're outbid on George Michael. It's at $46. There's our next auction, the Smithereens. Okay, here is a little handful of kids' records. These are all $6.99, okay? All $6.99. We have Old Mother Hubbard, Simple Simon, Frankie the Brave Fireman, Little Drummer Boy, the Three Billy Goats Gruff, and Flat Stanley. Those are all $6.99. No more, no less. Flat Stanley, Three Billy Goats Gruff, Little Drummer Boy, sold to Tim Voldness. We had Frankie the Brave Fireman, Simple Simon, and Old Mother Hubbard. Those are all $6.99. Also on the crate, nice, Thin Lizzy Chinatown. Holy moly. $34.99 for Thin Lizzy Chinatown. David Pokey on Billy Goats. That's sold to David Pokey, $6.99. And then over here we have, I'll take the two Duran Duran titles and out on George Michael. You won the Duran Duran auction. You got Duran Duran in the bin. That means George Michael is sold to Joe Barrios for $46. No one, and I repeat, no one has bid on the Smithereens. This is a final call for a $35 minimum bid. Mike Straws picking up the Thin Lizzy. And then how much was Noise Works? $19.99 on that. Our next auction, what's over here in the metal crate? Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Let's pull up Y&T. This is in Rock We Trust, an 84 U.S. club, Columbia Record Club VG++, Y&T, a $15 start. Waylon, Back on Black. Waylon Jennings is $24.99. And Led Zeppelin's original, well, it's a Presswell press. It's a mid-70s press, $44.99 for Zeppelin. Let me look at that again. Untitled, fourth album. Interesting. HXAP. I don't recognize this one too much. Has a G. 75. That's a mid-70s press. Super nice, though. And then Victor Guerra gets Noise Works, okay? Victor Guerra on Noise Works. And also, One Night in Bangkok, Murray Head. That's a 12-inch single, $14.99 on that. And Ian Hunter Live. This is a double LP, $26.99. Welcome to the club. And that's a pretty solid record. I've had to put some of the discount crates lately. It's hurt my soul. Nobody bid on the Smithereens. That's a $35 buy it now. I don't have much room for no bids over here. I need to move some 45s out of the way. Let me put all the no bid kids records back here together. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of 45s I've already read through for a recap. Those are going to be retired for a while. These are... Congratulations, 45s. You've been retired for a while. Let's put those right there. Okay. Y&T has a bid for 15. Alan Hagen. Now I can stack all these over here. Now we're ready for something else out of the hot picture. And the Colt is already sold, but we still got Duran Duran Rio auction. And this is a U.S. club copy. EX edition Duran Duran Rio. Hungry Like the Wolf. $30 start. Smithereens was a $35 buy it now. That was the minimum no bid. Also, we have the Police, Ghost in the Machine. The Police is $24.99. And Duran Duran 7. And the Ragged Tiger. Duran Duran, $24.99. 7. And the Ragged Tiger. Men at Work Cargo is $24.99. Men at Work has the original under sleeve. $24.99 on MAO and then or MAW, and there's their other album, Business as Usual. Who Can It Be Now? $24.99. So there's another Duran Duran. That's a U.S. original. $30 start is what we had that one tagged for. Here's a few more kids records. These are all $6.99, in which Eeyore has a birthday and gets 2 presents. That's an early Winnie the Pooh, in which Eeyore has a birthday and gets 2 presents. Goldilocks and the 3 Bears, The Boy, the Cat, and the Magic Fiddle, The Story of Fernandad, Andy and the Lion, and Love is a Hug. Those are all $6.99. Okay? And we have Love is a Hug, Andy Lion, Story, Cat, Goldie, and you know what I'm talking about. Okay, YNT 15, YNT 17. I'll take Rick Springfield single. What was the name of that one, John? And then Travis Woods on Murray Head. Travis Woods on Murray Head. That's right here. And then Tim Voldness on Eeyore for $6.99. Susie on Hood. Hood. And I think she meant Gold for Goldilocks. Okay, YNT 20 with Alan Hagen. Chris Knapp out. Next in the crate is Bob Seger 7 for $26.99. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Hot picture for tomorrow. Of course, it'll be posted on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube every day. But right here's an early look for tomorrow. Tallis, Black and Blue, some sort of bizarre-looking Van Halen. Bullet Boys, Ozzy, Accept. Merciful Fate, Iron Maiden. Over here is Tankard. Ozzy, Japanese. Suicidal, Destruction, Dokken, Anthrax, Black Sabbath, Japanese. We have Korn, Tesla, Bitch, Trauma, I think, Dark Angel, Danger, Danger, Kicks, Nuclear Assault, Overkill, Onslaught, Hanoi Rocks, Witch Killer, Forbidden, Flotsam and Jetsam, Thor, Man of War, Master, Exodus. I'm not for sure on that one. Warlock, Grim Reaper, TT Quick, Rage, Bullet, Sacrilege. That is Running Wild. Lord Tracy, Mentor, Shock, Paris. That is Venom, Destruction. I forgot who that was down here, bottom right. And that's it. Okay, of course, and I've got a whole crate over here of other stuff I've been stockpiling. Okay. I've done everything for you, picture sleeve. Okay, Rick Springfield, let me pick that out for John Griffin. And that was over here, if I can find it. Here it is. All right. There is some writing on the front of it, just so you know. Might be a good reason to discount it. $5. Okay? All right, Duran Duran did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $30. And then YNT is officially sold. And YNT is officially sold to Alan Hagen for $20. All right, let's keep going through this great new vintage crate. I've got Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Live, $34. Yeah, there's a couple in there I'm not too familiar with, which is probably a good sign. There's Fleetwood Mac Live. We have Fleetwood Mac Then Play On. That's $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Let me pause there. There's still a handful more in here, but we need to put up probably Psychedelic Furs with Pretty in Pink, Talk, Talk, Talk. An 81 Pitman OG and EX. Psychedelic Furs, $25 start for the Psychedelic Furs. Talk, Talk, Talk. $25 start on that. And then next over here, let's pull something from back here. I forgot about Bootsy. Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for fonking. And this is sealed. So it's sealed with hop sticker, and the hop sticker reads, contains 8-page, almost comic coloring book. Interesting. $15 start on that. All right. Next is Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, Shrinking Hop, $14.99. Billy Joe, Innocent Man, $14.99. Journey, Raised on Radio, Shrinking Hop, $24. We have Joe Jackson, Night and Day, $19. And we have Dexy's Midnight Runners with the Come On Eileen hop sticker. I want to sing this song forever. Y'all know the rest. These are all $6.99. The Old Man and the Tiger. I'd Rather Be My Size. Gene Autry sings Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rainy Day Garden. Arrow Book of Funny Poems. Music to Eat Peanut Butter by Jif Peanut Butter. Wow. That's a crossover. You get Jif advertisement and peanut butter, and Twinkle Twinkle Little Star with Floyd Robinson and Huey the Hamster. Oh, Floyd Robinson there, $6.99. Over here, we have Furs with an open bid of 25, now 28, Bootsy at 15, Tim Voldness on Jif, so did Tim Voldness, and then Dexy's Midnight Runners was $24.99. Tracy Songer, you were next on Jif. So I still got Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. We have Funny Poems, Rainy Day Garden, Gene Autry, I'd Rather Be My Size, and The Old Man and the Tiger. There's that. Okay. Did you ever find my Three Dog Mike poster? I don't know. They're about 85% done watching the show. They're about 85% done watching the show. I will flip through the posters tomorrow and see what I come up with. I honestly, I haven't looked at anything since Sunday, and they're still tagging. We even brought in new people to help tag. I think they had an extravaganza. Even Otis was here helping. Condition and price of minute work self-titled. Well, there's no self-titled. Do you mean business as usual? The one with the hits on it? The big hits, I should say. It is EX or better, and it is it's $24.99. Bootsy Collins is at 16. So Chris Gardner, you're out on Psychedelic Furs. George Scherer, you're out on Bootsy Collins. Okay. All right, let's do a third auction. Let me flip through some more of these. Here we go. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. An 85 US OG specialty press. It has the inner sleeve and an insert. VG++, not a bad copy. Lay it down. $35 start. Okay. There's that. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. I'm about to read through the titles one more time. So if you see something you want, you go, whoa, 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 Chad. Time out. Hold the horses. Don't take another trot. What was that? Tell me the price, and then I'm going to make you a very fair offer, and we're going to get a deal done. We got Men at Work, the Cars Panorama, Wham! Make It Big, the Moody Blues Question of Balance, Nona Hendrix, I Sweat, Going Through the Motions, Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight, Paul Young, Secret Association, Heart Magazine, Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, Technical Series. This is a test record. This is a test record. It's a test record. Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, Kansas, Point of No Return, Waylon Jennings, Black on Black, Zeppelin, Zeppelin 4, Ian Hunter Live, The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Dexy's Midnight Runners is sold to Tom Kelly. Nice copy there. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, OG, that is sold to Tom Kelly. D-Kong on the Cars, Panorama, that is sold to D-Kong 52. That means the Psychedelic Furs, Chris Gardner went out. That was after Mike Owen bid $28. This is done. Sold for $28. I'm about to grab another handful of kids' records. Just about to read the last few titles in here. Might be do a big bundle auction lot on all the unsold Kiss stuff here in a second. Sean Miller on the test record. That is sold to Sean Miller. Bootsy Collins is now at 20 with Murphy Stillman. George Scherer, you're out. Rat doesn't have a bid yet. $35 start on that. Duran Duran in the crate is only $24.99. Minute Work Cargo. Bob Seger 7. Also, Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland. Fleetwood Mac Live. Fleetwood Mac Then Play On. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Billy Joe, Innocent Man. Journey, Raised on Radio. And Joe Jackson, Night and Day. All right, here is a handful of kids' records, okay? Now, what is this thing here? Is this all the same record? I think this is a bunch of new old stock we found somewhere, yeah. Yeah, these are new, unplayed records. This is Burl Ives, The Christmas Legend of Monkey Joe, and it's going to be a mixed-up Xmas. No wonder. It's from Lebanon Road, Hermitage, Tennessee. That's not too far from here. International Marketing Management Corporation, 3310 Lebanon Road, Hermitage, Tennessee, on Monkey Joe Records. So these are all like old new stock, some kind of Burl Ives, Monkey Joe, and it's going to be a mixed up Christmas. I've got a whole stack. These are brand new mint unplayed records. It's all the same one. See, they're brand new. $4.99. I'll make these $4.99 to incite more people to buy them, so maybe we can sell this entire stack. $4.99 on Burl Ives, and that's called The Christmas Legend of Monkey Joe, and it's going to be a mixed up Christmas. I have no idea what that is, but that's all from a local label. Looks like old stock. $4.99. They're brand new from 1978. Okay, so over here, Bootsy got up to 20 and now 22. And Rats and No-Bit, surprisingly, just $35 on that. A nicer VG++ copy, and that is $35 on that. John Smetzer, sure, I'll go ahead and say wham for $25. And then make $4.99 Mike Owen on Burl Ives, $4.99 on Burl Ives to Michael Freiberger. Okay? All right, and then let's grab another stack of various stuff here. These are all $6.99. 6 Popeye songs. 6 Popeye songs. Larry Harmon, a Little Wonder book on a Wonder record, Pinocchio. What is going on here? 3 Little Pigs. Oh no, there's like 2 records in there. We'll call that 3 Little Pigs. There's a few in there though. And Jimmy Boyd, Santa Claus Blues. And I saw Mommy Do the Mambo. $6.99 on that. Okay. Wham! Tim Voldis wants a monkey for $4.99. Regina wants I'd Rather Be My Size from the Kids Pile. This is sold to Regina Tabor for $6.99. Todd Doris gets Rat for $35. And then the first here is Tim Voldis. No, Alex Miller gets Ray, which was, what was Ray, Sean Miller? Ray? That was probably Rat. He got auto-corrected. Tim Voldis on Popeye. He got Popeye, and he got 3 Little Pigs. Rat got another offer for $30. And then Boyd is sold to Michael Freiberger. That just left Pinocchio. Larry Harmon reads a Little Wonder book on Little Record, Pinocchio. Okay? Let's put up another auction. Still got the stack of Burl Ives stuff back there. And let's put up something different here, the Sugar Cubes. The Sugar Cubes has pretty heavy cover damage down here. Alternate pink cover. Life's Too Good, the Sugar Cubes, is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG. There is forgot the word I was looking for there. How about we say noticeable cover damage at the bottom? $25 start on that. They're still bidding on Bootsy Collins. And then these are $6.99. This is 3 complete Little Golden records on 145 RPM. It's all has to do with Snow White. So Snow White, $6.99. Johnny Tremaine, the Liberty Tree, some kind of Revolutionary War story there. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Well of a Tale and Snoopy the Seal. The Bunny Hop. Interesting one here. In and Out the Window. That's a picture disc. And another Rumpelstiltskin. Yep. $6.99 on all those. All right. Let me swap out crates here. Sugar Cubes, 25. Bootsy Collins at 23. And time to do some condensing and figure out what my next move is going to be. Boy, time flies, especially if you start at 6:15 and don't show the first record at 6:30. It's about time to bring out Christmas records. I've never really gone through a box during, quote, prime time. It's always really, really late. But we might can do that if anybody's interested. I'm thinking about going through, about time to do a half-off crate. Go ahead and knock out our nonsense crate of the night right now. We'll go ahead and check that off the list so we can say nonsense has been shown. Michael Freiberger on Window. You got that one. That left Rumpelstiltskin, Bunny Hop, 20,000 Leagues, Liberty, and Snow White. And Sugar Cubes is got cover damage, first of all. But it's an 88 U.S. Specialty OG with the original sleeve EX, a $25 start. And Bootsy Collins has a new bid for $25. I don't think I have any more Gremlins. We're almost done with the children's box. I mean, there's only about 2 more handfuls, and then I'm going to see what in this next one John's grabbed me. There's some good ones coming up, though. And then we might just go ahead and knock out this entire thing here. Heart, $20. Are you talking about on this one, Josh Brown? Magazine, that's sold to Josh Brown for $20. All right, so Bootsy Collins is up to one person. The Sugar Cubes is up to anybody. Anybody and anybody can bid on that. Let's go ahead and knock out our vintage nonsense crate. I've got to find it if I have one. I mean, man, I use so much of John's inventory to make flip crates. And then I have, we do so much, we do at least one nonsense crate a night, which pretty much wipes out a whole crate. So sometimes it's like, do I have one? This one looks pretty cool. There's some good titles in here. Yeah, let's do this one. We'll do this one. I see some stuff in here that I turned down offers, and now they're going to be less because they're half off. So I hope those people are watching. And now I'm shooting myself in the foot, but let's do it. Okay. All right. And yeah, I think it's good. I mean, so the Christmas records have either only been shown really late at night, or, you know, I've never shown a crate during prime time. I think only Paul has. And it's about that time, because if you buy them this week, you know, they're going to be shipping next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday if you pay promptly. And then by the time you get them, it'll be about time to start playing some Christmas music. And if you wait another week, it's going to be another week before you get them after invoicing and shipping. And by the time you pay, so if you want some Christmas records, this is your first earliest time. And then you got about one more early, like, no sweat week. And then after that, it's going to get crunch time to have them. You know, you want to have some cool Christmas parties. You don't want to be left behind and your friends come over and they're like, hey, put on some cool Christmas vinyl. And you're like, sorry, I don't have any Christmas records. And they're like, you don't have any Christmas records? What kind of party is this, John? We have the Sugar Cubes, a $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. That's a buy it now for the Sugar Cubes. And then Bootsy Collins details. The high bid, whoops, Mike Owen did bid $25 on Sugar Cubes. That's sold to Mike Owen for $25. I missed that. Bootsy Collins, Bootsy's Rubber Band, was a 79 sealed OG copy. George Sherris had this for $25. I never did hear back from Murphy Stillman. That tells me Murphy was done bidding. Okay? That is now a final call to George Sherris. Now, Chad Smith, you were second on Sugar Cubes. It was a no bid. Actually, Mike bid, and then he claimed it, and then you claimed it. These records are $6.99. The Frog Prince, Jack and the Beanstalk, A Little Golden Book of Records, Silent Night, Puss in Boots, Talking Story, Book and Matching Record, Bonnie, Songs for Lads and Lassies, an early Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer there, 1947, Montgomery Ward. Bootsy Collins has a new bid for $27. Next auction is Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. That is an 88 USOG with the original on her sleeve, a $25 start, shrinking hot. Over here, we had Tim Volness on the Puss in Boots. By the way, Tim, it does have a little bit of wrinkling going on, probably because it's an odd size, but that's so do you. And Michael Freiberger got Rudolph here. I think that's on yellow vinyl. Yeah, this is early Rudolph here, 1947. Tom Kelly next on Puss in Boots. Silverchair Frog Stomp is $54.99. It's a new music on vinyl pressing, numbered 30th anniversary colored vinyl. All right, so next thing is this. Bootsy Collins getting new bids. Murphy's still bidding. George Sherris still bidding. Is Whale of a Tale still available? It is, yes. Now Joan Jett's our next auction, and the half-off crate is about to commence right now. These are going to be half-off records. We call this nonsense because this is November 25th. These were marked just on November 22nd. They've only been shown once best offer. We do one crate a night where I'm just like, okay, everything in here is half off. The only thing that's been pulled out of here is stuff that's sold or stuff that I use for the flip crate. Okay? We wish you a Metal Christmas and Headbanging New Year restock. Metal Christmas was restocked last week, I'm pretty sure. Are you sure you don't already have an invoice for that? And then Levi wants the Whale of a Tail. This is so to Levi Hilton, okay? Murphy, once again, you're out on Bootsy Collins. It's about to sell to George Sheriff for 30. All right, let's get started with the half off stuff. Enough delay. Make sure everybody knows what we're doing, though. Half off, no more, no less. A great way to start. The Rolling Stones, beautiful OG copy with the original on the sleeve, $20. $20 on that, in excess. Just 15 now. There is some writing on the cover, but no condition notes. 15 on that. And we have Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. $17.50 on Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. Next thing is Duran Duran, Notorious. And this is another sealed OG copy. It does have a punch hole, but that is sealed, a $30 start. Mike Owen gets in excess for $15. Out on Bootsy, out on Bootsy. George, this is sold to you for $30. Final call on Joan Jett, final call on Duran Duran. Also in the crate, Robin Trower, BLT. $10. I think somebody offered me a few days ago 11 for it. Well, guess what? Now it's 10. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Also have the Motions Electric Baby. The Motions is $20. That's on the Phillips label. No bid or no bid on Joan Jett, but Duran Duran just got a bid for 30. We have Dory Previn, The Reflections of in 2 Mud Puddle, $5. Okay, another handful of kids records right quick, $6.99. Parade of the Wooden Soldiers. It looks like somebody traced the letters, so it does have a little bit of writing on it. This is pretty cool. Bing Crosby sings Indian Adventure, an incident at Rogers Creek. Bing Crosby on that one. This is Home on the Range, The Sons of the Pioneers. A Little Wonderland book, Jack and the Beanstalk. School Days, Little Red Playhouse, and let's do Happy Birthday to You. I skipped over another Jack and the Beanstalk, so that wouldn't be too confusing. All righty. Those are all $6.99. So first thing in here in the half off is Lacey J. Dalton. That's $7.50. Home on the Range. The B-side was Cheyenne, but Brent Ribley already got it for $6.99. Susie over here. Susie over here on School Days. That's sold for $6.99 to Susie, and that left the following: Happy Birthday to You, Jack and the Beanstalk, the Bing Crosby Indian Avenger, and Parade on the Wooden Soldiers. Duran Duran was one of our 2 no bids tonight. Rio is an 82 U.S. Carrollton Club, original sleeve EX, $30 on that. Okay, and then over here we have Ice Castles, original soundtrack. Ice Castles is $10, and over here, Mirth. Mirth is $17.50, a 69 press. What is Rio? And then, hold on a second. Do you do a hip knot night and a metal night? I saw some of those new records. Got pretty excited for what's upcoming. All the rap and hip hop, which will be a flash of an eye, it's just a few of them. They will be all sold at auction together in one night. There's what, about 10 or 12 of them? They will be sold together one night. It will be either Friday or Saturday, probably. Okay, that's up to Laura when she pulls those and schedules those. Next, can you check to see if Whale of a Tale is sung by Kirk Douglas? Whale of a Tale, it does not reveal that information. Hold on a second. It says Dick Byron, Mike Stewart, Bob Miller, Ralph Nyland, Mitch Miller, and Orchestra. A Little Golden Record, songs from Walt Disney's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Whale of a Tale, and Snoopy the Seal. That's about as much as I can tell you. Not much liner notes on those kids' records from the 50s. Okay, next question. How much was Fleetwood Mac and Waylon and Willie? Just got on and started paying attention. You saw something from a much previous crate. Those have been... That's in a different crate. Next thing over here is Duran Duran, Mike Owen at $30. If that's from the last crate, I'll try to find it. But I think you've seen something from like an hour ago. I can't remember that. We had like 4 Waylons, We've had a lot of Waylon Willie, and I bet we've had about 10 Fleetwood Macs tonight, and I'm not exaggeration. That's not an exaggeration. I think there's been 10 different Fleetwood Macs already tonight. Okay? Next thing over here, Chris Gardner, since I ignored my offer on the Stones, I'm dropping to 16. Chris, the Stones was originally $39.99. First of all, I didn't see your offer. And second of all, I can't take your offer. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Over here, this is happy birthday, so to Susie Q. James Handy put hidey ho. Hidey ho, is that a claim or are you just saying hidey ho? This is a half off crate. Rolling Stones was $39.99. This is $20. Now, even if you offered me $21, I'm going to say no. This is $20, no more, no less. We're in a half off crate. Mirth is sold to Brent Robley. It was $17.50. Even if Brent tried to offer me $20, I would say no. Is Rio the 2009 2-album set with bonus tracks? No. Duran Duran Rio is the original pressing from 1982. A U.S. Carrollton OG club copy with the original inner sleeve, EX condition. Duran Duran is $30. Joan Jett is a buy it now for $25. An 88 USOG with the original inner sleeve, $20 and hype sticker. Joan Jett. Next is Chris Gardner says he'll take the Rolling Stones. Thank you. I don't think I ignored you. That's my brain right now because we're in a half off crate. If I don't think it's a bid, my brain has this bad habit of just skipping over comments because if the numbers pop up next to something, I don't think it's a bid. I think it's an offer, and this is a half-off crate. Mike Owen got Joan Jett. Rich Krulak was second. Michael Nath was third. Wow, that's a lot of activity all of a sudden. If somebody asked me right now to spell my name on a piece of paper, I probably couldn't. We got XTC English Settlement. I feel like I'm in some kind of experiment right now. 1982 U.S. Pittman OG. XTC has noticeable cover damage. Pretty beat up jacket up here on the top left. XTC is a $20 star. That's called English Settlement. Okay, next one. Pretty cool record here. This is a cardboard cutout record. And actually, let's just go ahead and make these buy it nows. That'll be pretty fair for these at $6.99. So the first thing I have is a 3-on-1. This is Nightingale, Rumpelstiltskin, the Pied Piper, another Jack and the Beanstalk, Little Red Riding Hood, and then here's the Archies. How cool is that? Another cereal box record from the Archies, and the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Legend of Sleepy Hollow. That is $6.99. Susie Q on Duran Duran. Susie, that's pending to about 3 other people. Dave Soretina asked about it. I'm assuming he's passing. Todd Saul asked about it. I'm assuming he's passing. And now Susie said she wants it. It's up to 2 other people. I've got to give them enough time. I think they're on Discogs, putting up track listings, looking at researching, looking at pressings, looking at grade, looking at comps, and they're going to find out that for $30 for an OG copy of Duran Duran, that's a great price, and they're going to say, Chad, you know what? You are right. I'm going to go ahead and take that Duran Duran for $30. First is Debbie Wilson on the Archies. Susie got Jack and the Beanstalk. Susie was next on the Archies. Tim Voldness on Sleepy Hollow. Todd Sod next on the Archies. Susie got Jack and the Beanstalk. That still lives Little Red Riding Hood and the other one. Next auction is going to go over here. The next auction is Madonna, Like a Virgin. This is a 1984 U.S. sealed retail copy. A $25 start of Madonna, Like a Virgin. All these starting bids are like what they should be and then go up. So if you're able to grab something for the buy it now, in my opinion, I'm like, wow, that shouldn't have happened. The Plimsolls, A Million Miles Away, $7.50. We have Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $10. Next is Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, Groovy Grubworm and Other Golden Guitar Greats, $7.50. And The Who, Who's Last? This is a 2 LP, $17.50. Susie gets the Duran Duran for $30. That is sold. Craig Thomas on Plimsolls. This is sold to Craig Thomas. Nobody bid on XTC. This is $20. $20 on XTC. That is now available for a buy it now. B-Sides, you were next on Plimsolls. Sleepy Hollow is already sold. Madonna is a sealed OG original retail copy, a $25 start. A $25 start, okay? Next thing is this. We have Gene Autry live from Madison Square Garden. Gene Autry is $5 live from Madison Square Garden. Also, Fleetwood Mac rumors in shrink wrap. Fleetwood Mac is $17.50. $17.50 on that. James Handy on Who's Last. Sold to James Handy. Next thing is Michael Freiberger on Gene Autry. Michael Freiberger, that's sold to Michael Freiberger. John McPatriot gets Fleetwood Mac. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is David Bowie, Never Let Me Down Again, an 87 U.S. Specialty OG. First press. The first presses included the track Too Dizzy, which was removed from the track list of all reissues per Bowie's request. Original on her sleeve. The first press included a track that the reissues don't, Too Dizzy. 35 over here. Susie is trying to literally scream at me and say, my goodness, Chad, if you don't give me that little Red Riding Hood, I'm going to drive to Tennessee and smack you right in the face. That is so to Susie for $6.99. Alan Hagen was second on The Who. Bram Tchaikovsky, $10. That's old Bram T there. Bram Tchaikovsky. Bram Tchaikovsky. Bram Tchaikovsky. Bram Tchaikovsky. $10. The Washington Squares, Fair and Square, $7.50. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, in shrink wrap, $17.50. I've got like 3 more kids records left in this box, 2 more. Snap, Crackle, and Pop, Kellogg's Rice Krispies, and Peter and Wolf, A Complete Story with Music. Those are all $6.99. Susie takes her children's records a little bit serious. I've literally seen her before, a video of her. She was fighting somebody over a Disney record. I was like, man, Susie, don't get in her way. We have Fleetwood Mac, $22.50 for Van Halen, not Fleetwood Mac. $22, half off Van Halen, unbelievable. We have Pointer Sisters, Gold Mine, $5 on the Pointer Sisters, and Tony Orlando and Dawn, Skybird, Tony Orlando, $5 on that. Next thing over here, Susie says Snap, Crackle, Pop. That's what she's going to do to my spine if I don't sell her this record. That's so to Susie for $6.99. B-Sides was second. Peter and the Wolf was left over. David Bowie has one bid for $35. No one bid on a sealed, OG sealed, original sealed original, OG sealed Madonna for $25. A reissue would cost you $35. You can buy a brand new original press, half off records. Wet, 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 popped in and sold out, $7.50. Michael Freiberger says, well, Chad, you brought up a good point. I better go ahead and buy that. That's literally a theft of a price. Sold to Michael Freiberger for $25. Michael Nesmith is $12.50. Michael Nesmith from The Monkees. Clint Holmes, Playground of My Mind, mentioning Clockwork Orange, featuring William Tell Overture, heard in the film A Clockwork Orange, $7.50. The OJ's Love Fever, $7.50. Sean Miller gets David Bowie for $35. Sold. Next auction is Yellow Magic. Yellow Magic Orchestra, a 79 U.S. Santa Maria, $15 start. It took that long for somebody to get the half off Van Halen. I am almost shocked. Van Halen sold to John McPatriot. That was wild. John Morris on Michael Nesmith. Sold to John Morris. Done. And we have the New Dimensions, the Les Reed Show, $7.50. Next auction, Talking Heads. No. Next auction, next auction is George Michael, I Want Your Sex. In shrink with hop sticker, an 87 USOG, VG condition. We're going to start George Michael for just $5. I Want Your Sex. Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote, $7.50. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $10 on Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. And Madonna Angel, $12.50. Madonna Angel, there it is. Okay, now what I'm going to do, over here on the side, we have all the leftover unclaimed children's records, okay? Let me pick these up over here. What's that sound? I keep hearing, is my phone volume on? Surely not. My laptop's shut. I haven't had the ringer turn on my phone in 3 years. Why isn't it making noise? I can't tell you the last time I had my ringer turned on. Silent mode off. Silent mode on. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Okay, anyway, so here's all the unclaimed children's records, okay? Here's all the unclaimed children's records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. There's 31 children's records there. $40 start. $40 start for the 31 remaining children's records. Wow. Okay, might have spoke too soon on that one, but that's okay. Next thing, John McPatron on Arlo. I don't think I've pulled that yet. There it is. Sold just in time for Thanksgiving. That's sold to John McPatron, George Michael 5, Josie Sinkbell Madonna, Todd Saw next on Madonna, George Michael 5, George Michael 6, Dave Surratt a third on Madonna. Next in the half off is Strive, Seek, and Find, Burton and Cunico. $5 on that. $40 for the rest of these. Berlin Love Life is $12.50. Bloodstone is $7.50. Riddle of the Sphinx. Van Halen, another half off Van Halen, $22.50. Second label, but beautiful. Mitch Ryder, VG Plus 5. Chris Jensen sings Torture, VG Plus $7.50. And let's go with the Routers, VG $5. Nobody bid on the Yellow Magic Orchestra is a $15 buy it now. All right, so over here, George Michael is at $8 of Mike Owen. Donna, you're out. Josie has the children's lot for $40. Tony Freeman on Berlin. That is sold to Tony Freeman. And then Eric Van Leuven on Yellow Magic Orchestra. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $15. Okay, I'm going to take these individually sold singles in here. That means we've officially sold one complete box. If you were to rewind the feed, a few hours ago, several hours ago, I showed a whole box of children's 45s, and that was it. And they're gone, except for that lot and those Burl Ives that's back here. Stanley Richmond, a great decision there with Van Halen, and Wayne Bartow, a great decision there with Gordon Lightfoot. All right, and it looks like Josie's going to be the only bidder on these at $40. George Michael's at $10. And then our next auction is Talking Heads, and that is more songs about buildings and food. Unfortunately, though, a really low-grade copy. We sold a nicer copy earlier. This is in G+ condition. This is a beater of a copy. That's why we're putting up Talking Heads for $1. $1. Okay? $1. You heard me correctly. $1. All right, let me do this. Let me do this. All right. Okay, Facebook group. Make sure I have this ready. All right. Don't forget, at some point tonight, I'm going to tag new batches of Kiss lights. We got Iron Maiden, and I think Metallica's are in too. All right, and I think there's some more stuff that came up front. There's so much stuff up front, it's a mess. I've got to figure out what's all up there, honestly. All right, that's the records we went through last night. All right, now I did this last night. I showed Prince records, $6.99, and you got to claim the title. And we hadn't run through these a second time. So I'm about to show Prince records, but you have to do the name of the title. And I'm going to go through this half-off crate again as well, because there's still some stuff in here that needs to be gone. Donna Bloodstone is Riddle of the Sphinx. $7.50, okay? Josie Sinkbell, you're the only bidder on the children's lot. Nice pickup. $40. All those sold to Josie Sinkbell. You got it. Let me put those in here. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to leave those in a stack by themselves, so y'all can keep those separate. Is this vinyl here? The Fugitive. Oh, those are, okay, puzzles. I'm trying to find, I feel like I got a crate of new vinyl missing. I've been looking for a couple records, and I think they're mixed up. Okay. Which Talking Heads is it? Talking Heads is more songs about buildings and food. This is a very beat-up copy. It's in G+ condition. Mike Owen has it for $12. Excuse me. Mike Owen has it for $1. I can't leave this up but like 10 more seconds. It's literally at $1. Larry also bid $1. Larry's out. Donna is out on George Michael. Donna, Bloodstone still available if you want it. George Michael is sold to Mike Owen for $12. Pam's at $2, now $3. So the way I'm going to do Talking Heads, if no one bids pretty soon, I'll have to go ahead and say sold to whoever has the high bid at $4 or whatever. It's a really beat up, horrible shape, bad copy, terrible. Just absolutely terrible. There's nothing good I can say about it. But it's playable. How about that? It's playable. Next auction is Crocus. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Crocus, Pay It in Metal. A 78 German OG, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Never seen this before. Crocus, Pay It in Metal, $25 start. Now up for bid. If you want these prints, you've got to tell me the name of the song. If you put Prince, you're automatically skipped. That's the fairest way to do it, okay? These are $6.99. Let's Go Crazy, 7. Little Red Corvette, Diamonds and Pearls. I've got another Little Red Corvette. I've got another Let's Go Crazy. The Morning Papers. Those are all prints, $6.99. The Morning Papers, Diamonds and Pearls, 2 Little Red Corvettes, 7, and 2 copies of Let's Go Crazy. Those are $6.99. Donna wants Let's Go Crazy for $6.99. She wants 7 for $6.99, just like George Costanza. We get Corvette for Donna. Donna gets Diamonds and Pearls for $6.99. Tony Freeman wants Little Red Corvette for $6.99. Donna gets Morning Papers for $6.99. That just leaves 1 copy of Let's Go Crazy. Talking Heads is sold to Victor Guerra for $6. Crocus has bids for $25, $27, and now $30. Here's what's left in this half-off crate. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $17.50. Jack Bruce, Bill Lord, and Robin Trower, BLT, $10. The Motions, Electric Baby, $20. Dory Previn, $5. Reflections in 2 Mud Puddle. Lacey J. Dalton, 16th Avenue, $7.50. Ice Castles, $10. Loverboy, Keep It Up, $10. Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, $7.50. Bram Tchaikovsky, $10. The Washington Squares, $7.50 fair and square. Dylan, $17.50. Here's some more prints. Make sure you claim them by the name of the song. Mountains, Delirious, $19.99. I Wish You Heaven. Another Morning Papers. We had that one a moment ago. Money Don't Matter Tonight. Money Don't Matter Tonight. Those are all $6.99. left in the half off is Pointer Sisters Gold Mine. Pointer Sisters is $5. Tony Orlando and Dawn was $5. Wet, Wet, Wet was $7.50. Clint Holmes was $7.50. The OJs is $7.50. New Dimensions, the Less Reached Sound, $7.50. Burton and Kunico is $5. Mitch Ryder is VG Plus $5. Chris Jensen was VG Plus $7.50. Bloodstone, Riddle the Sphinx was $7.50. And the Routers was VG $5. All these Prince singles are $6.99. Donna is first on Mountains. Donna's first on Delirious. Donna first on 1999. Donna first on I Wish You Heaven. Donna first on Money. Okay? Crocus is at $45 with Victor Guerra. Everybody else is out. O-U-T, out. New lid of a new box. What do we have? From here back, from there back is all Rolling Stones. That's all miscellaneous. Silverchair is a music on vinyl pressing, 2 LP, 30th anniversary, yellow and green vinyl, $54.99. Crocus is at $45 with Victor Guerra. Everybody else is out. Is everybody done buying out of the half off bin before I offer those as a bundle? A bundle. A bundle. Okay. Really cool single here. Super nice condition too. Fortunate Son and Down on the Corner, picture sleeve. CCR, really nice. $10 start on that. Next Prince. I Want to Be Your Lover. Delirious. Delirious. 1999. We had a couple of those earlier. Another Little Red Corvette. And The Arms of Orion. Those are all $6.99. You heard me correctly. $6.99. Crocus is sold to Victor Guerra for $45. Pay it in metal with the alternate cover. That was different. CCR is a final call for a $10 start. Craig Thomas got The Arms of Orion. Donna on Lover. And Donna, you were second on Arms. Stone Temple Pilots is Core, $29.99. All right. Taking a stack out of the Prince collection for sure. Taking a hit out of the Prince collection. All right. So bundle deal on these remaining records. How many crates have we sold tonight? Where are we at on status? Okay. All right, good. All right, so over here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, 22 records left in here. A bundle price for somebody would be $85. So $85, there's 22 records left. Okay, there's that. CCR $10 start. And what shall we do next? Well, I have an announcement. You know what? I actually had a Kiss record I skipped last night. This got pushed to the front of the crate, and it got camouflaged with a cardboard divider. See how that could be confused? I thought it was a cardboard divider. It's Kiss off the soundboard, limited edition custard yellow vinyl. This is the one with Mark St. John, a $55 start, sealed on colored vinyl. So this is all the Prince that's left. We've went through all the non-picture sleeves. We have Delirious, 1999, Little Red Corvette, The Morning Papers, and Let's Go Crazy. That's the only unclaimed Prince there. And then CCR, Fortunate Son, Down on the Corner, a no bid, $10 buy it now on that. There's Kiss and bundle deal. I'm thinking about doing that, very much so, yes. I got to do a little cleaning up. Oh my gosh, we'll have to do these tomorrow. I have a whole nother box of children's records. Oh my gosh. Oh man, the first few are insane too. Holy moly. All right, we'll have to do these tomorrow. Oh my gosh, that'll help balance out Metal Knight. This is insane. Oh my gosh. A couple of these I like. Oh my gosh. These might have to go in hot pictures. I mean, we got Masters of the Universe, Tron, Charlie Browns, and Cinderellas, and Flintstones. I mean, some of these I might, Star Wars. This is insane, yeah. Oh my gosh. I wonder where all those have been at. It's amazing what he finds in this building. It's amazing what he finds in this building for sure. Okay, let me do a little cleanup. Metal Knight is tomorrow. But that doesn't mean Metal Knight, as if for those that's new, that means there's going to be metal auctions for about 5 straight hours. There's going to be other stuff, other items being auctioned simultaneously, and the crates could very well have the OJs. All right, there's a good chance on Metal Knight you will see the OJs. You'll see Frank Sinatra. You'll also see, you know, Burl Ives sings folk standards to children of the East. So there's a lot of people who tune out and then they watch a replay or they'll see something that somebody bought later and they're like, holy crap, when did you buy that from Coletco? I watch every night. I bought it Thursday night on Metal Knight. And they're like, well, I thought he's only selling metal. Why did he sell that? It's not Metal Knight. Metal Knight means metal auctions. Mitch Ryder is VG plus $5. Sold to Wayne Bartow. The OJs is $7.50. I can't believe Donna didn't buy that. I can't believe she didn't buy Bloodstone. What's wrong with some of y'all people? What's wrong with some of y'all? I had to start questioning some of y'all's faith in Coletco. I noticed some of y'all hadn't been tithing. Hadn't been paying your respects to the Church of Coletco. I'm starting to get a little bit worried about some of y'all. Leaving behind jazz, not bidding on jazz. Leaving behind soul records, not bidding on soul records. Not bidding on Rush, passing on Rush records. I'm like, golly, what's wrong with some of these people? What, are they trying to save money for Christmas gifts or something? Unbelievable. Okay, so Kiss is a no bid. You can pick that up for $55. Let's go over all the no bids. I really need to get these posters out of here. I've gotten posters coming out my nose. Holy moly. What did I just do with that other tub? There's so many posters around here. What is that? That's a pack of sleeves. Okay, I'm going to stick those in there for right now. Okay. All right. So Donna on OJs and Bloodstone. Okay. Now nobody bid on Kiss. Jim B is getting this for $50. If you want to buy it from Jim B, he's going to list it on Discogs for $199, where he's going to get that and then some for it. So somebody just missed out hugely on the Kiss. So did Jim B for $50. Now, if you want to buy it, you got to go through him. He'll have it listed for $200 on Discogs. Now, the next thing is Donna got, I hadn't forgot about you, Donna. You just claimed them as soon as I took the crate away. I got you down for OJs and Bloodstone. This is sold to Donna and Donna. Next thing, let's go over all the no bids. There's only a few from tonight, and this is XTC. This is XTC English Settlement. A 1982 U.S. Pitman. Does have cover damage on the left spine. The vinyl's EX, $20. Okay? The Smithereens Green Thoughts. The Smithereens is an 88 USOG, $35. These are supposed to be the floor and go up. But right now, you can buy them for the floor. Midnight Oil, I don't think I've ever had a $5 no bid, which this is out of print, but it is VG minus. $5 for Midnight Oil. And the Pretenders was $35. The Pretenders 2, a Japanese pressing. Okay? Jim B's only been watching for a few minutes tonight and already made next month's house payment. There is a way you can watch Coletco and make thousands of dollars buying records here. Just ask Jim B. He'll send you his seminar for $24.99. He's paid off 2 houses watching this stream every night. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Air Supply, the Christmas album, $14.99. Air Supply, the Christmas album. We have the Four Seasons Christmas album, $19.99. The Four Seasons Christmas album. Frosty the Snowman, $14.99. The Sound of Christmas, the Melatrino Strings, $9.99. And special reminder show and celebrity announcements from January, February 1967 for Christmas seals. This is $9.99. Next thing over here, Jim B offered $3 for Midnight Oil. Talking about a penny pincher? I'm going to pass. Michael Hamburger says he'll give $5. Jim B says I'll give $5. He's going to put this, boy, he just like 5x'd his money right then. Holy crap. Right before my very own eyes. Sold to Jim B for $5. Michael Hamburger second. Then Alan Hagen. Susie Q on Frosty the Snowman. Melinda next on Frosty the Snowman. Seal sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. String sold to Leslie Holt. Air Supply sold to McEwen Photo. That leaves the Four Seasons Christmas album. We got Witcha Holiday Magic. That is $9.99. Barbra Streisand, a Christmas album, sealed, $14.99. Barbra Streisand Christmas album, sealed, $14.99. A Christmas record, sealed, $19.99. Artist on here, The Waitresses, Was Not Was, James White, sealed, $19.99. True Value Hardware Stores, Happy Holidays, sealed, $19.99. The Sinatra Family wishes you a Merry Christmas, sealed, $24.99. True Value Happy Holidays, sealed, $14.99. The Christmas Songs, Volume 2, featuring Beach Boys, Ella Fitzgerald, Jan and Dean, Anne Murray, sealed, $14.99. The Elvis Christmas album, $9.99. The what? This is $19.99. The Thistle Hair, the Christmas Bear from Alabama Christmas. Alabama, the band, the Thistle Hair picture disc, $19.99. Rare Hair Bear. Next auction, going up right now. Without further ado, we're not done with auctions. I have, at this moment, right now, Surrender and Lonely Man by the King, Elvis Presley, a $10 start. Now up for bid. We got Bear, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Michael Hamburger on Elvis Presley, sold to Michael Hamburger. Annie's Christmas. This is $19.99. Yule, Cool Yule from Rhino Records, $19.99. Chuck Berry, The Drifters, Ike and Tina, James Brown, The Safaris, $19.99. Mary Mary Mickelson from Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rooney's Christmas album, $9.99. Stan and Doug, Just Go Nuts at Christmas, $9.99. And Great Songs of Christmas, $9.99. Michael Freiberger on Cool Yule. Kelly Vlodarchek on Mickey Rooney. Those are sold and sold. Amy Grant, a Christmas album, $9.99. Next auction is Prince. Prince and the Revolution, Kiss. In the picture sleeve. Starting bid, $10 start. Prince and Elvis. Michael Freiberger on Stan. Stan and Doug sold to Freiberger. Elvis 10. Elvis 10. Melinda Ehring on Great Songs of Christmas. Also over here, we have Barbra Streisand, an open Christmas album for $9.99. Preston, I've already sold Stan and Doug. The Little Drummer Boy, $9.99. John Smetzer on Amy Grant, sold. We have Christmas with the Imperials, $9.99. Elvis, Regina, You're Out. Donna next on Prince. Rotary Connection, Peace. Rotary Connection is $19.99. Rotary Connection, Peace. Christmas with Glenn Campbell, $9.99. Evie Christmas, a happy time, sealed, $9. Elvis has a new bid for $15. We have Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air Christmas by Chip Davis, $14.99. Michael Doucet, D-O-U-C-E-T, Christmas Bayou, sealed, $9.99. Elvis has another bid for $15. Another bid for $15. And we have Placido Domingo and Vienna Choir Boys, $9.99. Melinda Daring on Glenn Campbell Christmas, sold. We have Joyful Bells, sealed, $9.99. And the Rhodes Kids, Rockin' Rhodes Christmas, sealed, $9.99. Mark, Brett, Marsha, Patty, Gary, Ron, Paul, and Randy Rhodes. I'm joking. $9. They left off Randy. What the heck happened to Randy? The Rhodes Kids. Where's Randy at? Randy Rhodes Christmas, $9.99. That's his family. They just kicked him out when they made that album. They said, we're kicking you out. You can go play with Ozzy Osbourne. We're going to make our own Christmas record. I'm fabricating everything I'm saying, but that is a pretty cool fantasy story you could tell somebody. Okay, I need a new empty crate. All right, here we go, here we go. Where's the empty crate at, Chad? I don't know. How could you not know? This is your store. How did you not find an empty crate? I found one. Thank goodness. Holy moly. All right. Awesome crate here. Next thing, Elvis 15, Elvis 17, Elvis 18, Elvis 20. Donna got Prince. So did Donna for $10. Next is Christmas with Richard and Patty, sealed, $9.99. How much is Manaheim Steamroller? $14.99. Amy Grant again, $9.99. We have Henry Mancini selects great songs of Christmas, sealed, $14.99. The Christmas album, Bobby V, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Bobby V. We have the Stars of Christmas, Avon. Avon, sealed, $14.99. Elvis is at $22. Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas, $14.99. A Music Box Christmas, $9.99. Tony Freeman on Manaheim Steamroller, sold. Elvis is at $30. God Rest Ye Merry Jasmine, Jazz Christmas, $19.99. God Rest Ye Merry Jasmine, $19.99. 2 copies identical. Christmas with Julie Andrews in shrink wrap, $9.99. Phil Spector's Christmas album, nice, in shrink, $19.99. Phil Spector's Christmas album, alternate cover, a UK edition, $19.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick, $19.99 on the Beach Boys. First, we pulled Manaheim Steamroller. Chuck Haley wants Bobby V, and Melinda Daring wants Julie Andrews. Elvis is at $30, by the way, Chuck. He's out. So to Kelly Vladerchek for $30. Next auction is Elvis, She's Not You. Just tell her Jim said hello. $10 start. Tony Freeman on Beach Boys. Phil Spector's Christmas album is a classic. We're talking about the Crystals, the Ronettes, Darlene Love. That is $19.99 in shrink wrap. All right. Kelly Vladerchek wants to pay for the Elvis record and send this to Regina Tabor for no charge. A Christmas gift to Regina Tabor from Kelly Vladerchek. Sold. Elvis is a $10 start. All right. Regina picks up locally here at the store. We don't even have to mail it. She drives down from Crossville, Tennessee, and picks up her orders about once a month. Next auction is going up right now. This is Prince. This is a $10 start. First thing I have in here is When Doves Cry and 17 Days. That is a $10 start. Elvis is a $10 start. Mr. Gamecock, you were second on Beach Boys. We have Little Drummer Boy, sold to Ginger Lynch. Anything in here you want to make an offer on? Jazz. Leslie, offer 10. Donna, offer 10. I'm thinking 15, and y'all both can have one. That would be a wonderful Christmas time for everybody. And then let me find Little Drummer Boy, Pa-Rum-Pa-Pom-Pom, the classic. That is sold to Ginger Lynch, okay? Next thing, Elvis 10, Prince 10, 15 on Jazz. Anything in here you want to make an offer on? Four Seasons, $19.99. Witcher Holiday Magic, $9.99. The sealed Streisand's were 14 and 14. Christmas Record, that was sealed 19. Happy Holidays, True Value, Sinatra Family Christmas, True Value Happy Holidays, the Christmas Songs Volume 2. Annie Christmas is still available, $19.99. Amy Grant 10. And that was the last one that's left. What do we have that marked for? It is 10. Sell that to Robin Glenn for $9.99. God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen. This is $19.99, no condition notes. Dexter Gordon, McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Heath, Percy Haith, Wynton Marcellus, Arthur Blythe, etc. 15 each on those. Barbara Streisand Christmas, Christmas with the Imperials, Rotary Connection Peace, Evie Christmas, A Happy Time. We have Michael Doucette. Eric Van Leuven says Christmas Record. He's talking about this right here. Sell that to him for 15. Placido Domingo, Joyful Bells, The Rhodes Kids, Christmas of Richard and Patty, Henry Mancini, The Stars of Christmas Avon, Elvis Wonderful World, Music Box Christmas, Phil Spector, Michael Rudolph. That is Annie, sold to Michael Rudolph. Donna gets a Jazz for 15. And Leslie, if you want the last one, let me know. I'm going to leave it back here so I don't forget. Next thing is Rotary Connection, sold for 15. Anybody else, because I'm about to offer these for a bundle. Leslie says she'll pass. So there's another God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen left for 15 if anybody wants them. You should really think about getting Phil Spector's Christmas album, either version if you don't have it. The real OGs, the other night, late when we were going through some of these Christmas records, we were looking up the real OG Phil Spector Christmas album. It is hundreds of dollars in high grade. And then Leslie says, I'll take it, okay? That's sold to Leslie. Now, Prince has sold one bid, $10 to Donna. Elvis has sold one bid, Chuck Haley, $10. Next auction is Elvis Presley and CCR. And we'll do another Prince in just a second. This is Good Luck Charm, anything that's part of you, $10 start. And Traveling Band and Who'll Stop the Rain, CCR. Those are both nice, 10 and 10. Okay? I'm going to set these over here. And I'm going to offer anything that's left in here for a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. First thing, Elvis Christmas, sold to Mr. Gamecock for 10. Condition on Music Box. A Music Box Christmas, $9.99. 70s label. This is EX condition. EX condition, okay? Phil Spector, Michael Hamburger, do you want the U.S.? So they're both reissues. The question is, do you want the Pavilion label U.S. reissue or do you want the UK edition? They're both $20. Okay, I'm going to leave those out of the bundle because people are always asking about those. Michael, I'm going to make sure you do or do not want that. Now I'm going to count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 records in here. Well, if we made them $5 a piece for a bundle, that would be $90. What about 90? And I won't even count this because I think Michael's passing. So now there's 19 records for $90. 19 records for $90. Let's try to get a Christmas bundle. This would be a lot. There's a couple of duplicates in there, but that would be for like play a Christmas record, play another different Christmas record, then you put a different Christmas record on. That'd be a wide variety of Christmas music, okay? Michael Hamburger on the UK copy. Phil Spector sold. I would love to sell this, and then I'll go right into another crate. We've almost sold every one of those. Elvis has a bid for 10. No bid on CCR. Final call. I'm not going to give him much time, so we can go right into another one. Boom, 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 boom. We might sell all the Christmas stuff tonight. We've had 5 crates over here for a while. I've only ever showed them late at night. I've been waiting for the right night at the right time. Music Box over here. Music Box is sold to Michael Rudolph. So now we're back to 18 records for $90 or make offer on everything that's left, okay? My goal eventually is to do a flip crate in the group, get a bunch of stuff together, do like a $6.99 crate or something. But for these right now, that's your chance. Okay, let's get into another one. Who'll stop the rain? Down, down. As long as I remember, I sat on down the road. Ba-dum-dum, caramel, head on, he home. Okay, first thing I have is some deals, okay? I've got all you could ever want and then some. Elvis for $10. So we sold one earlier for $10. Somebody made an offer. These are $14.99. If anybody wants one right now for $10. Speaking of Elvis, let's go ahead and sell that for $10. And CCR is a bot now for $10. I have the exact same album here, as many as you want, $10 a piece. $10 a piece. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Elvis Christmas album for $10. There's deal number one, okay? Those are all $10. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Carols for Brass, Volume 2, $9.99. Carols for Brass, the Galliard Brass Ensemble, that is $9.99. Also, a 246 Bell Christmas, $9.99. Perry Como sings Christmas music, $9.99. Johnny Mathis for Christmas, $9.99. Tony Freeman wants an Elvis for $10. Next thing is Merry Christmas with Engelbert Humperdinck, $9.99. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir sings Christmas carols, $9.99. Donna wants the cleanest Elvis. This is sold to Donna for $10. Next is Michael Rudolph on Bells. Let me know which of the two you want. And then Leslie wants one. And then we have Kenny Rogers Christmas, $9.99. Christmas Melodies Percy Faith, $9.99. Joy to the World, $9.99. Christmas with the Mormon Tabernacle, $9.99. And the Weather Girls, Dear Santa, Bring Me a Man This Christmas. There you go, $9.99. The Weather Girls, Engelbert Humperdinck, Christmas Time, $9.99. And then Christmas with Placido Domingo, $9.99. John Smetzer wants a clean Elvis. Nobody wants any dirty Elvis. All y'all want are these clean Elvis. There's a nice clean one. No one wants a dirty Elvis. That's for $9.99. Michael Rudolph, it's up to you on bells. He wants Carol of Bells, and she wants 246 bells, okay? So Michael wants both carols of bells, both sold to Michael Rudolph, and that means Leslie gets 246. And then the next thing is over here, we have Jackie Reynolds on Joy to the World. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Melinda Daring on Johnny Mathis. And that was a few back. That's right here, sold to Melinda Daring. Tony Freeman gets CCR. Now, you might have missed the first one. I'll give you Who'll Stop the Rain. I still got Fortunate Son and Down on the Corner. Next is David Jennings on Elvis for $10. Tom Harris wants an Elvis for $10. Those are sold and sold. Those are done and done. Christmas with Placido Domingo, there's 2 copies. And then there's 3 copies. And then there's Jim Reeves, 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99. And The Sound of Christmas, Christmas with the World Stars, $9.99 on that. And then Merry Christmas is sealed, $9.99. So we have a request for a clean Elvis, a clean Elvis, Elvis, a cleaner Elvis, and the cleanest Elvis. Well, if you're talking about the covers, I have picked out the next 2 nicest ones, this one and this one. Donna said she wants one that's even nicer. Okay, what about this one right here? This one has a Merry Christmas for the World's Greatest Tenor. It looks almost like the one that I just gave you. Instead, it's in shrink wrap. You may not want this one. What about this one? This one's in the shrink. It's got damage. I think if we started looking at these all individually, you could probably pick out something wrong with all of them. What if I give you that one? I think that looks exactly like the one I just gave you. But I'll give Donna that one. And then I've already gave somebody else one. It looked pretty nice. And then somebody just said 2 Elvis. I gave them 2 there in shrink wrap. And then the next one over here was Chuck Haley wants the next cleanest Elvis. That's sold to Chuck Haley. And then over here, Tony Freeman wants Fortunate son. That's sold to him for $10. And then Chuck Haley wants Jim Reeves. That's sold. These are Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. They're $10. All the vinyl is EX Plus near mint minus. Let me tell you something. We probably could come up with 100 more copies of these. They're all going to be check condition. So if you're talking about a white cover, I think what they're saying is they don't want any discoloration. They don't want any discoloration on their covers. They want the cleanest, snow whitest Elvis looking cover we have. I've got 3 more in shrink. I've got that one, and then the rest of these have been a little bit more tarnished. I think I've gave away my first 4 cleanest copies, but they all pretty much look the same on the disc. They are all really nice, and they're only $10. $10 on Elvis. We had them marked originally $14. We're chipping away at those. Next was Merry Christmas with Don Wurtzen and Phil and Lon Brower. That's $9.99. Songs for the Christmas Season. That is sealed for $9.99. Christmas Organ and Chimes by Robert Rhymes or Robert Reams. $9.99. The Vienna Choir Boys Christmas Festival. $9.99. Christmas Carols sung by Andrew Rowan Summers with Dulcimer. $9.99. The Waverly Consort for Christmas Story, $9.99. Christmas Sing-Along in Swedish, $9.99. And my next deal here, let me skip ahead. I'm going to say these, if anybody wants one, is $19.99. These were originally marked $29 and $34. A very special Christmas. These are originals. Shrink and hop, no shrink, no hop, no shrink, no hop. Now, the first thing that's going to happen, the first people who claim these are going to want the ones with shrink and hop sticker. And then possibly we're going to run out, and then there's going to be people pass because they can't get the shrinkest and the hop stickerest. But the first 4 there are $19.99 each. Next is Kelly Wlodarczyk on Swedish. And that is Swedish Swing Along with Kelly Wlodarczyk. Leslie gets a very special Christmas, $19.99. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Here's the other Elvis Christmas album. This is the Pickwick edition. These are $6.99. They were $9.99, okay? I've got how many of them? We've got 5 copies. So when we go a year buying collections, we usually end up about every year, we end up with 2 or 3 crates full of Elvis Christmas albums. After John narrows them down, we end up with about 2 crates that are non-check condition, and then we have a whole crate of check condition that usually go into our dollar Christmas, go into our dollar sidewalk sales. So with the way we buy vinyl throughout the year, 100, 200, 300,000 albums, we usually end up with 3 or 4 crates just full of Elvis Christmas albums. That's why we end up with the same amount of Kiss records. That's why we've been selling Kiss every Monday night for the last 5 months. It would be the same way if we didn't sell any Beatles or didn't sell any Elton John or didn't sell any John Denver. We could accumulate quite the stash. Shakedown gets the next very special Christmas. Oh, so they're already gone. So the only 2 I have left don't have shrink and don't have hop. Okay, there's another Elvis for $6.99. This one's got different music. This one's got a slightly different track listing than this one, just FYI, okay? And then the other ones I have, Do They Know It's Christmas? I've got a sealed one for $20, and I've got an open one for $14. Do They Know It's Christmas? And then an earlier Elvis Christmas album here. These are $19.99. These are $19.99, okay? $19.99. $19.99 for those, okay? That's the stuff I got a lot of copies of. I've still got some clean ones for $10 if anybody wants those. Nobody wants the Pickwicks for $6.99 yet. And then there's an earlier one for $19. I've still got 2 copies of They Know It's Christmas, and then a very special Christmas. Is Kiss the most popular artist you bring in? As far as how many we buy the most of, no, probably not. We advertise. I run ads saying we buy Kiss records. So we get leads on a lot of collections. Jim B's getting impatient. Okay, first thing we have is, that means I'm doing something right. If Jim B starts getting impatient. Perry Como is sold to Mr. Gamecock for $7. And then we have Engelbert Humperdinck, the Mormon Tabernacle. Kenny Rogers sold to Mr. Gamecock for $7. We got Christmas Melodies, Percy Faith. Christmas with the Mormon Tabernacle. The Weather Girls, Engelbert Humperdinck again. Placido Domingo. Several of those. The Sound of Christmas. Placido Domingo is also on that one. Merry Christmas, Don Wurtzen and Phil and Lynn Brower. Songs for the Christmas Season. Christmas Organ and Chimes by Robert Reams. We have the Vienna Choir Boys. Christmas Carols. The Waverly Consort Christmas Story. Very Special Christmas. So I've got 2 more if you still want a nice one. They just don't have shrink. $19.99. Do They Know It's Christmas? Sealed is sold to John LaBeatty. And who is singing on Do They Know It's a Very Special Christmas? A lot of people. All of these people here. Adam Clayton, Phil Collins, Bob Geldof, John Taylor, Paul Young. Let me jump ahead. Roger Taylor. There is Paul McCartney, David Bowie, Boy George. I've got one left at $14.99. And then the earlier Elvis Christmas album. Not the earliest. There's even one before that. The Pickwick, and then this one here. Okay? That's all that's left in there. Now, on the back half, if anybody wants a bundle deal, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. $80 for the rest of the back part of the crate. 5 a piece or make offer. Not, we're going right into another crate. Now we can condense this with the other one. So we've officially sold an entire crate of Christmas records. I love it. Like I said, by the time you get an invoice on Monday, pay, especially if you pay promptly, and they start shipping Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you'll start getting some of these just in time for your Christmas party. And trust me, you don't want your friends coming over and they're like, hey man, put on that groovy Christmas vinyl you got. I know you got a nice record collection, man. And then you're like, sorry, I actually don't have any Christmas records. And then they're going to be like, you don't have any Christmas records? What kind of collection do you have, man? We're going to a more cooler party. This one sucks. And then your friends leave because you don't have any cool Christmas records to play. All right? And these are sold to Jerry Conklin for $70. Thank you, Jerry Conklin. These are sold to you. If I can grab a hold of them. These are sold to Jerry Conklin. And that was these. And thank you, Jerry Conklin. Okay, so don't wind up on Christmas Eve with your friends saying, your party sucks because you don't have great Christmas records. Well, you can change that tonight. Jerry Conklin might have missed the first Christmas bundle. He might have bought those too. Here comes the next Christmas crate. How much are these? Buy it now or best offer. Price is marked or best offer. I need friends first. You got friends right here. I'm your friend. See? Consider me your friend. Just don't ask me for money. Okay? Next thing I have is Engelbert Humperdinck, White Christmas, $9.99. Also, Engelbert Humperdinck Christmas Time, $9.99. Nice. Another Beach Boys Christmas album. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick, $19.99. Happy Holidays, Volume 18. True Value Hardware is $9.99. The Jets, Christmas with the Jets, $19.99. Noel, Joan Baez, Christmas, $9.99. The Longinus Symphonette Symphony, $9.99. The Sweet Voices of Christmas. We Sing All Merrily, A Colonial Christmas, $9.99. I don't know why there's a sticky note in here. We have Christmas Dancing with James Last, $9.99. Christmas Day with Colonel Sanders. You start listening to this and all of a sudden you'll want to go get a big bucket of fried chicken. Fried chicken. Adam Bernardi on Noel. Over here, Manaheim Steamroller Christmas, $19.99. Amy Grant Christmas, $9.99. We have Christmas Harmony with the Ames Brothers, $9.99. The South Soul Orchestra, $9.99. Mr. Gamecock wants the Beach Boys for $17. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. Kelly's going to listen to some KFC and eat a big bucket of chicken. So did Kelly Vlodarchek. Chad, have you heard anything about the Taylor Momsen Christmas LP? They said they allocated 0. Laura says they have not shipped us any yet. Next thing over here is Tony Freeman on MS. Manaheim Steamroller sold. Danny put CD $money sign /CS. Chuck Haley next on Colonel. How much was Colonel Sanders? Already sold. Another Salso Orchestra, $9.99. Another Salso Orchestra, $9.99. Liberace. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Just for your records, Colonel Sanders was $19.99, already sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. From David Frost and Billy Taylor, Merry Christmas. Nice. $9.99. Also, we have Anne Murray Christmas Wishes, $9.99. Nice. The Johnny Man Singers, We Wish You a Merry Christmas, $9.99. Jim Reeves, 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99. Jimmy Rosarelli, Jimmy Rosala, Buon Natale, Merry Christmas to you, $9.99, and Jimmy Dean's Christmas card, Jimmy Dean sausage, $9.99. Also Slim Whitman, Slim Whitman, $9.99. Christmas with Tammy, that's old Tammy Wynette, $9.99. Original Yellow Epic, another Tammy Wynette, another Stephen Eddy Happy Holiday, $9.99, and Charlie McCoy Christmas. You'll probably hear a harmonica on that one, $9.99. Glenn Campbell, That Christmas Feeling, $9.99. Kenny and Dolly, Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers Chicken, $24.99. Kenny Rogers Chicken, Kenny and Dolly, original inner sleeve, $24.99. Bobby Sherman Christmas album, $14.99. Christmas Gospelodium on Verve. A 1967 white label promo, $19.99. Merry Christmas, Andy Williams. Wow. Andy Williams Christmas record. Happy Holidays. Happy Holidays. Jim Neighbors Christmas album. Oh, Jim Neighbors here. $9.99. Going Home for Christmas, Jimmy Davis. $9.99. Ray Conniff and the Ray Conniff Singers. $9.99. Christmas with the King Family. $9.99. Liberace again. $9.99. We have the John Gary Christmas album. This is $9.99. Contemporary Christmas Classics, $9.99. The Temptations, Give Love at Christmas. This is $19.99. Jim Reeves, 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99. First thing is King, so to Melinda Daring. Donna offered 10 for the Gospel Elodium. How about 12? That'd be $8 off. Glenn Campbell again, $9.99. Babar and Father Christmas, read by Louis Jordan, $14.99. Christmas Surprises from the Ralph Hunter Choir, $9.99. Donna gets the Temptations. So to Donna. Johnny Mathis Christmas, $9.99. Christmas Disco, $9.99. Christmas with Chet Atkins, $9.99. 'Tis the Season for Miracles, Smokey Robinson, The Miracles, $19.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Babar, or something like that. Christmas, Listen to the Joy, $9.99. Placido Domingo, The Four Seasons Christmas album from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $14.99. Gospelodium, So to Donna for $12. There's Old Barbara again, $9.99. Leslie on Disco, So to Leslie Holt. Jonna next on Disco. The Mills Brothers, Merry Christmas, $9.99. The Slim Whitman Christmas album, $9.99. Merry Christmas Sing-Along with the John McCarthy Coracle Cool Christmas ornament cover, RCA, $9.99. Chet 7, Chet full price. Mr. Gamecock, it's yours, but it will be $9.99. And then Tim Graham just asked to see it. Anybody else on anything else in here? This is going to make a great bundle crate. Anybody want to make an offer, even on Kenny and Dolly, before they end up in the bundle? Don't hesitate. This is going to be a great bundle. This is like almost all different, all Christmas records. That will be like an instant Christmas collection for the bundle price here. I'm going to make sure everybody's made their final decisions. Don't wake up in the morning with a headache going, golly, why didn't I buy those Christmas records when I had a chance? They were right there in front of me. Chad was showing them. He was making deals, and here I sit, sitting on my hands once again, regretting decisions about not buying these records that Chad have been offering at historically low prices. I mean, he is over here basically handing these things out for free. And I'm sitting here just watching them flash before my eyes. And then you got to take a Tylenol. Then you got a headache at work tomorrow thinking about all the Christmas records you missed out on. Whew. Don't put yourself in that position. Please, don't put yourself in that position. I'm going to take a drink of water. Okay. Kenny and Dolly was $24.99. Chet Atkins is sold to Chuck Haley at sticker price. I'm going to leave these out because I think somebody's going to be interested, and we're going to count these and make a bundle price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. This is going to be not $5 a piece. 44, we're going to do this. Bundle deal on this crate, $165. That is $3.75 each. $3.75 each. Cleaned, sleeved, and $8 in limited shipping. That's $165 shipped, cleaned, EX Plus or better. A lot of them sealed, nice. $165. Come on, Jerry Conklin. Jerry Conklin. We're about to do a deal with him. Where's my bundlers at? You would think Jim B would jump in on one of these bundles. You know? Kenny was $24.99. Kenny and Dolly. If there's no takers or no offers, I can't spend any more time on it. We'll move right into the next one. I'm home from work, finally. Fight at high school, film at 11. Did you sell the Elvis Christmas records? No. Not all of them. They're still available. Sold! $150, Jerry Conklin. Boom. Everything in here is sold to Jerry Conklin, $150. Melinda Daring was just trying to claim the Amy Grant. A fraction too late. Whoever's watching, this bundle is going to extend over into the next one. Okay? And then Andy, not more Christmas, huh? Question mark. Let's go over here and grab a new empty crate. Dun 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 dun. If I understand Danny's correct, he's saying what he is asking me is, please, for the love of all things good and holy, put up some King Diamond records. You missed out on 7 tonight. All right. Lanza Sings Christmas Carols, $9.99. That's Mario Lanza, Slim Whitman Christmas album, $9.99. Jackie Gleason, All I Want for Christmas, $12.99. Christmas with Johnny Mathis in shrink wrap, $9.99. The Spirit of Christmas, $9.99. James Brown, A Soulful Christmas, 2014 press, $34.99. James Brown, Santa's Got a Brand New Bag, 1988 pressing, $34.99. Christmas with Corla Pandit, blue vinyl fantasy label, $19.99. The Little Drummer Boy, $9.99. New Christie Minstrels, Merry Christmas, $9.99. Letterman, The Christmas This Year. Letterman, For Christmas This Year, $9.99. The One and Only Original Christmas Factory, $9.99. The Christmas Songs Obernachen Children's Choir, I'm pretty sure I just butchered that, $9.99. Christmas Hymns and Carols, Mario Lanza, $9.99. Christmas with Smokey Robinson and the Miracles on Motown, $19.99. Let the World Rejoice, a musical celebration of Christmas, $9.99. The Christmas Joy antique musical boxes play Christmas carols, $9.99. Merry Christmas, Eddie Fisher, $9.99. Chuck Haley on the Christmas Minstrels, and that was right here to Chuck Haley for $7. We got Mike Douglas, My Kind of Christmas, $9.99. Jimmy Dean's Christmas Card, Oh Jimmy Dean, $9.99. Festival of Carols and Brass, $9.99. Donna's offer $12 for the Miracles. So did Donna for $12. We have Forever Christmas. That is $9.99. Merry Christmas from the Hillside Singers, $9.99. The Night Before Christmas with the Norman Luboff Choir. I still think that's the cartoon that they use on Christmas Vacation. I remember seeing that. That's the same kind of cartoon, which is weird. I don't know the whole story on that, but $9.99 for The Night Before Christmas. Partridge Family Christmas Card with the Christmas card still attached, $24.99. Come On, Ring Those Bells, Evie, $9.99. Manaheim Steamroller, $39.99. Interesting. What's up with this one? Either way, also we got Mozart, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, the Hampton String Quartet, $9.99. Rick Hall on The Night Before Christmas. That's so to Rick Hall. Still don't know the full story on that. Bobby Darin, The 25th Day of December. Bobby Darin, $14.99. Ed Ames, Christmas is the warmest time of the year, $9.99. Glenn Campbell, again, That Christmas Feeling, $9.99. And then there are 3 more of the Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. We already sold about 5 earlier. I already told everybody I would do those for 10 a pop. 10 a pop on those. And I have, I've got a whole half of a crate here full. So, yeah. There's 3 more Elvis at 10, 10, and 10, okay? Next, we have Melinda Daring on Ed Ames. That's so to Melinda Daring. We have World's Most Beautiful Christmas Songs, Roger Whittaker. That's $9.99. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper, $14.99. There's another Elvis Christmas album, $14.99 for that one. $14.99 for that one. Here is a different one, Memories of Christmas, $19.99. And then there's another very special Christmas, but unfortunately this one has writing on it. $29.99 on that one. The Old Sweet Songs of Christmas, $9.99. Engelbert Humperdinck, $9.99. Chet Atkins, East Tennessee Christmas. East Tennessee Christmas, Chet Atkins, $9.99. Mike Douglas again, $9.99. The Kingston Trio, The Last Month of the Year, $9.99. A Christmas Festival of Stars, $9.99. We have Christmas album with Bobby V, $9.99. Bobby Sherman, $14.99. And then Christmas with Eddie Arnold, $9.99. The Nativity. The Nativity is $9.99. And or Something Festive. That is A&M Records, like Herb Albert doing Christmas stuff, $9.99. Chuck Haley gets this Elvis for $11. This one is going to go over here with the other Elvis Christmas unless somebody wants to make an offer, okay? We'll put that over here with the other Elvis, okay? And now, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I'm going to try to do a bundle with this, so make sure you have claimed everything you wanted. Elvis Blue 11 sold. Old Sweet Songs 7. Old Sweet Songs, that was Old Sweet Songs. This one here sold to Jackie Reynolds for 7. Tracy Songer on Bobby Sherman sold. Could you do 25 on Manaheim Steamroller? Sold to Tony Freeman for $25. No problem. Anybody else? Let's read through these again. Something Festive, A&M Records, The Nativity, Eddie Arnold, Bobby V, Christmas Festival Stars, Kingston Trio, Mike Douglas, Chet Atkins, Engelbert Humperdinck, Very Special Christmas. I'll do this one for $9.99 because of the writing. The vinyl super clean from that dreaded Dick Connery collection, $9.99. Willie Nelson's cool. Willie Nelson Pretty Paper, $14.99. Roger Whittaker, Glenn Campbell, Bobby Darin, Mozart, Evie. I'm going to leave the Partridge Family out unless somebody wants to buy it right now. $24.99 our best offer with the Christmas card. Hillside Singers, Forever Christmas, Festival of Carols and Brass, Jimmy Dean, Mike Douglas again, Eddie Fisher, Christmas Joy, World Rejoice, Mario Lanza, Oberon Kirchen Children's Choir, the one and only Original Christmas Factory, Letterman, Little Drummer Boy, Corla Pondit, James Brown, don't forget about those. Those are good. Make Offers, Spirit of Christmas, Johnny Mathis, Jackie Gleason, Slim Whitman, and Mario Lanza. Next thing is Bob Darin, if it's still available. Bob Darin is right here, and that is sold to John Morse. And then Bobby V for $6. And this one has a little bit of damage on the bottom of the cover, just FYI. More so motivate me to sell it for $6, but if that's okay with you, it's yours. And Willie is sold for $11 to Chuck Haley. So there's two different James Brown options. Once again, this is an original. The original pressings of these are rare and very expensive. So Santa's got a brand new bag, an 88 press, $34.99. I'm talking the 66 pressings are hundreds of dollars in high grade. And then this is a 180 gram reissue. I've got them marked for $34, but pay no attention. You tell me what you want to pay to make you feel nice and warm inside so you can be in your nice and warm house by the fire when you're listening to James Brown's Soulful Christmas. Kelly takes the $9.99 Very Special Christmas. That's sold to Kelly for $9.99. All right. Regina wants Elvis, $14.99. She's probably talking about Memories of Christmas. This one right here. Sell that to Regina for $14.99. Anybody else? I'm going to make sure everybody's thinking in their lag. I've pulled out just a couple back there in the back that I'm going to leave out of the bundle because I think they definitely carry a premium of at least 15, 20 or more. And I'm going to count and offer everything else in here in a bundle. Another wide variety, not much duplicates now. And everything's going to be priced to one person, maybe J.D. Conklin. So let's count these and figure out what's left. And then when people come in their store this upcoming weeks and they're like, do y'all have any Christmas records? We're going to be like, in fact, we just sold every single one of them. Okay? So here we go. Melinda said, hold the phone, Chad. Let me get one more in. Give me that Johnny Mathis. So to Melinda Deering. You got it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, 30 times, let's do these at $375 each too. 112, let's say, I like the price 115. 115 divided by 30. That makes these $383 a piece. $383 a piece. 115 divided by 30. JD, sold, do you want the 2014 or do you want the 1988 press? And then this bundle is 30 pieces of Christmas music, $115 bundle price. Any posters? None on the horizon tonight that I know of. Boy, I forgot about these box sets over here. Paul got ready. He found a bunch. He found the Guns N' Roses box set, Metallica box sets. Oh, man. I should have had Laura tag those. I think we can photograph them and they can have them ready by tomorrow. Okay. Gotta make sure JD lets me know which one, and then they're both really nice. Yeah, it has a little bit of cover wear on the bottom, but yeah, these are both really nice discs. Yeah, this one's from Rhino. Kind of the agenda for tonight. So, what time is 11:46? I think I've got one more crate over here to blast through, and then I can say we've gone through them all and possibly sold them all. The next thing after that would be me kind of doing a quick cleanup and figuring out what we can show one more time tonight. Gonna try to stay focused on vinyl. Got off a little task here with Christmas, but that's okay. We've literally almost gone through them all and sold them all. And okay, so he wants the 88 press for $25, okay? Bundle offer is still fresh. I'm gonna go ahead and take it off the table. That was 30 records, $115. Listen to all this cool stuff we're gonna sell tomorrow. Is that what I said? Pfft. You never know what I'm gonna say here. I've said stuff, and I've had people say, dude, do you realize what you just said? And I'm like, no, hopefully it wasn't anything that, oh my gosh. All right. Busy day coming up tomorrow. Goodness gracious, we got so much to do. Chad's a little sleepy. I really don't want to crack open an energy drink, but I may have to. I didn't get much sleep last night. I just squatted down right here to flip through this crate, and it just hit me. It just hit me hard. I think I'm on 4. I bet deep sleep, if I had something, a machine hooked up to me that could truly measure it, because my dreams are always so crazy. My brain is like a circus. I bet I got 3. I bet I got 3.5, maybe 4 hours of deep sleep. And then since I've went live at 6:15, this has been a nonstop fanatic fest tonight. It's been wild. Let me reset my timer over here. Okay, first thing is random question. Do you get any of the vinyl file reissues in Marley Velvet Underground? I have not got those yet. No. Did Tanner respond to your text? If you're local, you can show up tomorrow to pick up last week's orders. You may have to call a number, knock on the door. We're going to be closed only to locals who want to pick up. Only to locals who want to pick up. Okay? Metal Night is tomorrow night. Last crate of Christmas stuff. No takers on the last bundle. Last crate of Christmas is right here. Motown, Boys to Men, Let It Snow, $9.99. There was not a pre-order. Message me. I'll see if it's still available. And then we'll, if they're still for pre-order, I'll get them posted. Okay, we have, they're exclusive to Universal. There you go. That answers both of our questions. Seal, Julie Andrews, $14.99. We have Christmas at Radio City Music Hall, $14.99. These are actually make offer. James Brown is a 2014 make offer. I had it stickered for $34. I'm just trying to sell it. We just sold one for $25. And Partridge Family was $24 or make offer. Christmas Organs and Rhymes by Robert Reams, $9.99. It's Christmas, $9.99. Oh yeah, we got lights to tag too. I've got lights to tag. We got to do that so people waking up tomorrow that went to bed, we got lights to tag, which I'll do that a little bit later. I said it would be one of the last things I do. The New Possibility, John Fahey, $19.99 on that. There's another Something Festival, Herb Albert and etc. $14.99. He said he would do 20 on. Is that unbought? I can't see your actual name anymore. I sold the 88 for 25, so I'll sell this one for 20. Okay? I'll sell that one for 20. I think that's unbought, right? And Donna on Boys for 7. Boys to Men sold to Donna for $7. Next is Saxophone Christmas from Nashville. Saxophone Christmas from Nashville, $9.99 on that. James Handy on John Fahey. That's sold to James Handy. We got Antique Musical Boxes, $9.99. Slim Whitman Christmas. There's some writing on the cover. No, that's DJ Not So Good. Okay, sorry. DJ Not So Good just got the James Brown, the other one, for $20. Okay, contemporary Christmas classics, $9.99. Ricky Van Shelton sings Christmas, sealed, $29.99. I mean, Dave Brubeck here. Uh-oh. Donna and Grog just fell off the recliner. Dave Brubeck, $29.99. Christmas Lullabies, $29.99, red vinyl. Christmas Time with the King Family, $9.99. Anita Kerr Singers, A Christmas Story, sealed, $9.99. The Ray Price Christmas Album, sealed, $9.99. White Christmas, Dennis Day, $9.99. James Galway Christmas Carol, $9.99. Jesse Crawford, The Organ and Chimes of Christmas, $9.99. Adam Bernardi said, don't forget about me, Chad. This is sold to Adam Bernardi, Brubeck. Thank you. Donna was second. The Lennon Sisters, Noel, $9.99. The Sacred Carols of Classical Guitar with booklet, $14.99. Fannie Farmer presents the King Family Christmas Album, $9.99. The Organ Plays at Christmas, Ken Griffin, $9.99. Henry Mancini selects Christmas songs, Great Songs of Christmas, sealed, $14.99. Henry Mancini, $9.99. His orchestra does Christmas. Statler Brothers Christmas Card, $9.99. Music of Christmas, Percy Faith, $9.99. Christmas with the Platters, $9.99. Nice, the Platter's still available. Columbia Special Products. We have a Country Christmas Volume 2, Alabama. Elvis Presley, $14.99. Dolly Parton, A Christmas Treasury, Avon Collection, sealed, $14.99. The Season for Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracle, Shrink Wrap, Motown, Smokey, $19.99. The Most Beautiful Sounds of Christmas, Living Strings, $9.99. The Second Mancini, that is sold to Adam Bernardi. We also got Songs for the Holidays, Hallmark Collection, $9.99. The Spirit of Christmas, Mormon Tabernacle, $9.99. The Kingston Trio, The Last Month of the Year, $9.99. Christmas with the Imperials, $9.99. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Holiday Celebration, $9.99. John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, nice. Mr. John Denver, clean, $14.99. John Denver, clean, $14.99. Ray Conniff, Christmas Album, sealed. Here We Come Along Caroling, $14.99. From David Frost and Billy Taylor, Merry Christmas, sealed, $14.99. Christmas with the Norman Luboff Choir, $9.99. Music of Christmas, Percy Faith and his orchestra, $9.99. Ray Conniff Christmas Caroling, $9.99. Tracy wants Ray Conniff. This one right here, Chuck Haley on Trio, Kingston Trio, sold to Chuck Haley for $7. Next is The Joy of Christmas, Marty Robbins, $9.99. A Christmas Album, Frank Sinatra, Barbara Streisand, Johnny Mathis, and other, $9.99. Chuck Haley on Peter, Paul, and Mary, sold to Chuck Haley, $7. Tim Graham on John Denver, sold. Leslie, I've got one more if you want it. I got Holiday Sing Along with Mitch Miller, $9.99. She wants the first Ray Conniff. Okay, let me go a couple back then. That was Percy Faith. Oh boy, give me 1 second. I know what you're talking about. This one? No. There's Ray Conniff Christmas Caroling. I may be lost now. Let's see, who was this? That's Mormon Tabernacle. So I know for sure she doesn't want this one. It may be Christmas Caroling. We'll find out in just a second. Tracy Solinger. Marty 7. That's sold to Chuck. So John, here's the deal on John Denver. Since one already sold, the other one will also have to be $14.99. And Leslie said she's good with that. Sell that to Leslie Holt. Okay, so Tim Graham and Leslie got one. Melinda, you were next. The Brightest Stars of Christmas, $9.99. There's a Partridge Family Christmas with no card, with no Christmas card, $14.99. And I did have the right one. Okay, so that is sold to Tracy Songer. This one's still available. And then Johnny Mathis is $9.99. Give Me Your Love for Christmas. That's different than what we had earlier. The Year Without a Santa Claus, Boris Karloff, narrator, $29.99. And then we had the Bobby V Christmas album. That one's in shrink for $9.99. There's a Christmas record. We had that earlier, $29.99. Kelly Finnegan, A Joyful Sound. I think we're about to get into some modern stuff here. Kelly Finnegan presents A Joyful Sound, sealed green vinyl, $14.99. The one I put back, what year is this? This is 1984 CBS Records Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Tracy Songers year. Johnny Mathis sold to Donna Turner. That sold to Donna Turner. And then Kelly Finnegan. And then Yorma Calcoen Christmas. Yorma Calcoen was the guitarist for Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship. Green, sealed, $14.99. Record Store Day exclusive. I've got 2 of them. I also have Tony Bennett, the Christmas album, sealed, remixed and remastered, $19.99. Oh, A Year Without Santa. That might be a claim for Tracy Songers. My bad. And then next is John Griffin on a Christmas record, $15. Sell that to John Griffin. And then Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas to You. That's her second Christmas album, $24.99. Mariah Carey. I've got 3 of them. I've got the Flesh Tones, sealed for $24.99, Stocking Stuffer, and Tab Falco Christmas. That was sealed for $14.99. Okay? Want to swap out the Bobby V? Sure thing. So the nicer Bobby V, let's swap that out for him. Not a problem. See how fast I done that. James Handy wants Yorma Calcoen. And then Adam, I've got 1 more, but it will be $14.99. We've already sold 1 for $14. That one will also be $14. Kelly Finnegan and Tony Bennett. And then Mariah Carey, Tab Falco, and the Flesh Tones. All I want for Christmas. Michael Hamburger says, give me a Mariah. Okay? Sold. Price on Soulful Christmas. We had Tab Falco, Flesh Tones, Mariah Carey, Tony Bennett, A Joyful Sound, Bobby V, Christmas Partridge, Brightest, Mitch Miller, Christmas Music. A Soulful Christmas. Are you sure that was in here? Don't come around here no more. I'm not sure if I know where that was. And Adam Minardi on Yorma Calcoen. And Kelly Finnegan was sealed, $14.99 green vinyl. Maybe A Joyful Sound. Water. About time for some pistachios and chocolate-covered raisins. Tab Falco, Flesh Tones, Mariah Carey, Tony Bennett, Kelly Finnegan, Bobby V, Ray Conniff, Partridge Family, Brightest Stars, Mitch Miller, Christmas album, Percy Faith, Norman Luboff sold to Tracy Songers, Kelly Finnegan sold for $10 to Donna Turner. Right, here's how maybe I can get the next 2 Mariah Carey sold. So let's do these. Okay, J.D. Conklin wants one as well. All right, maybe if we can sell the last one, here's what I'll do. To sell the last one, I'll say they're $20, and I'll change the price on the other 2 that's already sold. So the last one for $20, and I'll mark down J.D.'s for $5, and I'll mark down Michael Hamburger's for $5. And that way the last one will sell for $20. That will save 5 and 5, 20, and that way all 3 of them are sold. Okay? But to do that, JD and Michael, somebody's got to buy the last one. So hopefully they do. It'll save y'all $5. They're come on. Surely somebody needs that. Where did I get to on the recap? We had Mormon Tabernacle, Songs for Holidays, Living String, Smokey Robinson, Avon, Country Christmas, Platters, Percy Faith, Statler, Henry Mancini, Ken Griffin, Fannie Farmer, Sacred Searles, the Lennon Sisters, Jesse Crawford, James Galloway, Dennis Day, Ray Price, Christmas Story, King Family, Ricky Van Shelton, Contemporary Classic, Slim Whitman, Musical Box, Saxophone Christmas, A&M, It's Christmas, Christmas, Radio City Christmas, Christmas. That'd be a funny way to recap it. I could just say Christmas on every one of those. Who'll stop the rain? Down, down, down. Long as I remember, I set out on the road. I'm going to offer these for a bundle. A lot of good stuff in here, especially those first few that are sealed. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, I think. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 43, Saxophone Christmas from Nashville. It's Jerry Tuttle, $9.99. So saxophone, local, sounds Nashville, Christmas covers. 43 records, everything in this crate, $165. This is a lot. 165 divided by 43, that's getting these down to $383 a piece if you're buying them all. If you're buying them all. Okay, and I'll add that one back in there at no cost. All right. Okay, everybody's went quiet. I think everybody's tapped out on Christmas for the night. They're like, sax. Okay, sell this to Melinda. Melinda gets the sax. That didn't change the stats any on the bundle then. Chad, tap. Done on Christmas for tonight. That was all of them anyway. There's one old crate of leftovers from like last year. We've had it underneath a rack up front for literally 11 months. And they just rediscovered it yesterday, but it's pretty well picked through. At some point, we'll bring it back here and do like half off on them. But probably these I'll take up front, put them up on our counter so people can dig through them. And Jeff Brent's dying for me to pull out a Gene Simmons poster. He thinks that there's a Gene Simmons poster somewhere in this building. And if we eventually go through all 3,800 posters, all 120,000, that it will maybe appear. I hope so for your sake. It's probably going to take you 6 to 8 months to watch every night for it to hopefully pop up. It could very well. Hopefully you got a lot of free time to watch these streams. It could pop up. It could only take 6 to 8 months, though. That's about how much longer we're going to be going through posters. There's a lot. He's hoping it will pop up. It will only take 6 to 8 months. I'm going to get into my pistachios. I got to get some brain food. If we're going to do anything else, Chad's going to have to get a quick snack. Oh, stop the rain. Jeff Brent believes that Kiss poster is somewhere in this building. I've never seen one. I don't think I have one. There's a good chance I don't have it. But he thinks it's in here, and he's willing to watch every night until it pops up, whether I have it or not. I don't think I do. He thinks I do. I don't think I do, but he thinks I do. I don't know. I wish I knew what I owned, but I don't. Okay, I'm snacking right now, so bear with me. I'm chewing down some pistachios and water so I don't pass out. Chocolate covered raisins. I walked on the I walked on the tread or the elliptical at the gym, the treadmill, and lifted weights for an hour and a half waiting for Publix to open. And then when I got in Publix, I had to have my sub made. I had to shop right quick. And then by the time I got home and ate and then ordered vinyl and settled down and finally fell asleep, it's probably like 11 o'clock. And that's why that's why I'm just pretty exhausted right now. But we'll do a few more things. Let me see what I can get into. Give me 1 second. I'm eating pistachios and chocolate. I just mixed a handful together. That was pretty good. Pistachios and chocolate covered raisins at the same time. That's a pretty dang good mix. I may have come up with something. Pistachios and chocolate covered raisins. Look at that. Okay, that's an addicting snack. I better stop. Y'all just gonna hear me chewing on this stuff. I'll eat that after. That's gonna be my supper: pistachios and chocolate covered raisins. Okay. Excuse me. See, it is 12:11. Everybody's in the mood for miscellaneous. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. It's just one of those days. Oh, and we got to tag lights. Before I sign off tonight, I got to tag lights, okay? There's more Kiss. I got more up front. Y'all don't let me forget that. I know y'all won't. I got to tag lights before I sign off. We got to do that live on air here. Okay. So, let me see. Does this change y'all's camera? Okay. All right. So, what I'm going to do. Okay, now some of these may be sold. Like we sold that one the other night. I think we still have that one. I think we still have that one. We still have that and that. We've got that, maybe, and that one. That might have already sold. Some of these have already sold. Okay. But these are possibly available. Okay. These are possibly available. It won't let me flip like I wanted to. Okay. And then, I don't know, honestly, so these are in our database for being photographed. I've got to find them, and I just don't know where they're at. And then a lot of these Tanner had done research for, and this was going to be for an upcoming Kiss Night auction when we kind of ran out of vinyl. So these are somewhere in this building. I got to figure out where they're at and then what we're going to do with them. Okay, so they're somewhere in this building. I just don't know where they're at, but they've been photographed. Okay, and then over here, whoops, let's not do that. What have I done here? Okay, let me do this. Let me open it up like this. Okay, let's see what all these look like. Whoops. Okay. So, and then these are more. These are somewhere around here. I think we had that one last night, so I may be close over here. Okay, that one's right here next to me. I have that one right here next to me. Bonham. Let me start down here. Okay. So I have not seen that one yet. We still have that one. I'm pretty sure we sold that one. Maybe not. That's still available. I'm pretty sure we sold that one. That's still available. We sold Van Halen. Pretty sure we sold that one. That's still available for sure. That's still available. That's sold. That's still available. We sold that. That's still available. We had to put something on it to make it look better. Dawkins is sold. Megadeth is still available, and I'm pretty sure we sold that Dio. So, let me read through the comments now. Hey, I saw that. Ace mine. Dibs on Ace. Love Gun Destroyer. Foil dibs. Are these $6.99? I like that one. Give me what I need, big dog. I'm going to say no. That solo Ace poster, Chad. Seriously, dibs. 260 JPG. Love Gun. Tour 84 price. And Golden Girls. LOL. Remember I told you that you were going to need the ones need. Then you changed your boxes and broke my heart. Okay. Let's remain calm. I think I know where those are, but that first batch of Kiss stuff, it's probably over here in the photo room. I'm going to check some of these rolls. And then, so the best way for me to do this is say if I can find them tonight, we'll price them. If not, then, you know, we seriously wanted to run these one night for a Kiss auction. And the reason is, when I sell something like this, I get slammed with about 5 questions on every one of them. Condition, year, details on bottom, dimensions, and maybe even something else. And so it's really hard to show posters unless we're just flying through them, and no one can, whoever's buying them doesn't care if they're ripped, torn, punched holed, reissued. They just want a poster of something. So they take quite a bit of time to research, and if we put that much time into them, we never straight price them. We usually run them for an auction. But if I can find them, some of them we have been straight pricing, like this Dio and Slayer, and bottom over here is priced, and some of these we already sold. But the Kiss stuff for sure. Yeah, the Kiss stuff for sure. Like, let's see. Those y'all saw in the first folder, these. Yeah. So if I can find those here in a second, but we'll see what happens, okay? All right, back to my camera. All right. There's that. Let me move these over here. Now let me go over here in this room and see what I can find other than maybe posters or maybe perhaps anything for about the next, what time is it? For about the next $40. Okay? Or I mean for about the next 40 minutes. I probably need to stop regardless of where we're at 1 a.m. tonight to get everything done I need to for tomorrow's metal night. Tomorrow is going to be metal night. Okay, so here's the rack I was working off of last night. So let's see what else is over here. I think there's honestly some pretty cool stuff down here on this bottom shelf. And that could be where some hidden gems are at. And autographs that we hadn't seen in a long time. And I think I got some old Fillmore stuff as well. Let me see what's down here. And I think there's some pretty cool stuff. Let's see what this stuff is. I think these are tricky. Over here. All right. Now, okay, I had to reset my feed. I may have lost some stuff. A solo face poster, please, bud. Now, are you asking me how much this poster is? Because my answer is it's not for sale tonight. And then, Chad, you are getting rummy. I don't know what that means, but thank you. So I think these are They were dusty, I know that. These are original tickets from Fillmore. Kinks, Taj Mahal, The Who. Well, that's what they look like. The problem with these in frames is determining how legitimate they are. And here's a handbill. Bill Graham presents Dance Hall Concert, the Grassroots Quicksilver Family Tree. But see, the problem is, unless I look these up, these are tough. You got to figure out, sometimes there's stuff down here to determine if it's real or not. Now, this is pretty interesting. This is the Rolling Stones. Looks like an artist proof, and it's signed by the artist. The Rolling Stones American Tour. 1969 pencil art. Yeah, that's tough. Is there anything on the back? Here we go. Certificate of Authenticity. Rolling Stones World Tour 1969. Concept, sketch, and final art. Poster image with original concept sketch. Artist proof signed by David Edward Bird. Hand signed in pencil by David Bird. Rolling Stones World Tour 69. Concept, sketch, and final art. Huh. So I have to check that. I don't know much about that. But it looks pretty cool. The frame got scratched. See, all these frames are stacked up over here, and the problem is like getting them out, figuring out if they're real, figuring out what they are, and then figuring out the price, which could take like 20 minutes per poster. Very difficult thing for me to do live here. We could get through like 2 in the next 40 minutes, and then we'll be like, well, that's it for tonight. We'll do the other 7 in the next 2 years. Let's see what these are. Fillmore West, Fillmore East. Chuck Berry, 10 years after. Fillmore West, Chuck Berry, Chicago. I mean, somebody spent a lot of time framing these and a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money framing these. The Birds, Poco. I mean, most of these are real. The thing is, they printed some of them up until afterwards. Why did somebody frame this? This is the Rolling Stones 1000th issue, lenticular cover. Somebody framed it. And then this is I Want You to Join the Sterling Revolution. Sterling beer poster. This needs to be taken out of the frame if we're going to ship this. Somebody may want that right now. Sterling beer poster. If you want a price on anything, I don't mind to look them up. It's just going to be kind of time consuming on this stuff. The Fillmore stuff is pretty difficult. There's a website I use, and they show, let me see if I can find it over here. They show the poster, and they break it down. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so here's an example. I'll put it up on screen. This is the website I've always used. So for Fillmore stuff, we'll try to use an example here. Who was this one here? That's a multi here. Here's Chuck Berry. Let's see if I can find him. How's this organized? First name. Let's see. There's Chicago. Let's see here. Over here. So Chicago, and I think a lot of these are numbered. So like this one is Chicago Transit Authority. '67. You can see the stamp on the other side right there. 1 second here. 15. Sometimes it's easy just to go. Might not be on here. What was the other Chicago listings? I had Chicago Underground Duo. It should be listed with these. The Doors played this one. I don't think this is it though. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Or that one. That was it right here. Yeah, this is it. Okay. All right. So I think what we have is a postcard. Yeah. And then postcard top A. Okay, so this was together, I think. Yeah, they framed these together, but there was a 2-in-1. So there's a 2-in-1. As you can see, here's what ours looks like. There's a 2-in-1. And I think they sold them individually too, it looks like. Or maybe you could perforate them or something. So I think that's what this is right here, this postcard. But it gives you details here. See, created on August, set of shows, theme of war and peace movement. The postcard has a calendar of Bill Graham events on the back and measures 4.5 by 7. The double postcard was also printed. The card bears the image of both and numerous approximately has a bulk rate per minute on the top. So a lot of these though, you can go here and each one of these posters, it will tell you if it was reprinted, etc. So there's the original poster, and they have them on here for sale. I've never bought anything through this website, but they're a great database. They have every, concert kind of archived on here. For example, you can click on Jimi Hendrix. We have some of these over here. One of these Jimi Hendrix I still have. We hadn't sold it yet. Let me see if we can find it. Which one is it? Is it this one? I have one of these. Maybe this one. See how it says second print? But it'll tell you right here, like the second print was on white stock. It has a different dimension or, red edge. So this is what you have to go through on every one of these Fillmore things here. That's why we still have about 500 of them. I've got a couple binders full of postcards, handbills. Man, it takes a lot of time to figure out what you have here, because I sold one time that I didn't think there was a second print of. I had a Velvet Underground. I didn't think there was a second printing. And of course, as soon as I sold it to a very serious collector. He got it and he immediately emailed and said, man, this is a second print. You told me it was a first print. So we had to immediately send him his money back. He sent back the thing. And you have to go through them one at a time. And the bad part about these, they look like they're reprints almost, but a lot of these are like almost like new old stock, and they just look really nice, like Chuck Berry and Crosby, Stills and Nash. That's a cool one. And we bought hundreds of these, and the guy already had them framed, so they're in really cool like color matching frames. I have sold a ton of them. A lot of them I bust them out of the frames because they're very inexpensive, and they cost quite a bit to ship. So if you leave them in the frame. So it's like, well, I can pop them out of the frame and sell them to you $50 a piece. Or you can buy both of them in the frame plus shipping, you know, and it's going to be $175. So sometimes it's better to pop them out of the frame, and then you can do whatever you want to with them. Okay, so I know that's what's on I have literally a whole 2 shelves full of these Fillmore Psychedelia posters. So that's what that stuff is. And my best thing for me to do is say, one day when I have more time, or Paul or Laura, they'll research this stuff and we'll price it out. Otherwise, it's going to be a long time. I have spent on this website here, I have spent a long time because some of this stuff is pretty complex. MC5, I got some of these still. We got some of the real posters, not just the handbills. A couple of these MC5s I need to get out and get sold. So, I don't know if anybody's even still listening to me talk about all this, but I have this one right here. This one. We have this one still. Do they have one for sale? No. No, this is an expensive one. Yeah, they don't have. This is, the handbill is $265. I think the poster is a couple $1,000s. How much is this one? So, yeah, they don't have any. MC5 stuff is, how much is this one? Arthur Brown. Oh, that's sold out. I wish they'd leave prices up. Chuck Berry. Is this one? $850. That's pretty cool. $850. They got a great database here. I mean, you can find concerts and postcard. Wait a minute. This looks like a pretty good. They just have the postcard though. 50. Yeah. The posters are very. Is there any posters? Second print. Postcard. They have any MC5 posters at all? Maybe this one. Oh, that's something modern. Never mind. This is something modern here. Is there any others where MC's the headliner? Postcard, poster. Second print. Oh, they're not even headlining. That's the Trogs. Okay, price on Rolling Stones. Wolfgang Vault. Yeah, that's another one. You're absolutely right, Robert. Yeah, Wolfgang's Vault. So, Roland, let me figure out what this is, Nick. Let me see here. I don't know if they'll have this one on this site. Thing's pretty dang dusty. Let me figure out exactly what this is. I'm first going to go to eBay. Let me see what this message says. All right. This is, who was that artist? It was Edward. Signed by Edward Bird. Hand signed and pencil by David Bird. All right, let's type in just Bird then. I've had this before, like the blank ones. They're like blank at the bottom. Yeah, I think I still have one of those somewhere. So I don't know the full story. Somebody watching may know, but what happened was a lot of these posters, that's why a lot of them are still minty. Something happened out on the West Coast, and there was like a warehouse full of this stuff. And it was like split up, and a couple buyers went in and bought it for like a couple $1 million. And I think that's what happened. And then a lot of it's been sold since the 80s and 90s. They might have an article on it somewhere, but that's why a lot of the stuff I think looks like it's mint and brand new. There's a guy that lives here in Lebanon that was in the business out there in the 60s, and he told me what happened. It was like an auction, and there was a warehouse find, and like all these posters and postcards were just stacked up in boxes. And they were just, it was, you know, thousands of them, and it was old stock, and somebody came out and bought them. Maybe something to do with Wolfgang, whoever the Wolfgang person is. And it's since then been distributed, and it's got into more and more of it's got into collections, and the prices just kind of went up and up. And but I think that's why a lot of them are so minty and beautiful looking. I think it was a big hoard of like old stock that was found. Nick, I am currently over here on my phone app trying to get you a price on this because I'm curious. I'm just scrolling through eBay trying to find something that looks like this. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at. That's why I've got to find out, because I don't know if it's 100. I don't know if it's 500. I don't know if it's 3,500. And any one of those prices could be possible. It could be 100. I could see that. I could see it being 350. I could also see it being something like 2,500, but who knows? I've got to find out. I think I found something close over here, but I can't, unfortunately, click on it because it's out. It's expired now. Let me screenshot it so I can zoom in. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Bill Graham's collection. I think, you know, it's just weird, though. A lot of this stuff you do something in the 60s, it looks like it's brand new. And so when I see it, I'm like, man, this looks like it's a reprint. But you'll look at it and you'll find out it's a real postcard. It happens to me. And that's why a lot of them are graded. They CGC grades the posters now, and there's so many 9s and 9.4s. And you would think a poster, a Jimi Hendrix poster from 50, 60 years ago would be beat up, but then you'll find it and it looks like it's brand new. It's almost weird. It's like, how did this happen? It's 60 years and it's perfect. Man, I lost that. I just seen something that looked like it, Nick. And then I lost it. I'm going to type in bird signed. Okay, there's one. Rolling Stone sketch. That was 2 years ago. Let me screenshot that. That kind of looks like it there. That one sold a couple years ago. You make sure that's not there's none active. Once again, the bad thing about this is at the right auction with a couple Stones collectors I know, this thing could probably get pretty crazy. But if you're watching late tonight, you might catch one. You might slip through on a deal. Yeah, there's nothing like this active. I see where one sold, but this is in a very nice frame. So the only flaw, you're going to have to touch it up right here with something gold. You have to get a gold marker and touch that up. My price right now, already framed nicely like this with the COA, I'm going to say $150, and you pay shipping, and I can put it on a separate invoice. $150 plus shipping, I can put it on a separate invoice. And I will even take some Windex and clean off the dust. There's about a 1/4 inch dust up here on the top. That's a nice piece. If I put it up for auction, I'd probably say $150 start. So I think this item by itself is most of the value. The fact it's framed and presented pretty nicely is a big part of it. I feel like I could easily get that for it. This stuff's been buried back here in the back too for a long time. So Chuck, I did not see that. Did you send it on my messenger? Okay. Now, Nick, do you want this? So what do you mean on another invoice? Do you mean don't put it on all the stuff for this week? You want it on like a whole separate invoice? Is that what you mean? Chuck Haley, let me try to find you here. Did you send it on Facebook, Chuck? Chuck Haley. You might have sent it on Coletco, I bet. All right, this is sold to Nick Bargeron. Let me try to dig out a few more. If y'all see any of these I've passed over and y'all are interested, let me know. I can price out a few more. You see, it's pretty time consuming, but I don't mind doing it at all. Chad. Merry Christmas. Okay. Separate invoice. Okay. Nick Bargeron, $150 plus shipping. He pays shipping. So we'll pack it, send him an invoice for shipping. $150 plus he pays postage. Put it on a separate invoice. Make a note for Ed. Separate invoice. Done. Okay? And so you're thinking 400 on Rod Stewart. Chuck. Oh, 400 including shipping. I see what you're saying here. Man, that thing is going to be a big thing to ship. Let me lay this over here. I know what he's talking about. All right, let me lay Nick's item over here so it doesn't get hurt. Man, I sold one of those LA guns tonight. I forgot there was a waiting list for it. I'll have to go back and see who got that. All right, let me pull a few more off. Also, there's a Gene Simmons solo album poster over here. I don't know if anybody's going to be interested in that. I've kind of skipped over it a couple times. What are these? I need to get all these out anyway. If anything, we just need to put these out in our store. You know, I just need to slap some prices on some of these. And, you know, if I put these out in the store and price them and just put, you know, a couple $100 on them and somebody's in the store that knows what they're looking at, they can determine if they're real or not. There's Jefferson Airplane. I think those are real. Look at the framing, though. Man, somebody spent a lot of money to have that done. They matted it, color matched it. Jefferson Airplane, gray slick. Here's some, what is this? These are some photos of them setting up the photo shoot for Sgt. Pepper's. Wow, look at that. All that stuff is worth a fortune. Those are cool photos. Look at this frame. Who is this? Grateful Dead. I'm about to sneeze. There's a lot of dust on this stuff. Grateful. Is these all the same card? Oh yeah, we need to tag lights too. Let me show a few more things. That's what we need to do probably the last few moments here. I need to tag lights so whoever's watching can do that. I forgot about that. Is my table clear? Okay, table's clear. Let me lay Nick Bargeron's. I don't like the way this is laying. I'm gonna move his Stones poster on this table so nothing happens to it. There we go. I feel much better about that. I'm glad you asked, Jerry, because we got to tag those. Okay. So let's see what's going on with this, Robert. This is Grateful Dead. What show is this? Let me price a couple of these out. And course, Jeff, I was just joking. That was an evil tease on the Gene Simmons. This is going to fall off. Let me lay it sideways. There we go. They are handbills. I'm trying to figure out what show it. I can't read this font. I'm not hippie enough. This is Grateful Dead. I know one way we can do it. We can go to our poster source here, right? I was just on the Grateful Dead, wasn't I? Let's see here. Look at all these band names. Wow. You got an encyclopedia here of band names. G for Grateful. Great Grass. There they are. Okay. We're looking for something with like a nude-looking lady. I may have skipped it. Or a good catalog number. Sometimes they have numbers. What's this look like? Let me look at it one more time. Okay. I'm also looking at this monitor about 30 feet away. It's not that far. I'm not close at all to the screen. Y'all are looking at it on your phone. What is that one? No. We're into the 80s here. This is definitely a 60s show. Are these 60s? Let's look at it again. See if we can make some of this out. This is Grateful Dead. Golly. I know this says Grateful Dead. Fillmore Auditorium. 67. It's dated 67. That'll help us out a lot. That's early. That's the year the first album came out. And then Adam, I'll price you those Sgt. Pepper's picks. Probably most of it's just going to be in the price of the... All right, so let me jump back over here where y'all can see what I'm looking at, so you're not just staring into oblivion. I wish there was a filter on this thing so you could narrow it down to Fillmore. Of course, they played there a lot. No telling, how many times did the Dead play at the Fillmore? A lot, I would say. Of course, if I knew this number right here, they all have like a catalog number. Like this one's BG55. That's close. A lot of them have nude ladies on them. That's a famous one there. I'd like to have one of those that has Frankenstein on it. Yeah, that's an expensive one. Reprints are still kind of pricey. And then here's one of the most famous posters of all time. Second print. Yeah, so second print's $5,000. This poster here can get up into six figures. This one can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. This one here, that's one of the most famous collectible posters in this era. See, the second print is listed for $5,000. Yeah, this is going to take a while. So I bet one of these 66 shows, it's just under a different handbill. Let me do a Google Lens search on it. So whatever the poster is for this doesn't match this handbill for sure. So whatever the original poster looks like, it doesn't match what the handbill here looks like. AI will tell us in 2 seconds. Golly, look at the time I've wasted. And all I had to do was snap a picture of it for AI. It took 1 second, and they're telling me everything I needed to know that I've been over here struggling with. It told me the catalog number in 1 second. All I had to do is take a picture of it. It told me when, where, who, I mean, everything. Listings, prices. Over here trying to struggle with what this is. It's BG62. It's Bill Graham 62 is the catalog number we're looking for. BG62. All you gotta do is take a picture of something and poof, there it is. BG62. It looks like it skips here. 55, 74, 81. I don't see BG62. It's historically significant as the last poster Wes Wilson designed for Graham's initial run. Dispute over royalties. Here's one from Bar Gallery. Extremely historic. Of course, they're talking about posters. We're looking for the handbill. Grateful Dead, Wilson's Last Stand. There's a poster. Okay, now we know. Let's just go to eBay because, I mean, I know what I need to know now. I know what I need to know now. We can go over here and type in BG62. And even if Robert isn't interested, I have successfully looked up another one of these that takes, I told y'all, about 20 minutes to finally figure it out, find comps, and figure out if it's an original. But see, I really wanted to look it up on the website to see if it's an original. Okay, there's a handbill. Yeah. One sold for $48 plus shipping on eBay. November 12th, just a couple weeks ago. But see, I really wanted to look it up over here to confirm, you know, if it's a second print. They didn't do a lot of second print handbills. You know, they're usually, you don't see a lot unless it's a really iconic show. But I'm trying to figure out why BG62 is skipped here. There's BG55, and then it skips, and it goes BG74. Maybe I just need to search it. BG62. Oh, that gave me BGs. Oh, they have shortcuts on these laptops here. So to save time when they're keying in y'all's records, this is a computer. So we have CSN. Look what happens. Oh, it didn't do it that time. Maybe CSNY. Seth's got all these shortcuts set up on our keyboards. It's supposed to autocorrect. So if you type in BGs, it goes to BGs, which I don't like because I'm trying to type in BG. Oh, I know what happened. I told him to get rid of CSN because that kept on autocorrecting when I typed in can. Yeah, I type in can or can't and it would autocorrect that. Hey, there it is. Wow. Okay. We have found it. All right. So they're kind of different colors, it looks like. So there's the original poster, original proof sheet, second print poster. postcard type A, postcard type B, postcard type C. And it says type A card has place stamp here. Type B has bulk rate. We can't see the back of them. Type C has bulk rate on back, was addressed. Matches type, matches the reprint postcard matches the second print post in Maryland. It's 4.5 by 8. Matches the second print poster. Okay, this. Aha. So the reprints look like that. So that's the second print. So what we have is even be top, but there's not really much difference in the price. Somebody might have had all three. You can't see the back of them. So if you took them out of this frame, you could see the back of them and be able to price it. So after all that, my price, so this website has them at 80, 75, 85, depending on what type you want. They're all about the same price. One sold on eBay for 50 plus shipping. So if we say 150 plus shipping, I think that'd be pretty fair because there's 3 of them here. So 150 plus shipping. And these are, in fact, original postcards. So these are from 1966 is when the show was. Okay? Yeah. So $50. That's cheaper than the Classic Posters website and matches that. But Robert, if you pass, that's okay. I like it myself, but it is for sale if anybody wants it. That is original Grateful Dead stuff there, though. It's 19. I wonder if Shakedown's watching. Shakedown, are you on here? He may be. He probably says, he might say, Chad, I've already got 7 of those. But I could use 3 more to make an even 10. But it would have to require additional postage, and buyer would have to pay postage. Okay. 100 plus shipping. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. See, I love this stuff. When I bought it from the original collector, I thought I would hang it up in our store. I figured, man, we could decorate our whole store with 60s posters. Like, people would come in here and be like, dang, is this like an art gallery? And they've been stacked over here for 2 years because I realized the time it would take for shipping, okay? I'll think about that. I'd like to show it again, maybe even try to run it for auction. If you paid postage, you would probably end up, after your cost, probably not too bad. If they were loose, it'd be better for both of us, but I don't want to break up that frame. Okay, and then Adam, I don't know much about these Sgt. Pepper's photos. I mean, I'm assuming they're just some kind of prints. Hopefully Adam is still here. I'll say, like, if I mark this as to hang in the store, I would probably say $49.99 because it's just a really nice display. So I would say $40, and then you pay shipping. And I would estimate shipping to be somewhere between $30 and $50. So $40 plus buyer pays postage. Was there one more request before we get into tagging lights? Jeff, I don't know where the Ace poster is the problem. I think it's somewhere rolled over here on our photo table. I mean, I know I have a photo of it, so it's somewhere over here. And hopefully I can find it probably in time for Monday night Kiss auction. Hopefully. Maybe. Now, if those Beatles photos are something earlier and some kind of earlier print, then that's where we're at. Okay. All right, I'm going to move these over here. I like that one. It looks like the Mona Lisa. Who is that? Beautiful Day and Chuck Berry. Yeah, they did an amazing job framing these. And I seen the pictures, I think, when these things were hanging originally. Oh my gosh, he had a heck of a collection. It looked like a museum of rock and roll memorabilia. Some of these people's houses I've gone to, Paul gets to do all the traveling now and do all the buying. I used to go to some of these people's houses and I'd walk in, I'd be like, oh my gosh. I mean, you just saw 30, 40 years of work, time, collecting, framing for their perfect music room, and it was like their happy place. And I'm sure y'all have those too. I'm sure y'all have y'all's own happy places. All right, let's do some tagging. We're honestly about to sell a lot right now. Probably as much as we've had all night about to happen with these this next run. So, all right. I have 26 people currently on a waiting list for a Kiss Light. 26 people currently on the waiting list for a Kiss Light. Okay. Okay. Tony McDaniel. Write these names down. Whoever's tagging these, we got to be very careful getting all these names right. Tony McDaniel. Next person was Sherry Darnell. Next person is Glenn Butch Rhodes. Gonzo American. Jerry Stone. Fred Carnell. Nathan Carter. And then he's about to get another one. Nathan Carter, Oh So Adventure. Mark Steele, Dekong 52. Dennis C. 80, also known as Dennis Cole over on Twitch, and Tyson Morgan. Be 13 so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Butters 9971. And David Pitts. Okay. I got 11 more people on this list. Jason Wilski, Brian Connors, Michael Wood, and Philip Elliott. Jason Wilski, Brian Connors, Michael Wood, and Philip Elliott. Scott Dwallow, Michael Rudolph, Jerry Rock, Chris Frazier, Andy Rutherford, Chad Smith. Chad Smith said he called Chad Smith. You're literally number 25, buddy. You're literally number 25. Okay? There should be 25 kiss lights on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The only person left on the waiting list is Larry Gonzalez. I know Larry's watching. Larry just went on the list a couple of days ago. And I'm going to go over here and see if anybody else has commented on the post. Plus, I got to like everybody's comments. So, for those that don't know what just happened, for the late night crowd that's tuned in right now, this is probably one of the biggest sensations this year so far here at Coletco. Tagging these at 108. You literally see how I had to stop the show. I could have not done this earlier. Right here is what we're selling. These are 3D LED light boxes for the KISS logo. They're incredible. They're $59.99. I've had some people almost want to fight me because I did not get them one sooner than they wanted to get it. There's a couple of people that have said, listen, Chad, I'm literally losing sleep at night knowing somebody else has a KISS light and I don't. I'm about to lose my mind on you if you don't get me one of these, man. There's a couple people that have almost lost their cool with me because I couldn't get to these fast enough. They said they were losing sleep, they were having nightmares, and they were like, dude, you have got to get me a KISS light. I'm going to freak out on you if you don't. I think I've gotten everybody. One that wants one. I'm going to make sure. Did I read off Fred Carnell? Yeah. Nathan Carter, Oso. Mark Steele. Yep. D. Kong. Dennis Cole. I got Tracy on an earlier order, right? Yeah, Tracy on an earlier order. I'm going to like all these comments. And then Scott Dwallow, 6 days ago. And then Larry Gonzalez. I hope it's not too late to get one from either way. One, please. Scott was on here. He was earlier, wasn't he? Jeff Brandt RTO wants every box that we make. He wants one of everything. The problem is I don't think I have any extras. How did I end up with a number like... Okay, no, as of right now, there's no extras. Scott Dwallow. Okay, he got one. But yeah, no, there's no way. I have a new waiting list, Larry Gonzalez. I've never had these in stock. See, when I told him I needed more, I ordered 10 extras, thinking when they're all tagged, I would have extras. We're actually sold, and since then, more people add me. People are seeing them posted. People are seeing them, and we keep selling out even when I keep ordering more and more. So I have no extras at all. And now the new waiting list, Larry Gonzalez is first. So these are another 1 or 2 weeks out again. We'll say 1 to 2. I've been telling everybody 1 to 2 weeks, but no guarantee. 1 to 2 weeks, but no guarantee. All right, these are so now I have not got to see the newest ones, which I think are up front. I think the next batch is Iron Maiden and Metallica. We have not had those at all. So let's jump over here. All these are sold. And my best advice is if you definitely want one, I would go ahead and just say, put me down. And if you don't care when you're billed, they'll eventually come in. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Chad, we have these lots on display this weekend. No, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to have any extras. I mean, I guess I could plug them up. And say that these are sold and we can take orders. But, yeah, unfortunately, I think we're going to be, yeah, we're not going to have any. I might have one or two Iron Maidens. I'm about to go, we're about to find out. But if you want on a list, let me know. If you want to see that video again, they look amazing. And they like have a sync, the switch that comes with them, you can like sync them to music. I mean, it looks like the Kiss logo. It's amazing. So, yeah. Okay. Put down Patrick Francis for 2. I'm going to key you in right now below Larry Gonzalez. Patrick Francis, you're next in line. We have sold now a total of 70 of these. We're at 70, so now 73, counting the new waiting list. Wow. All right, let me go get this other box and see what's in it. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get tonight. I'm gonna lay it all on the line. Do 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 do. I'm gonna lay it all on. Okay. You can download apps. See, there's stuff on these I don't even know about. The only one I've ever really got to see is the Black Sabbath, and then since then. So here's the bands we currently have in our inventory. And none of these are in stock right now. They're all waiting list and pre-orders. The first one is Black Sabbath, Kiss, Metallica, Iron Maiden, and the newest pre-order, Zeppelin, which is in production. And I got the graphic for Beatles today. I'm sure y'all want to see that, right? I'm sure some of y'all want to see that. Okay. Let me move this over here. I may have to key in these names before I read them off. Oh man, these look amazing. I hadn't seen these yet. First time showing these. Look at that. So here's the next one, Metallica. All right. So I got to literally start a spreadsheet for these so we can do it in order. And that way I can keep track of it. And we're going to, that way, because I'm going to have to see how many more I'm going to need, etc. Yeah, these are same operational feet. So this was posted back, to kind of give you an idea, this pre-order was posted October 25th. They just showed up today. So it took 1 month for these to arrive, to give you an idea how long some people's been waiting. So, but that's not too long for a pre-order. I mean, sometimes I post pre-order for stuff, 6 months away. That's why we call it a pre-order. All right, and Antonio Villanueva, Tom Harris, Scott Oman, Shane Devers, Jennifer Schrader, Jeremy Vite, Trey Tidwell, Michael Wilkerson, Brandon Jones, Jonathan Roberts, Stephen A. Young, Bob Reiger, Matt Ketron, John McPatriot, Brad Waits. All right, let me pause there. And that was the first 17. Okay. And that was Sherry Darnell, Robert Matthews, Antonio Villanueva, Tom Harris, Scott Oman, Jennifer Schrader. Hold on a minute. Scott Oman, Tom Harris, Scott Oman, Shane Devers, Jennifer Schrader, Jeremy Vite, Trey Tidwell, Michael Wilkerson, Brandon Jones, Jonathan Roberts, Stephen A. Young, Bob Reiger, Matt Ketron, John McPatriot, and Brad Waits. Okay, we'll pause there and count some of these out. All right, so let's get these stacked accordingly. I need 17 of these through however far we got. Okay. These stack a lot better like this. That's how I had them in the box. We know those are in 2s. All right, so this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 Metallicas. Okay, so the first 15 go to Sherry Darnell, Robert Matthews, Antonio Villanueva, Tom Harris, Scott Oman, Shane Devers, Jennifer Schrader, Jeremy Vite, Trey Tidwell, Michael Wilkerson, Brandon Jones, Jonathan Roberts, Stephen A. Young, Bob Reiger, and Matt Ketron. Okay. Sherry, Robert, Antonio, Tom, Scott, Shane, Jennifer, Jeremy, Trade, Michael, Brandon, Jonathan, Stephen, Bob, and we need to pause at Matt Ketron. Okay. So John McPatriot and Brad Waits is next. And let me go ahead and type in a few more names. We have Colette Whitworth, Shannon Mashaka, Mark Morris. These are people still left on the pre-order. Clay Moore, Susie Breedlove, Oso Adventure, Kenny Cates Jr., Jeff Brent RTO, Clay Mullins. I lost my spot. Robert Matthews. I already said Robert Matthews, though. Was he on here twice? Yeah, he's already on here. Unless he wants, he didn't say another one, right? Okay. So no, and then Jerry Rock. Grumpy Moose Gaming. Scott Markheim. Rob Fordham. And then we need to write it down on a sticky note. But also, somebody, Patrick Francis wants one as well, right? Patrick Francis. So I'm needing 16 more. And let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. That was John McPatriot. Should be 16 names here. John McPatriot, Brad Waits, Colette Whitworth, Shannon Mashaka, Mark Morris, Clay Moore, Susie Breedlove, Oso Venture, Kenny Cates Jr., Clay Mullins, Jeff Brent RTO, Jerry Rock, Grumpy Moose Bay, Scott Murraycam, Rob Fordham. Right? Yeah. I gotta look at that again. Folks, this is serious business here, okay? This is serious business. I cannot mess this up. There's some people commenting live that they want one, and I have to manually, and I've skipped a couple people, and I've also had some people like, I thought they were going to self-destruct on me. So I cannot, I repeat, not mess this up. $16, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I cannot mess this up. Is there more? What's underneath Iron Maidens? Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Then we got Iron Maidens coming up. Whew. All right. Let me move these on the sew table. This is the most stressful thing I've ever dealt with in my business. Let's see here. Self-destruct. I think there's one guy that literally said, Chad, I am about to literally freak out on you if you don't tell me right now that I'm getting one of these kiss lights. I'm like, oh boy. We got to keep the customer satisfied. That's a Simon and Garfunkel song. Okay. All right, next is Iron Maiden. And I'm about to check my manifest, my invoices, and see how many I've already ordered. Okay, here's the unveiling for the next one. Here's the unveiling for the next one. This one looks pretty cool even if you don't light it up. Look. Wow. That one looks pretty dang cool even if it doesn't light up. There's the next one. Look at that. All right, let's tag these. Also $59.99. All right. Iron, I'm starting a spreadsheet right now, a new column, Iron Maiden Light. And we got Mark Stanley. Of course, Jeff Brand RTO. George Jones. Darren Wortman. Mark Morris. Jen Cast. Dennis Cole. Brandon Jones. Scott Dwallow. James Davidson. Shane Devers. Tim Rory. Kenny Cates Jr. Brian Thurman. Danny Czar. His last name is actually Czarnikow. I call him Danny Czar. And then Scott Margheim. Okay. I think that's the first 15, but I think I got more than 15. That's 16. All right, let's count out 16 then. There's one. Mark, yeah, you're next. You are 5th in line on Iron Maiden. Yeah. I mean, 5th in line on Metallica. Yeah, Metallica. Okay. Three. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Anybody want on a waiting list for a Kiss, a Black Sabbath, an Iron Maiden, or a Metallica? That's the ones I'm offering right now. There's about to be some in the future. So that's 20. Let me write down some more names. So Scott Markheim. Next, okay, that was 16. So Jeremy Todd. Jerry Rock. Chris Bryan on 2. Okay, that's 20. Okay, that's 20. And then I've got 5 more. Okay. 5 more Iron Maidens. 5 more. That's the first 20 people. And then Rob Fordham, Solarplex Studios, Stanley Richmond, and that was 5 hours ago. $23. Y'all ready? I have 2 Iron Maiden lights available right now. Let me go check my sticky notes, make sure I didn't miss anybody last night. I know I've keyed in everything that I had in my backpack through yesterday. I'm pretty sure I have 2 extra Iron Maidens. Y'all can get a rare occurrence here. Can you add me for another kiss with a note attached? With a note attached? Sure thing. Like put something in the box or something. I've got 2 extra Iron Maidens. Wow, that does not happen. Now, if I would have showed these 7 hours ago, the screen would be lighting up. And I would have almost another panic attack. Uh-oh, hold on. I had something in my pocket. Nope. Nope. Brittany Fox and LA Guns. All right, so yeah, we got 2 extra Iron Maidens. I'm going to count these again. Mark Stanley, Jeff Brent RTO, George Jones, Darren Wortman, Mark Morris, Jen Cast. Now, I put down Dennis Cole, but he said interested. Uh-oh. He just put interested. He wants to know the mentions. So actually, we got 3 extras. These are 1 inch by 12 inches. Let me reply to him. So actually take Dennis Cole. They're 1 inch by 1 inch by 2 inch, I should say. They're 2 inches tall. 1 inch. Let's do that 2. How's that go? 2 by 1 by 12. There we go. All right, so actually we got 3. Let's take him off. He just put interested. I misread that one. So let's delete Dennis Cole. Let's move everybody up. And I was with Brandon Jones, Scott Dwallow, James Davidson, Shane Devers, Tim Roy, Kenny Case Jr., Brian Thurman, Danny Czar, Scott Markheim, Jeremy Todd, Jerry Rock, Chris Bryant ×2, Rob Fortham, Solarplex Studios, and Stanley Richmond. Send Angela Lewis and charge me plus shipping for the Kiss Light. Okay? So the second one, I'll make a note over here. Patrick Francis said Angela Lewis plus additional postage. Okay. All right. So let me lock everybody's comments over here so they'll wake up in the morning and realize, oh, crap, they're in. And that's it. All right, so we got 3 extras. 1 pending to Dennis Cole. He's interested. And I'm going to set these over here. All right. Now, I really don't have much more to do tonight except one other thing, because I know he's going to ask me first thing tomorrow. I bought on the Beatles website, I speculated, and I bought 12 anthology box sets. We sold 16 here through our store, like through wholesale. But I went ahead and got a little excited, and I ordered 12 numbered box sets, and I told people I would sell them if they possibly wanted them. But obviously only if I could make money. Otherwise, I'm going to put them away. I invested quite a bit in some limited edition numbered Beatles box sets, as you can imagine. And I think I paid, after tax, shipping, I think I paid $440. I got quite a bit in them. I got a lot more than I thought. I don't know if I'll be able to sell him one or not. Somebody is dying for me to price one. I think they are sold out on the Beatles website. Is that right? Beatles Anthology box. Can you get it? Is it sold out? The book is sold out. I missed out on that. The box set is here. Is it numbered? Oh, you can still get it through the website. Yeah, I probably went overboard on that. I was hoping they would sell out and it would be like $1,000 box set on Discogs. I think I'm probably just going to have to sell them for $500 if anybody wants one. My price is going to be $500, and that's not really making anything after we have to ship it. Yeah, I mean, they're on. Is there any for sale? Numbered. Yeah. Yeah, I probably went overboard. That's okay. Well, I've tied up. I have officially tied up. So I bought 12 at 14. How much money did I tie up right there? 1,333 4 times. 133.31. 4 times. Wow. I got over $5,000 tied up in Beatles box sets that I'm kind of have to just put away for a while. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I ordered them with 3 different credit cards so I could order the max allotment. I got 12. So I bought 3. Golly, that's a lot. Okay, maybe I can sell some of those. I got a lot of money tied up in Beatles box sets all of a sudden. I think that's why. I think they just charged me today or the other day when they shipped. So no wonder I got a notification from American Express. Oh, or I use 4 different names. I use Seth, Tanner. You know how you can do it. You can get on there and use different names to buy more. Oh well. Hey, it's Beatles vinyl. I don't even know if I don't even want to know what I've got tied up in my own collection. Whew. Y'all know how that is. A lot, I'm sure. There's the numbered box sets are sold through their website. Yeah. You see, and I thought they would sell out and be limited edition, and it would be a great investment to buy about 12 of them because I figured they'd be worth 2 or 3 times that much. Right now, they're worth that. Whatever I paid for them, they're worth at least that, maybe a little bit more. So I could probably get my money back right now, or if you put them away for what, 3 or 4 years and see what happens. Depends on how many they numbered. They could go down, they could go up, they could be about the same. 120 on dead hand bills for pickup. Y'all won't even have to spend the time and money on packaging. I had dibs set aside for Robert Warner. I don't know if Robert's still watching. I told him I would let him know tomorrow. What if I let him know, unless Robert's watching right now? I think I'm okay with that. Let me make sure Robert definitely doesn't want to do 150 plus shipping. And if he's okay passing, then I'm okay with 120 local pickup. Robert's usually watching till the very end. So Robert, I'm just going to say, because I did tell you dibs till tomorrow. He's saying he'll do 120 and pick them up. I like that deal a lot better. But you have dibs, so if you want to pass them to him, it's your decision. I'd probably need 150 plus shipping because of the time and labor, knowing we're going to have to pack it up, if he's going to do 120 pickup. So, but it's up to you since you inquired first. So lesson learned on speculating on box sets. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I bought, the best money I've made is on the Alice in Chains box sets. I bought those and Rush. Anything Rush and Alice in Chains has always done well, but I've gotten stuck with some Beatles stuff. See, I bought 12 mono box sets too, and I think we still got all of them. So I've got quite the money tied up in new Beatles merch. But I figured you couldn't go wrong with the mono box sets. I might have messed up on these anthologies. We've put out quite a bit of money for those, but it's good inventory to have. You know, it may be might be a year from now, and everybody's like, "Man, do you got any anthology boxes? They're sold out." So who knows? All right, so sell these Grateful Dead prints to Dale Sanders, local pickup, $120. This is a $250 frame. So that's a nice. Yeah, I think I've gotten 10 grand tied up in mono boxes and anthology boxes now, but and plus, you know, I'll tell people, I'm like, well, somebody was wanting me to price them tonight, and I'm like, well, honestly, you might be better off just buying it through the Beatles website. But I mean, right now, if somebody wants one, they're $500. I mean, that's the only price that makes money for me, that makes sense for me and makes money. But some people prefer to buy stuff from us and pay a premium because they know shipping's guaranteed, customer satisfaction's guaranteed, and that's something you can always count on when you buy from us. You can guarantee what you're getting. It's going to be packed well, customer service. You know me, you know where they're coming from. And I've had some people say, Chad, I'd rather pay $12 more to buy it with you than spend it on Amazon. And those are the kind of people that I say, thank you for supporting small business. So the one I got, Beatles anthology box, I just had it pulled up here. I bought I bought this one here, the numbered 12 LP. That's the ones I have that I'll sell. So I can still get, I think, the standard through wholesale. So here's the problem. I can sell, if anybody wants an anthology box, I can get the standard edition for $100 or $375. Or I can sell you one of my numbered for $500. So if anybody wants a numbered box set, I can sell you one for $500. If anybody wants a see, where I messed up is I think some of these websites I can put in my resale tax. You see, I paid over $400 in sales tax that I shouldn't have had to pay. Now I've paid sales tax, and now we got to charge sales tax again. I shouldn't have had to pay sales tax on that. I actually might can get with the Beatles website and try to get a refund. Because I don't have to pay sales tax if I'm reselling. So anything I buy is literally resale for the store, so I don't have to pay sales tax. And I messed up there. That cost me hundreds of dollars in potential loss. So yeah, I can get you the ones we sold 16 copies last week. Actually 14. I ordered 16. I kept 2 unnumbered, and then I ordered 12 numbered through the Beatles website. But see, those obviously I'm not getting wholesale. So I've got to mark them up just whatever I paid on there. And then the ones I've been selling for $374 is wholesale to y'all. That's my price. That's what everybody's selling them for. They're $375. The Beatles website there for a while started selling them numbered, and they sold them numbered to incite people to buy them through their website. And that's where I went and bought them. And then I ordered 16 for here. I kept 2. And we've sold 14. And that's the standard unnumbered. I can get anybody one right now for $375, numbered for $500. And I've got 12 numbereds right now. I hadn't even looked at them. They're boxed up front. So, okay, any other discussion, request, claims, demands, anything else? Let me refresh this over here. No, let me pull that up. That's a good question. How many were numbered? That's honestly a great question. Is this full screen? Yeah, there we go. How many people's watching? 98 people still watching. Wow. Didn't see any numbers. Yeah, I don't know. They're still available, which is right now bad for me. But as soon as they sell out, that'll be good for my investment. Yeah, it doesn't say. I just had it pulled up on Discogs. 8,000. That's a lot. 85. Here it is. Yeah, 8,500. Yeah, 8,500. This is it right here. 8,500. Man, it's amazing though. This. So I'm loving this right here. Okay. So here's the new Anthology 4. I Need You, Take One. That's a bunch. Yeah, I did the math on that. Yeah, 8,000. Think about that. 8,000. They're going to end up selling, and then they've sold unnumbered. So let's say they sold 10,000 box sets. They've sold at least 10,000 plus through distribution. That means, and then let's say they sold 10,000 more through retail, through local stores like us. So 20,000 box sets, that would be $7.5 million going to the Beatles catalog. Not that much money because obviously a few they sold wholesale. Let's say they did 10,000 at $375, and then they did, that's $3,750,000. Let's say they did 10,000 at wholesale at like $275. Or, no, they were more than that. Let's say $295. I think that's what they were. There wasn't a lot of markup in them. And then plus $3,750,000. So yeah, they probably grossed $6 to $7 million putting out that anthology box set. Plus they've sold them individually and CD and T-shirts and books. So when everything is sold out, that anthology release probably grossed them $10 million. That's pretty amazing. For 60-year-old music that's been unreleased, 60-year-old unreleased music, still worth $10 million in gross sales 60 years later. That shows you how amazing their catalog is. So I Need You is amazing. That's a raw George Harrison unplugged. Incredible. In My Life, Take One. It gave me goosebumps when I first heard it. It's John Lennon, just incredible. His voice is so ethereal, amazing. Strawberry Fields is an early take or an early version before they really changed the whole schematic of the song. That's an incredible track. Baby You're a Rich Man, the first 2 minutes is studio chatter. The first couple minutes is studio chatter, and then it's just incredible when they start playing. And John Lennon starts singing, how does it feel to be people? Oh, it's so good. And then my favorite on here is probably this right here, Got to Get You Into My Life. Oh, it is one of the best versions I've ever heard of that song. They should have used that cut for the original single or for the Revolver cut. And then the real gem is right here. Where is it? Here Comes the Sun. That's, once again, it sounds like you're listening to George Harrison unplugged. George Harrison unplugged. It's amazing. It's just him, his guitar, McCartney on bass. There's no strings. You know, there's no orchestra. It's just McCartney on bass, Harrison playing the guitar and singing, and then Ringo on drums. Another one that gave me goosebumps. I was like, wow. All these years, this amazing version hadn't been released. So, and what's crazy is McCartney is sitting on other stuff. That whole catalog is sitting on other stuff. The description sounds like they numbered just the photo cards, not the records. Let me see here. Anthology numbered photo art card set. The Anthology 12 LP, 3 LP album. The Beatles Store exclusive format will contain 4 12-inch band art photo cards in custom black numbered envelope. Yeah. So the envelope's what's numbered, and I think I read that just a moment ago on Discogs. So you got to keep, obviously, the envelope with the box set for the numbering. So the photos is what's numbered. There's no actual number on the box set, no. No, I don't think there's like a gold numbering stamp on the back of the box. No. I think it's on that right there. That's what they've numbered to keep it unique. Yeah, there's no photos with the standard edition. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know many more bands that could put out a set like that. Well, I guess I do. There's some big names that could do stuff like that. Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Metallica. Metallica does it all the time. So Metallica sold 20,000 Black Album box sets, or 25,000. And those were almost $400, I think. Yeah, that's 10 million, right? Yeah, that's $10 million. I think they sold 25,000 Black Album box sets. Those were $300-400, and then they've just done 15 or 20,000 Load box sets. And those were expensive. Yeah, man, I don't know many more bands that could do that. Metallica, Zeppelin, Beatles, Pink Floyd, probably Iron Maiden, maybe. Who else? Black Sabbath could do stuff like... Black Sabbath's already put out box sets, though. But you see, they hadn't really put out unreleased, like, alternate versions. The thing that makes Kiss, yeah, for sure. The thing that makes Anthology is it's like you're listening to alternate versions of songs. It's like you're in a different reality. You're hearing all these different takes and versions of songs before they polished them. Or like with Strawberry Fields, you're hearing a completely different take on the song almost. And so it's like, wow, you know, what if they had released this version instead of the one that everybody in the world knows? But see, Zeppelin, I've never heard much like that from Zeppelin, and I'm a super fan. Jimmy Page has put some stuff out, but there's not like any completely alternate versions of songs that's been released or different takes. I mean, because this album here was recorded live pretty much in the studio. This album was recorded live in the studio. And so was the Beatles' first album, Love Me Do. It was pretty much them in there just playing live. And if they messed up, they did another take. But that's how... So there's not a lot of Zeppelin 1 material. But in the later years, there should be some stuff in the studio where they were taking multi-track, and especially starting with Led Zeppelin 2 and... You see, Pink Floyd, I mean, Dark Side of the Moon, when they put out that box set for Dark Side of the Moon, they really didn't release alternate versions. They didn't really release, you know, alternate takes and studio chatter and stuff like that. I like hearing them talking in the studio, like in between songs, but they might even have the tapes. They could have been lost. They could have been destroyed. Yeah, see, in those later years, and some of that leaked, like when they were recording Let It Be, they just pretty much kept the tape rolling because they knew how valuable it was. And that's why there's so many bootlegs from that era. And plus they would be in there jamming and they would come up with something. And they had the money just to constantly be, having George Martin in there and everybody. Because they could be jamming and all of a sudden, whoop, that's a song, and they'd have it on tape. And a lot of that got leaked, all the Let It Be stuff. That was heavily bootlegged. All right. Dun dun ch 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 dun dun ch ch. That's true. Yeah, the Beatles kind of at that point they were, they had their own label, Apple Records, unlimited money. I mean, they could do whatever they wanted in the studio. And plus, they were kind of like, yeah, we probably need to let these guys just do whatever they want. They're kind of geniuses. We probably just need to be recording them and just letting them, get in here and get high and take a little drugs and then see what they do. Probably just need to get in here and just let them do their own thing. They've kind of got a good track record. Send them some pot, send them a cup of tea, and just let them get in there and jam. All righty. Well, with that, I've basically spent the last hour talking to y'all. So I'm going to go eat, and the feed ends anyway in about 15 minutes. Wolverine, I will check that message. I'm going to be awake for about 6 more hours. If anybody needs me, you can message CollectCo. You can message me. I'll try to reply to you if I see it. Sometimes I keep my phone on Do Not Disturb when I'm working, like ordering stuff and looking and researching so I don't get distracted by messages. I work this time of night because no one's awake to bother me. So when I'm trying to go to bed kind of early in the morning, people are starting to wake up and I'm getting phone calls and I'm getting text messages and emails. And by then, my phone's definitely on Do Not Disturb and I'm trying to go to sleep. So what I'll do is say I'm available if you need me for anything really important. And I thank y'all. We've had a great night. If you count all the sales for these Iron Maiden lights, that's a heck of a night. We just sold 25 Iron Maiden lights, 15 Metallicas, and I think 25 more Kiss. And there's even more on the way. Beatles is the next pre-order light. That's coming. And can I see the photos of the Sgt. Pepper shoot? If you get a chance, can I see close-ups? Yeah. Do you want me to show it to you now, or do you want me to photograph it and just message it to you? I probably just need to show it to you now because I don't think you're on Messenger where I can send it easy. So let me show it to you right here. Maybe you want a screenshot or something. So there's one that looks like where they've kind of got everything set up. There's one where they're kind of building it. And then there's one where they're unboxing all the heads. Now, to show you how expensive this stuff is, one of those heads sold at auction recently. Well, it's been a while, but it was like $50,000. Elvis is in the lineup. So Elvis is third in line right now, Wolverine. Third in line right now on Elvis. So, yeah, let me see if I can pull up the image of the Beatles light. I did say I would show that. Let me hold this up where Adam can see it still. Two beautiful people. How does it feel to be one of the beautiful people? Dun dun. Do 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 do. Do do do. How could I know? The Drop T logo. That's what we call the Drop T logo. King Diamond, I'm going to have him probably... That's probably your fifth in line, I'd say, Danny, just so because I think it's going to be pretty niche, but I found one. Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you where these came from. Y'all probably heard me talk about Dale's Pittsburgh collection. These came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So I AI'd that image. It told me a little bit. There's an article from Reddit. That's almost a spooky... if you know the story about Paul McCartney supposedly dying right before that album, and he was being, quote, replaced because it would cause the government, the heads of government got together. Have y'all heard about that conspiracy? Paul McCartney evidently died in a car wreck in '66, and a couple heads of government, U.S. and Britain, got together and replaced him. They found a replacement because they thought it would cause world hysteria that Paul McCartney died. And so the current Paul McCartney that's alive right now is actually a replacement of the real Paul McCartney that died. And the cover of Sgt. Pepper's is his funeral. So, and John Lennon on his Sgt. Pepper's outfit, his patch says OPD, Old Paul is dead. So that's the whole conspiracy behind Sgt. Pepper's cover. It's Paul McCartney's funeral. All the lights right now, unless we do something different, like they're oversized or Metallica's, I heard the cost on them's more, but I kept them the same price. They're all $59.99. $59.99. Yeah, but evidently, like they said, Lyndon Johnson got involved, and because it was in '66, so yeah, Johnson would have been in office, and whoever the prime minister was of the UK at the time, they all got together and was like, listen, Paul McCartney died in a car wreck, and CIA got involved, and the CIA had to find a replacement, and they thought it was going to cause like chaos and end of the world. And okay, I'm in the feed. Thanks everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time, same place. All right. And we got a big one. Tomorrow's Metal Night. Tomorrow is Metal Night. Okay, because we're not having a show Thursday night. Thank y'all. Good night. And we'll